p.m. Eastern Time, followed by Arkansas at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time. But all eyes tonight are on Texas, where the 24-year incumbent, Senator John Cornyn, is fighting for his political life, facing two primary challengers with State Attorney General Ken Paxton and Congressman Wesley Hunt, in a race that's likely to go to a May runoff. And on the Democratic side, Representative Jasmine Crockett is up against State Representative James Tallarico. All told, the race is one of the most expensive in U.S. history for a primary contest. Tonight, C-SPAN is covering it all, and of course, including your voices. Here's how you can join our primary night coverage. Democrats, 202-748-8920. Republicans, 202-748-8921. All others, 202-748-8922. And if you voted in Texas, North Carolina, and Arkansas, join us at 202-748-8923. Joining us this evening on the set is Matthew Klein. He's the House and Governor's editor for the Cook Political Report with Amy Walter, and Jacob Rubashkin, who is the deputy editor of Inside Elections. Gentlemen, thank you both for being here. We're kicking off Campaign 2026 tonight. Matthew Klein, why are these primaries important?
Well, these primaries are important in large part because, especially with this Senate race, Democrats have got to figure out places where they can expand the map. And Texas has, it's at the top of the list for them. They kind of don't have that many options here on the table. And so, they feel like they would have a much better shot at being able to pick up Texas if John Cornyn, a longtime Republican incumbent, somebody who was sort of part of that old wing, the old guard wing, the George W. Bush wing of the party, is defeated in his runoff, in his primary, by Ken Paxton, the incumbent attorney general, who is mired in scandal. He has been impeached by the Republican-controlled state house in Texas. And so Democrats, they have a very important primary of their own between Jasmine Crockett and James Tallarico. But obviously the stakes are very high on both sides. If Crockett emerges as the Democratic nominee, it will probably be more challenging for Democrats to flip that seat. And of course, it's Texas. It's a long shot no matter what. But this is the sort of state that they have to put in play if they want to be able to win back the Senate.
A lot of money being dumped into the Lone Star State. Jacob.
Absolutely. I mean, everything is bigger in Texas, and that includes the campaign spending. We've seen tens of millions of dollars from allies of Senator John Cornyn looking to save his political career. We've seen money spent from allies of Congressman Wesley Hunt trying to upset that race. We've seen Ken Paxton put in money attacking John Cornyn over the past year. On the Democratic side, we've seen James Tallarico turn into one of Democrats' best fundraisers anywhere on the Senate map. He also has some deep-pocketed allies who are pouring money into the state. And of course, Jasmine Crockett, long been one of the most prominent Democrats in the country and a fundraising powerhouse in her own right, who has put those financial resources to marshal in her race.
Matthew Klein, we also tonight see the results of this redistricting battle that's been happening across the country. Dig into these congressional seats, and what are you looking for tonight?
Yeah, well, there are a number of congressional incumbents who are at risk. We count 5 in total, which is highly unusual to have that many in danger on the same night. Redistricting is a major reason for that, certainly in Texas, where Republicans redrew their map last year in an attempt to pick up anywhere in the range of, what was supposed to be 5 seats may now be a little bit more like 3 or 4. But I think, one of the races that has been impacted by redistricting is the Julie Johnson race in Texas's 33rd district. She has a freshman incumbent. She represents what is now the 32nd district. That's been reworked into a solidly Republican seat. And Colin Allred, who had held the seat before her, is back trying to win it from her. And she has a harder time now because a lot of the constituents have been shuffled around in Dallas County, and so she's not exactly as well known as she was last year. That's going to be a very interesting race.
Jacob Rubashkin, what's your overview of this redistricting battle in Texas, and how's it going to play out tonight?
Well, as Matthew said, Republicans are heading into this race with an advantage thanks to that new map. While they might not get the 5 seats that they had hoped for when they set out on this path last summer, they look like pretty good bets in at least 3 of those 5, and the other 2 are sure to be competitive, regardless of whether they ultimately flip or not. But I think the other big thing that I'm keeping an eye on is the turnover that we're going to see in the Texas delegation, regardless of which party comes out with more seats and the battle for the majority. At least 10 seats in Texas, which is more than a quarter of the entire state's delegation, will have new members come next year. It could be much higher, as many as a dozen or 14 or 15 new members in a state. And again, even if it doesn't affect majority control, that's still a big deal for a state that gets a lot of federal resources and has always punched above its weight in terms of impact in Washington, D.C.
All right. Well, we're going to dig into Texas tonight. That'll be our primary focus on this primary night. But there are also, as we told you, races in North Carolina and Arkansas. Reuben Jones with Spectrum News 1 is their Washington correspondent. He's joining us this evening. Reuben Jones, let's begin with results. When will we start seeing some numbers coming out of North Carolina tonight?
Yeah, Greta, great to see you. Look, we were expecting those results to start at 7:30 tonight. That's when polls close. Had a little development on that recently. There was an issue with one of the voting precincts, so they're going to go ahead and wait for all the precincts in the state and release the results starting at 8:30. So it could be a little bit longer night here than expected.
All right, what are you watching for tonight, Reuben Jones? What are the things our viewers should be paying attention to?
So look, everybody wants to talk about the U.S. Senate race for good reason, but frankly, you're going to have to wait until November to get the more interesting results there. We know that the former governor, Roy Cooper, the Democrat, is going to sail through his primary here tonight. And the Republican, former Republican National Committee Chair Michael Whatley, who's been endorsed by President Donald Trump, is also likely to win tonight. But he does have two challengers that could put up some significant numbers here tonight. It'll be interesting to see what percentage Michael Whatley gets. That may give us a sign of whether there is some dissatisfaction with Whatley as this handpicked Republican by the president. So we'll be watching that. But frankly, I'm more interested in a couple other races, including in the U.S. House. There's a really interesting district race playing out in the Durham area. This is a very blue area of the state. In fact, the most blue district in North Carolina. And the congresswoman there, Valerie Foushee, is trying to seek a third term. She's very progressive, but not progressive enough, according to some of the Democratic Party. And so you've got Durham County Commissioner Nida Alam challenging her in what has become a very heated race. This is a rematch of 2022. Nida Alam has been endorsed by Senator Bernie Sanders, David Hogg, and she's arguing, as we've seen from people, other Democrats in certain wing of the party, that say, hey, you know, some of these incumbents, these establishment Democrats, they say, just aren't doing enough to stand up to President Donald Trump. And that's been her core argument. She also has been focused on this issue of Israel and outside money. Data centers has been an issue in this race as well. So if Nida Alam is able to win here tonight, Greta, that is going to shake up the political world, not only in North Carolina, but around the country, saying this wing of the party is growing. A Zoran Mamdani-type Democrat is growing.
Talk about the electorate in North Carolina, how they voted in previous presidential elections. How is the president polling in North Carolina? Will that have an impact tonight and heading into the general election?
Yeah, it's a good question, Greta, because, look, this state is a very Trump country if you look at past results. They've always chosen President Trump, and they've always elected a Republican for Senate. I think you have to go back to 2008. So it's been rough for Democrats here in the state. But the flip side of that is they have done very well when it comes to the governor's race. We have a Democratic governor in North Carolina, a number of big wins they had recently here, Democrats did. And it's a very gerrymandered state. We talked about the changeover that's occurring in the congressional delegation in Texas. Well, we saw that play out in 2024 in North Carolina, where you had a number of Republicans move into Democratic seats because the districts were redrawn. That led to a lot of incumbent Democrats losing their seats. Now, in terms of poll numbers, we are seeing weakening support for the president here in North Carolina. Now, he's going to poll better here than some other states, but North Carolina is sort of a state that, you know, is purple but kind of hues red. Some would disagree with that. it's going to be interesting to see if the president's approval ratings remain low. That could hurt somebody like Michael Whatley come November, somebody who does not have good name recognition in the state, knows North Carolina politics really well, knows how to win. He ran the Republican Party here, but he's got to get his name out there. And if he's tied too much with the president, that could be a challenge come November.
Michael Whatley likely to win tonight, the Republican primary. And then on the Democratic side, the former governor, Roy Cooper, likely to win for the Democrats. That's the general election, the marquee matchup with Senator Thom Tillis retiring. This is an open seat. So what's next after tonight for North Carolina?
So the general election is going to kick off, and it is going to be interesting to see how these two candidates, if it is in fact Michael Whatley and Roy Cooper, go at it. You know, I've had a few people say this race seems a little bit boring so far, and I tell them that's not a surprise. Governor Cooper is not necessarily a flashy, a bombastic character, but he's somebody who has never lost an election here. He knows politics really well in North Carolina. You're not seeing him be like a Graham Plattner or somebody who's a little bit loud in some of these other Senate races. He's being very pointed in what he decides to weigh in on in terms of national issues. On the other side of it, Michael Whatley is also not somebody who's very loud, but he's also never run for elected office. So it's going to be interesting to see how does he do getting his name out there, because he's got a lot of work to do. I mean, you talk to voters here, Greta, in North Carolina, everybody knows, pretty much, I'd say 95% of the state knows who Roy Cooper is. That's a cursing and a blessing, right? Because people will tell you, we know who he is, we like what he did, or we don't like what he did, but they do know who he is, and I think that helps him going into November. So Governor Cooper is going to run on his positions and the fact that people know him. Michael Whatley is tied very much to the president, so it'll be interesting to see, does he try and distance himself or separate himself from the president at all going into November? As of now, not at all. And so it's going to be interesting to see what issues they decide to focus on here in the coming months as this race starts to heat up. Of course, Greta, this is a state, North Carolina Democrats have to flip from being Republican to Democrat if they want any chance of taking back control of the Senate in 2026.
Reuben Jones, you have some interesting runoff rules in North Carolina. Will they be at play tonight?
Yeah, I mean, potentially the rule here is 30% plus 1 is what you need in order to avoid a runoff. I'll turn your attention to eastern North Carolina. This is the 1st district. This is a very large district, and we'll talk about mid-decade redistricting that the president started at the urging of. We saw it play out in Texas, California got in the mix, and then North Carolina redrew the 1st district, which is currently represented by the incumbent Democrat, Don Davis, who's been able to win some really tough races. But this November is going to be his toughest because this district now leans Republican very much. And so there are 5 Republicans in the mix here to try and take on Davis. The most notable, arguably, is Lori Buckout, who ran for this district in 2024, losing to Don Davis by 2%. But there's a number of other candidates here who have a chance as well, including a Sheriff Asa Buck. We'll watch out for him and a few others. So if none of them are able to get over 30%, we do go into a runoff. I will tell you, talking with political experts here, they do not believe a runoff will occur there. They think someone will pick up this seat. But there are a couple other lower level seats to draw your attention to that could see a redrawing, or I should say a new numbers in this. The other race I'll just point out real quick here, Greta, is a local race but with national implications, and this is for Senate Majority Leader Phil Berger, who is not a household name in the U.S. or probably most of North Carolina, but he's arguably the most powerful politician in North Carolina. He faces a formidable challenge from a sheriff in Rockingham County. And there's the potential he could win. And if he does, it is a really big deal for North Carolina politics. But it's also a big deal because President Donald Trump has endorsed Phil Berger and said, you know what, I really like the sheriff here. Why don't you come up to D.C. and work for me and get out of this race? But the sheriff said, no, he's staying in it. And this race has gotten really ugly, a lot of money involved. And if Phil Berger does lose tonight, I can't overstate just how big of a shakeup that is for the city of Raleigh, the capital here, and North Carolina politics.
Reuben Jones, Spectrum News 1 Washington correspondent, thank you for that insight.
Thanks so much.
Let's go back to our table. Matthew Klein and Jacob Rubashkin. Matthew Klein, what did you hear there from Reuben Jones, and what would you highlight of what's happening in North Carolina?
I think that he made a great point about Michael Whatley and the share of the vote that Michael Whatley ends up getting in this primary. He's not really very well known. in the state of North Carolina. And I would say this has not been exactly the most active primary campaign, certainly that we've seen in recent cycles. Trump cleared the field for him. That's enormously helpful. But does he actually have the support of the sort of really important North Carolina Republican base? Remains to be seen. So I'm going to be very curious to know what share of the vote he ends up getting in this primary. Some of the polls that we've seen had him in the high 30s, low 40s. That's not exactly great. It may be higher than that. It may be somewhere in that range, depending on where it falls. I think that'll tell us a lot about just how excited the Republican base is for Michael Whatley in particular.
Whether or not there's soft support there,
That's right.
Is that what you're looking at?
That's right. That's right. I mean, if the base is more intrigued by some of the other candidates in the mix, including Michelle Morrow, who was a candidate for state superintendent in 2024, that could be maybe a small warning sign. I don't think it's going to be anything huge, right? We know this is going to get a ton of money no matter what. The North Carolina Senate race is going to be the single most important battleground Senate race on the board, other than maybe Maine, certainly for Democrats to put in play. But I do think that could be an interesting indicator.
Jacob Rubashkin, he talked about those two races, congressional district races, tonight that we're watching for. What is your take on what could happen here?
Well, you've got two very different situations. In the first congressional district, Don Davis, the Democratic incumbent, is the most vulnerable Democrat on the House battlefield, not just in North Carolina, but anywhere in the country. He is target number one in terms of sitting members of Congress for the Republican Party this fall. And so the Republican primary to win the nomination to take him on is incredibly important, right? And there's been some concern from Republicans that the person that is probably most likely to win that race, Lori Buckout, the 2024 nominee, perhaps is also the not the strongest nominee, just given, one, the fact that she lost 2 years ago, and two, that there were plenty of hits that Democrats used against her in that race that they'll be able to recycle, specifically relating to her ties to the district, where she's not from originally and hasn't lived for all that long. So in terms of the House battlefield, I mean, Don Davis is sort of the lowest hanging fruit for Republicans as they look to shore up their very narrow majority. But that 4th district congressional race, while it doesn't have any impact on the majority math, is a super fascinating microcosm of a much larger conversation that Democrats are having all around the country within the party, specifically about the role of outside money in their Democratic primaries, particularly money from groups aligned with AIPAC, money from groups aligned with AI interests and cryptocurrency interests that have in the past supported Valerie Foushee. The progressive candidate there, Nida Alam, coming in with that support from Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders. She only lost this race to Foushee in 2022 by 9 points. She is a very formidable candidate, a local politician herself. And my understanding is that Foushee and her allies have been pretty spooked by how quickly this has turned from perhaps a nuisance, a progressive primary challenge that might not have picked up all that much steam, to an existential threat to the Congresswoman's career at this point. I think it's very possible that we see our first incumbent lose on the House battlefield, not in Texas, where there are plenty that are facing challenges, but actually here on the East Coast in North Carolina, in a race that nobody saw coming even 3 months ago when Nida Alam started making noises about running again.
Matthew Klein, the direction of the Democratic Party, is that part of tonight's conversation?
Absolutely. I mean, that 4th district race in North Carolina is going to be really telling, in part because one of the really big dynamics in that race is AIPAC, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee. It has long been involved in American politics. It has, engaged primaries on both sides of the political spectrum. But increasingly, Democratic primary voters have become aware of those tactics, and especially in the wake of the war in Gaza, as we've seen that's continue to go on. There is growing frustration and real backlash to even the involvement of AIPAC. Now, Foushee had previously accepted AIPAC's support. This cycle, she has largely tried to stay away, and she's even moved a little bit to the left on that issue, saying she's not willing to go all in on military aid for Israel to the extent of unconditional aid. But, for Democratic primary voters, there's such anger about this issue right now. It's worth wondering whether even moving a little bit to the left is going to be enough to satisfy what has become, potentially a very rabid base that's frustrated with AIPAC's involvement in these races. I think AIPAC is no longer finding that it no longer has the ability to influence these Democratic primaries the same way that it might have 10 years ago.
And when you look at Texas in the Democratic primary in that Senate race, you also have a direction here for the Democratic Party. Which way do they go with these two candidates? That's
spot on. And it's interesting because I think Jasmine Crockett and James Tallarico, if you gave them a questionnaire, they probably wouldn't actually have all that much of a different perspective on a lot of these policy issues. But this is so much about style, this primary. I mean, Jasmine Crockett has built her career on being the sort of ultimate fighter against the Republicans in Congress, a champion of the House Oversight Committee for Democratic causes and an unapologetic opponent of Donald Trump. James Tallarico is, a fairly mainstream Democrat, but he's obviously positioning himself, leaning more into some of his faith messaging. He is a youth pastor, and he is, a sort of trying to maybe appeal to some of the more moderate individuals who you'll have to win in Texas in order to, get over the top.
Jacob Rubashkin, and then on the Republican side for this primary race, for the Texas Senate race, this also is a determination of which way the party is going to go. Do they stick with the traditional incumbent in John Cornyn, or do they have more of a MAGA type candidate with either Ken Paxton or Wesley Hunt?
Absolutely. John Cornyn has been a major figure in Texas politics for decades at this point, both in the United States Senate as a state Supreme Court justice, as the state attorney general, and he's always won by very healthy margins. But in the era of Trump, he has found himself increasingly far from where the Texas Republican Party is on the issues, and perhaps more importantly, in terms of personality. And so we saw this when, following the Uvalde massacre, the mass shooting in that school, that tragedy, when Cornyn worked to pass the first real gun legislation that went through Congress since the Brady Act and since the assault weapons ban back in the 1990s. And while that earned him plaudits from people in D.C. who have a appreciation for bipartisanship, it earned him the ire of Republicans in Texas. He was censured by the state Republican Party, which is an incredible thing to happen to an incumbent longtime senator. And he has just found himself increasingly on the outs as he continues to practice the style of Republican politics that came up in the era of George W. Bush and compassionate conservatism, and a kind of Republican politics that was incredibly popular in Texas and around the country, quite frankly, in a lot of places until Donald Trump came along and changed the game. So Ken Paxton certainly trying to corner the market on being the most MAGA candidate there. Wesley Hunt also trying to get in on that game. And Trump, rather than making clear who he supports, I think is enjoying seeing all three of these candidates try and make the case that they are the most Trump-friendly of all of them and the most worthy of the voters' support.
Matthew Klein, President Trump did not endorse in this primary for the Republicans. Is it a golden ticket in Texas if he had?
Probably. I mean, John Cornyn certainly wishes that Donald Trump had endorsed in this race. If he he's currently polling in second place, probably in the 30s is where he's going to end up tonight. Maybe if he's having a good night, he'll end up in the 40s. But absolutely, if Donald Trump had chosen to get involved in this race, then I think we would be talking about the possibility that someone wins this outright. Instead, he stayed out of it. He likes all three of the candidates because all three of the candidates running like him. And as a result, we're going to see the potential for another, God knows how many millions of dollars in another 2 months for the May runoff.
Let's take a look at some polls. Emerson just did a poll in the closing days of this Senate primary, Republican primary race, and they found John Cornyn polling at around 36%, Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton 40%, and Representative Wesley Hunt around 17%. Jacob Rubashkin, is Wesley Hunt playing spoiler here?
Look, I think that both campaigns, especially the Cornyn campaign, would probably argue that yes, Wesley Hunt is playing spoiler. There was a tremendous effort last year among Republicans in D.C., Cornyn allies specifically, to keep Wesley Hunt out of the race. The NRSC, the National Republican Senatorial Committee, which is the group that is run by, and overseen by Senator Thune, the Republican majority leader, whose job it is to keep a Republican majority in the Senate, has been very aggressive against Wesley Hunt, both before he got in the race and since he did get in the race. The reality, I think, is a little bit murkier, quite candidly, because, I think that the people who are voting for Wesley Hunt are doing so with the understanding that they're voting against the incumbent, right? Primary challenges to incumbents are not so much about the candidates themselves as much as they are about being a referendum on whether they like the person currently in office. And so I'm not swayed necessarily by the notion that Wesley Hunt voters, perhaps they're more moderate or they want somebody more traditional without the baggage of Ken Paxton, and they would just flock to John Cornyn if he weren't in the race. I'm more sympathetic to the argument that voters who are going for Wesley Hunt clearly want somebody who's not John Cornyn to be their senator. And if and when they're faced with the option in a runoff of Cornyn versus an alternative, they will stick with the alternative rather than going back to the senator that they already know and they already could have been supporting from the get-go.
We talked about how expensive this primary race is on both sides, breaking records as the most expensive. Take a look at the numbers by ad impact. This is the ad spending alone on this race is $5 million for Jasmine Crockett, over $24 million for her challenger in the Democratic primary, State Representative James Tallarico, $69 million spent to boost up the incumbent, John Cornyn, and $12 million on Wesley Hunt, and then around $4 million for Ken Paxton. $69 million. I mean, it's more than that for John Cornyn when you factor in other money and the money he's spending outside groups, and he's trailing in the polls.
Yeah, and it makes you wonder how much more money the National Republican Senatorial Committee is willing to invest in this race if it goes to a runoff. I mean, if they've spent $70 million tearing down his opponents, and we still see Ken Paxton leading in this race largely unchanged from where it was a year ago, which is that Paxton was in first, Cornyn in second, and Hunt in third. I'm not sure what more messaging is going to change. Republican, John Cornyn's talking about that they've only just started to really go after Ken Paxton for some of his marital infidelities and his corruption allegations. But those have been dominating and blanketing the airwaves for weeks now. I find it very hard to believe that any sort of messaging, influx of money is going to be able to save John Cornyn at this point.
Campaign 2026 kicking off tonight with our first primaries of the election season, and we are covering it all here on C-SPAN, and we are including, of course, your voices in tonight. We'll go to Crystal, who's in New York and independent. Crystal, let's hear from you first about these primaries in Texas, North Carolina, and Arkansas. Your thoughts?
Hi, yes. My thoughts, I'll put the TV on mute.
All right, Crystal, go ahead. We're listening. All right, Crystal in New York. We want to hear from you.
Yes. I just support Croker. I believe everything she's doing is amazing. And I'm just on the outside listening, and I can't really vote on Texas. But I'm just seeing what's going on, and it's just something that I really just want to voice my opinion on and say that she's doing an amazing job and speaking up for everyone and standing on her business. Everything she says, I believe she will do.
Okay, Crystal in New York, she noted she can't vote in Texas. Her candidate, she likes Jasmine Crockett. Jacob Rubashkin, does Jasmine Crockett have a national profile?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is something that Crockett has built up in the 4 years that she's been a member of Congress. She's been exceptionally good at getting on TV, at using her moments in congressional hearings, not just to spar with witnesses, but to spar with her fellow committee members. She had that memorable interaction with now former Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's still selling T-shirts with the slogan she came up with in the moment there. So absolutely, Jasmine Crockett has been a national figure. She is one of the, probably if you took a national poll, one of the more prominent Democratic politicians in the country. And that has given her advantage in this primary. Even before she got in, for months she was the polling leader in the Democratic primary last year, even when it was a larger field with Congressman Colin Allred also running. Jasmine Crockett consistently polled at the front because people know who she is and they know what she's about. And that's a really powerful thing. And at the moment, when Democratic primary voters are interested in a fighter, they are interested in sending someone to Washington who is going to stand up for Trump, who is going to be different than what they perceive to be more ineffectual and weak Democratic leadership currently in D.C. That profile that Crockett has assembled for herself can be quite compelling, and that is a big part of why, even as Tallarico enjoys a massive financial advantage in this race, Crockett is very much in contention for winning this nomination.
Polls have been kind of all over the place, Matthew Klein, in this Democratic primary for the Senate seat. Take a look at what Emerson found in the closing days of this campaign. 47% said that they were supporting Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett, while 52% said that they favored State Representative James Tallarico. James Tallarico also, in the closing days of this campaign, became more of a national figure as well.
That's right. Yes, Stephen Colbert attempted to air an interview that he had conducted with James Tallarico. The network pulled that, and that obviously ended up getting sort of a Streisand effect. It put the spotlight back on James Tallarico. May have actually given him a boost in this primary. For sure, there's been a ton of money that has gone into this race for James Tallarico. He has been sort of a more fundraising kind of a star, national star. That's helped him a lot. Especially in this home stretch. But you mentioned the polling has been all over the place, and I think it's important to note there hasn't been a competitive Democratic primary on this scale in Texas in so long. And so the pollsters are having a hard time figuring out where to weight the electorate.
All right, Matthew, I'm going to pause there. Jasmine Crockett's out speaking. Let's listen in to what she has to say.
Timely fashion. We have been waiting. We have been getting stories. We have been collecting evidence because those are the things that you may need, especially if you have some pushback that is coming your way. But at the end of the day, there is no way to cure it after the fact. And so ultimately, would I be disappointed if for some reason it seems like this was a very close race and a lot of people that I would assume were supportive of me were disallowed? Absolutely. I can tell you that we have no idea how many people are being turned away. But as I was at Oaklawn, I can tell you that as at least in the time that there were observers there from the media, it was basically 1-to-1. One person goes in, they vote. One person comes out, they're not allowed to vote. That is significant. I mean, right now, I think we are close to 90,000 votes or so that have been cast at the last reporting. Just imagine if in the entire county, we've had 1-to-1 be turned away. That's 90,000 votes. I mean, we're talking about significant numbers. So it is my hope that, I'm liked somewhere other than Dallas County. But it's also my hope that going forward, we can recognize the fractures in what took place and we can prevent them on the front end. One of the things that is so frustrating for me is that we tend to be more reactive than proactive. And so I'm happy that the party got to this right before us because we were about to hit that foul button. But I'm still very hopeful. I have traveled this state. I have talked to people both in Dallas County and otherwise. And I am just frustrated both for the people in Williamson County as well as Dallas County because they are entitled to cast their vote for whomever it is that they feel like should be representing them.
We only have time for 2 more questions, so if you haven't asked a question, please ask one right now.
Has this ever happened before where we have the parties giving separate elections like this in this district or any district in Texas?
The way to do
Yeah, go ahead.
What I'll say is that, our primaries are always separate, right? They are, we have closed primaries, so you choose Democrat or Republican. What was different was the amount of influence that the Republicans were allowed to have over our primary. I was pretty frustrated when this first came about because I said, if y'all want your voters to do that, great. But that shouldn't impact Democratic voters. And so they did it more so to impact us. they didn't really care about what was going on their side. So I think that that's really what's new. Having issues with the administration of the election, we've seen that far too often.
So the claim, though, here from Alan West.
All right, that's Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett, who is running in the Senate Democratic primary tonight, standing shoulder to shoulder with former Congressman Colin Allred, who dropped out of the Senate race, running for a congressional seat again. He's a former House member. Jasmine Crockett talking there about Dallas County. Here's an local ABC news story. Dallas County poll hours extended after reported voter confusion on Election Day. So we'll continue to watch this. We'll get updates from Texas as to what's happening here and what that means. But the polls extended. Matthew Klein, Dallas County, what's your first thought?
I mean, Dallas County is where Jasmine Crockett is. If she's going to win tonight, she has to put up a big showing in Dallas County. It's her home county. It's the second largest county in the state, also in Democratic primaries, cast the second most number of votes. So, it makes sense that she's coming out and saying we need every possible vote to be cast in Dallas County. It's understandable from an election administration standpoint as well that, there has been confusion. I've seen some reports of that all day long. But certainly if the hours are being extended, you'd have to think that's good news for her.
Jacob Rubashkin, what did you hear there from the Congresswoman? You think it's going to be a long night?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, certainly, look, if the race is as close as the polling suggests it could be, this is the kind of thing that could come down to a couple of counties, especially as Matt said, Dallas County is the second largest county in the state. We expect a lot of votes from there. Now, the one word of caution I'll say is that Texas is a really big state and there are a lot of counties there. And so there's a real possibility perhaps that it wouldn't matter what happens in Dallas County. But what I do think is if this is a close result statewide in this primary, regardless of who wins, but certainly I would say at this point if Tallarico wins, at the end of this incredibly acrimonious primary between the two of them, which started off nice but has really devolved into something a bit uglier in the closing weeks, if it ends on this kind of note, where there are questions about voters being turned away from the polls in the stronghold, in the home base of one of the candidates, and she ends up losing by a small margin, I think that's going to be a challenge for the Democrats at the very moment that they need to unify. They need to coalesce around their eventual nominee and look toward a very challenging fall election cycle. The whole advantage that they have right now structurally is that they're going to end up with a nominee tonight, and Republicans, by all accounts, are going to spend the next 10 weeks spending much more money and time attacking each other than turning to whoever emerges from the Democratic primary. If this kind of thing ends up in a Democrat-on-Democrat fight after their primary, they will throw away whatever sort of advantage they have in a race that is already going to be incredibly difficult.
Because on the Republican side, it's likely we're headed toward a May runoff, end of May runoff in Texas before we finally know who is the Republican candidate in this Texas Senate race.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's put a pin in Texas for now. We'll come back to it, of course. But joining us now from Arkansas is Andrew DeMillo. He is the editor-in-chief of the Arkansas Advocate, here to talk about primaries happening there. Andrew DeMillo, before we dig into tonight's primaries, explain for our viewers, give us an overview of the Arkansas electorate.
Yeah, and thank you for having me. The Arkansas electorate, Arkansas, not that long ago was considered a blue state, but it's now a predominantly Republican state. Republicans hold supermajority in the state legislature, every statewide office, every seat in the federal delegation, and it's a seat where Trump has done very well, and Democrats have really struggled in recent elections to really build inroads here. And this is an election where they still have a lot of those challenges, even in a year that is very difficult for Republicans in other states.
Incumbent tonight that are running, the governor, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, Senator Tom Cotton, don't have challenges. What are you watching for, though, in the numbers that come in tonight?
Yeah, definitely. And Governor Sanders does not have a primary challenger. Senator Cotton has primary challengers in the Republican primary, but is in a very comfortable position. We're still watching to see just how much of a margin he claims the nomination by. And we're also looking to see what the turnout is like among Democrats right now. We've got some very interesting local races and legislative races that are really driving turnout, especially among Democrats in the Little Rock area, that may give you some sense of if there's some strength for Democrats later on this fall. We're not expecting kind of the same explosive primaries that I think you're seeing in Texas and North Carolina, at least in our statewide and congressional races. One of the other things that we're watching, though, is some state legislative races. There are two state Senate races where the incumbents are being challenged by candidates backed by Governor Sanders. And those races are really kind of seen as a litmus test for how much of influence the governor has right now within the party, and especially opposing incumbents who have split with her on some key issues.
What are driving voters tonight then? Which races?
The races that we're seeing, we have some interesting local races in Pulaski County that are kind of separate from the national politics. But we are seeing, especially in Little Rock area, a second congressional district. It's a district that Democrats have tried in recent years to reclaim. They still are hoping to be able to make some inroads there. And it's a district which Little Rock area district, and it's probably the most favorable district for Democrats, but still is a long haul for them, or at least a challenge for them right now, especially after the last round of redistricting we had. So that's a race I think we're watching. I think the U.S. Senate race, we are looking to see there is a Democratic primary for that. Looking to see how much of that is driving the race right now. Hallie Schaffner, who is the candidate who has more name recognition and has done better on fundraising, is someone with a background as a farmer who has really, promoted that a lot to really be able to go after Senator Cotton on the issue of tariffs. And so I think that's being viewed as a race to see, is that a message that resonates even in a very red state like Arkansas?
All right. Andrew DeMillo, who is the editor-in-chief of Arkansas Advocate, thank you for previewing tonight's primaries in Arkansas.
Thank you.
Matthew Klein, let's talk about the congressional races in Arkansas. What are you watching for tonight?
There's really not that much to watch for. Unfortunately, Arkansas used to host a lot of very competitive races. Obviously, Democrats historically did manage to compete in Arkansas. But in redistricting at the beginning of the decade, Republicans really drew the lines in a way that took the prospect of Democrats putting any of those seats in play off the table. There were some close calls last decade in that second district, the Little Rock seat currently held by French Hill, but it doesn't seem like Arkansas is going to be very interesting to watch this year.
We're showing our viewers right now the Arkansas congressional district dominated by Republicans. Is that expected to be the case? It sounds like it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we have all four of those races in solid Republican at this point. It would be a surprise. There was an interesting primary last cycle for Steve Womack in the 3rd district. He's a moderate sort of appropriator. Obviously, that district is home to Walmart, and they play a very important role in the economy of that area. He had a right-wing challenge last cycle, but nobody filed against him this time, and so he's in the clear, at least for this next 2 years.
Jacob Rubashkin, for Senator Tom Cotton tonight, the incumbent, does he have a serious challenge in this primary?
No, I think I would be shocked to see Tom Cotton face any sort of challenge in this primary. I think that he is well-liked, he is well-funded, and he hasn't had any of the sort of base issues that someone like Congressman Womack might have had to deal with that snuck up on him. So I would expect Tom Cotton to win pretty handily tonight, and he's clearly the favorite in the general election in the fall as well, but he won't get a free ride like he did last time when Democrats didn't even field a candidate against him back in 2020. There was a libertarian in the race who captured some of the Democratic vote, but Cotton essentially got to relax that election season. Hallie Schaffner, who's the most prominent Democratic candidate in that race, she's a former seed farmer. She's raised a little bit of money. She's gotten some attention from national Democrats. Again, we don't need to spend very much time talking about the Arkansas Senate race. I mean, it's crazy enough that we're talking about Democrats maybe competing in Texas. If we're talking about Arkansas come the fall, we're talking about 57, 58 seats for Democrats, and that's just not the universe we're in. But it will be closer than Tom Cotton's 2020 20 race. And beyond that, I think he'll do just fine.
All right. Well, the polls are going to close there in Arkansas at 8:30 p.m. Eastern time. And when they do, we'll bring you results. But as we're talking about here at the table, we're primarily focusing on Texas tonight and then some races in North Carolina as well. Tonight kicks off Campaign 2026 with the first primaries in these three states of Texas, North Carolina, and Arkansas. We're bringing you results, concession and victory speeches, and you can go and learn more, dig into the results if you'd like, and the maps from the Associated Press if you go to our website at cspan.org. We are following the Associated Press tonight. When they call a race, you'll see a check mark next to the name, and we'll bring you those results and the winners when that happens. We're including all of you in the conversation as well. Democrats dial in at 202-748-8920. Republicans, 202-748-8921. All others, 202-748-8922. And if you voted in the three states, Texas, North Carolina, and Arkansas, dial in at 202-748-8923. James in Tallahassee, Florida, Democratic caller, welcome to primary night on C-SPAN. Go ahead.
Hello. I'm from Florida, a state similar to Texas in that they've both kind of gone ahead over the past few years, but are slightly dipping back Democratic due to the unpopularity of the current administration. Now, Texas has been home to Democrats for decades, and I'd say that this might actually be coming back, as Texas has gone from being deeply red in the 2000s to going to more and more blue over the years. Now, the redistricting push will affect Democrats clearly, but not the Senate seats. And such presidents such as Lyndon Baines Johnson come from Texas. Very close ones, but very popular ones. I think that especially a lot of states in the South, while dormant, the Democratic bones in their body are, still in there, especially for moderates. Now, I think that in Texas, Jasmine Crockett isn't favored due to the Bradley effect. She might win the primary, but she wouldn't win the total election. But on the other hand, James Tallarico is, more or less moderate, which could actually help in Texas.
All right, James, with his insights from Florida. James Rubashkin, he gave a little history there about Texas, Democrat in their bones.
Yeah. Well, Texas, like the rest of the solid South, was solidly Democratic for most of the 20th century. The caller, of course, mentioned LBJ, who was an incredibly powerful Senate Majority Leader in the 1950s, hailing from Texas, and then, of course, Vice President and then President in the 1960s. House Speaker Sam Rayburn, another really powerful Texas Democrat. So absolutely a long history of the party in Texas. I'm wearing a pin this evening from Texas Democratic Congressman Jake Pickle, hence the pickle and the Jake, who served from the 1960s to the 1990s, representing an Austin-based seat that his successor actually is still in Congress now, Lloyd Doggett. But look, the reality is that over the last couple of decades in the 20th century, the solid South became much more amenable to Republicans at the federal level. And by the time the aughts rolled around, and especially post the 2010 and 2012 elections, at the state and local level, the South has become incredibly Republican by and large as well. And a lot of those ancestral Democrats have been voting for Republicans for decades at this point. So Texas Democrats, of course, haven't won a statewide race since Ann Richards in the early 1990s. They have had a few close calls, most notably, of course, Congressman Beto O'Rourke in 2018, but Beto's margin in that race was powered not by those ancestral Democrats in rural Texas, the places where LBJ always dominated, but by the growing urban and suburban areas in Texas, places like Austin and Dallas and Houston and San Antonio, where there's been an influx of new residents, younger people, more diverse populations that have been more open to voting for Democratic candidates, whereas the ancestral Democrats, again, have been the most consistently Republican of the bunch. So while I don't disagree that Texas certainly, and potentially Florida, though that's a different story, could be more favorable to Democrats this cycle, certainly, than the last two cycles, I don't think it's because they remember what it's like to vote for Democrats from the 1980s or 70s. I think it's because there are some underlying structural changes in both of those states but especially Texas, that give Democrats reason for a little bit of hope.
All right, so you said earlier, it's crazy that we're even talking about Texas going blue in possibly in the general election. I want to show for our viewers 270 to win put together some hypothetical matchups based on the average of a University of Houston and Emerson polling. This is what they found in a general election. So James Tallarico versus the incumbent John Cornyn, tight race there. Should this be the general election matchup? So we see those numbers there, just 2 points separating them, 2 percentage points. Take a look at a general election matchup of James Tallarico versus Ken Paxton. Again, just 1 point separating these two. James Tallarico versus Wesley Hunt. And Wesley Hunt, a little more favorable here, about 3 percentage points difference between those. Now let's go to Jasmine Crockett versus the incumbent John Cornyn. John Cornyn ahead here, 46.5 to 43%. Again, this is a general election matchup based on polling that was taken recently. Then you have Jasmine Crockett versus Ken Paxton. This is tighter between the two, with Ken Paxton very slight lead. And then Jasmine Crockett versus Wesley Hunt. And you see a wider lead if this were to be the general election matchup. Matthew Klein, what do you make of those numbers?
Well, I think, first of all, it's very early, and we should keep that in mind.
Oh,
a lot of this hypothetical polling may not actually bear all that much reality to what we're, probably going to end up seeing. Texas is a Republican state. It's actually a state where Democrats had a pretty catastrophic night in 2024. They had been, looked like making some real progress in Texas, and of course it was within 6 points in 2020. And then Kamala Harris really cratered with Hispanic voters. Trump made a lot of inroads there, and Houston, San Antonio, some of those areas sort of swung pretty sharply toward Republicans that cycle. So I think it's obviously one of those things that we're just going to have to keep an eye on how all of it goes, I guess.
Yeah, and we're about 9 minutes away from the first polls closing. Most of the polls close in Texas at 8 p.m. Eastern time. The remaining close at 9 p.m. Eastern time. When the first polls close, Jacob Rubashkin, what are you watching for?
Look, I think it's going to be a long night, right? And especially when we're talking about counties like Dallas County not reporting results for an additional 2 hours. I am skeptical of reading too much into any of the earliest vote totals. I know that's a popular thing to do, but look, we know a couple of things about this race so far. We know both sides are highly motivated. We know Democrats are especially motivated. They voted early in significant numbers, and so we'll get those numbers first. That will give us a sense perhaps of how some of the early vote is broken down. It will let us know in counties where we get more complete vote counts. So some of the smaller counties, I would anticipate, will know more quickly. The benchmarks that the candidates need to hit. But I don't think we're going to know anything in the first couple of minutes of these results. I think that the most prudent thing is always to wait and see until you got a critical mass in any of these races. As to which direction the winds are blowing.
Yeah, we'll be waiting for the Associated Press to call these races. And when they do, then we will be the first to let you know that as well. You talked about early voting, Jacob Rubashkin, from the Texas Secretary of State's office. This is early voting percentages by party. And Democrats, 7.2% to the Republicans, 6.2%. Just compare that to 2024, as you were talking about, where Republicans were outpacing Democrats in early voting. What do you make of that, Matthew Klein, if anything?
There's more Democratic enthusiasm this cycle for sure. 2024 was kind of a challenging period for Democrats, for obvious reasons. The fact that their presidential candidate withdrew from the race at the last minute, and just the entire nature of that cycle was much harder for them. They were the incumbent party, and now they're not. I think we're seeing, the Latino vote is really one of the most interesting dynamics here, and it's really going to be the sort of bellwether in this primary. Jasmine Crockett is expected to perform very well with African-American voters. She herself is black. James Tallarico is white, and I think there's an expectation he'll probably perform well among white college-educated voters. And so it really remains to be seen. The Latino electorate is a huge slice of the pie in Democratic primaries in Texas, and they're going to be one of the more important dynamics here in this race.
Well, let's go to Michael, who's in North Carolina, Republican. Michael, did you vote?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay.
I voted early.
You voted early. What was it like?
Yes, ma'am. Oh, it was fun. We got to intermingle with a lot of the local politicians and the sheriffs, which they're going to win our county. But I voted for Michael Whatley because unfortunately we suffered under 8 years of Cooper. Our taxes, for a southern state, our taxes went ridiculous, and he actually vetoed voting ID law, which thank God we had enough to override his veto in the House. And we can't afford, because he'll be a rubber stamp just for the Democrats, just like Schumer. And he showed that when Kamala was running and all that. He's there all the time. But the gentleman, how you all doing? And I just, you talk about, Texas used to be Democrat and all that stuff. But everybody knows the Democrat Party of the 60s, the late 70s is total opposite of what it is nowadays. And, and one other thing I'd like to admit, or I'd like to say too, North Carolina, Tom Tillis, he done fell off the wagon. He went down the Rhino lane, and we got, and he's burning, burning both ends of the rope. But he really got mad at Trump when Ted Budd was running, because he wanted Trump to endorse his buddy, Pat McCrory, who was a governor in Charlotte. That's the main reason he got mad. But one thing before I leave, and Texas is going to stay red, and Arkansas definitely. But people from that's moving to North Carolina, from the West Coast and up north, why are them people all coming to North Carolina? Don't New York and California mind North Carolina.
Okay.
Please,
all right.
leave your opinions up there.
Michael, a Republican voter from the Tar Heel State tonight, he's supporting Michael Whatley. Interestingly, he does not like Tom Tillis. You heard that. What is the relationship between Tom Tillis and Michael Whatley?
Look, I can't speak to the personal relationship between the two of them, but I think what we can say is that Michael Whatley is a very close ally of President Donald Trump. He was handpicked by Trump to be the chairman of the RNC, which was his previous job, and then he was handpicked by Trump to be the Republican nominee for Senate in North Carolina this year. And so Whatley is 100% on Team Trump. Tom Tillis, not 100% on Team Trump. Tillis has created some distance between himself and the president in recent years. Even just today, he made some headlines grilling the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem up on the Hill. And certainly since he has announced his retirement, his intention not to run for re-election this year, he's been more willing to openly criticize the president. I think, our caller was absolutely correct that Tillis was on the opposite side of Trump in that 2022 primary. Senator Richard Burr didn't seek re-election. Burr also not particularly close with Trump by the end of his term. Former Governor Pat McCrory was in that race. He and Tillis were closer. They shared consulting team, and Trump backed Congressman Ted Budd in that contest instead. And Ted Budd, of course, won that primary and then the general election. So again, I don't know the personal relationship between Senator Tillis and Michael Whatley, but they are on different islands within the Republican archipelago at this point in their careers.
And we are waiting then for North Carolina results to come in. We heard that we're expecting that Michael Whatley gets the nomination on the Republican side. Roy Cooper, the former governor, likely to get the Democratic nomination. And then that's a marquee Senate race for the general election. And Matthew Klein, does it start tonight once we get these nominees?
Pretty much, yeah. That's going to start tonight. That's going to be a high-spending race. We know that already. North Carolina voted for Donald Trump all 3 times that he ran for president, although very narrowly each time. Democrats feel like, Democrats feel like they have been led on by North Carolina for so long. They have gotten the political transformation of the Research Triangle, Charlotte. Every couple of years, Democrats say, oh, this is finally going to be our cycle. And yet they haven't won a federal statewide race in North Carolina since 2008. And so they are really, really excited about the prospect of running in a midterm environment that looks a lot more friendly. And of course, Roy Cooper, a 2-term governor who did himself win 2 times while Donald Trump was on the ballot in 2016 and 2020. They feel very good about him as a nominee, a moderate. He may not have the support of some of the most hardcore Republicans like our caller, but certainly he is about as strong of a candidate as they could have found. This is probably going to be their single best pickup opportunity on the Senate map.
The caller didn't sound like he liked the changing electorate in North Carolina either.
That's for sure, and that is, of course, a similar problem in Texas, another state that we're following very closely tonight. Don't California my Texas is one of those statements that we had heard a lot towards the end of the 2010s and into the early 2020s. But what we've seen, it's actually sort of up in the air how a lot of these out-of-state transplants have come and changed the state electorate. To some extent, it seems like a lot of them are, actually pretty Republican.
All right. Well, we are close here to 8 p.m. Eastern time on the East Coast, and the polls closing in Texas. Most of them close there, and then the final polls closing at 9 p.m. Eastern time. And we are watching the Senate primary contests on both the Republican and on the Democratic side. And then we are watching, how does redistricting play out in the Lone Star State? What happens after Republicans pushed to change the lines mid-decade and ahead of this 2026 midterm? Matthew Klein is our guest here. He's the House and Governors editor with Cook Political Report with Amy Walter. We also have at the table Jacob Rubashkin, who is the deputy editor of Inside Elections. We're bringing you the results, the speeches, and of course, all of your voices as well. Matthew Klein, when it comes to redistricting, I want to show our viewers the old map and the new map. When you look at the state of Texas, what is the consequence of what they did in the Lone Star State?
Absolutely. Well, obviously, at the behest of President Trump, they redrew their map last summer. And the expectation was that they were going to get somewhere in the range of 5 seats, or at least that was certainly the Republican goal. And it's pretty clear that they will pick up a few seats as a result of redistricting. The 32nd district in the Dallas area, that seems to be pretty much as close to a slam dunk as you'll find. The 9th district, which is in East Houston, also seems to be pretty much a guarantee at this point. And then there are a couple of other ones that are a little more dicey as a result of some of the political trends that we've been seeing. The Republicans most notably took aim at the 28th and the 34th districts in South Texas, represented by Henry Cuellar and Vicente Gonzalez, two sort of moderate conservative Democrats, Latino, who have held on in a very fast-changing part of the country in terms of politics. But, if there's a huge Latino reversion, which some polls have indicated that there may very well be this cycle, and certainly in last year's governor's races, we saw the beginning of that in that race. And then there's the 35th district, which sort of was reshaped into the eastern part of San Antonio. That's going to be one that Republicans probably will pick up. Trump won it by about 10 points last year, but only by about 2 points in 2020. So it's not completely out of the question that Democrats could put it in play tonight, this fall, depending on the outcome, certainly, of the primary tonight.
So, Jacob Rubashkin, what does that mean for the balance of power in these midterm elections?
Well, look, Democrats need a net gain of 3 seats in order to take back the House majority. They have 215. They need 218. So they're looking for pickups wherever they can. Redistricting has shuffled the math in some ways. We started here in Texas last summer when Republicans redrew the map. Democrats fired back in California, redrawing their map to give them as many as 5 additional pickup opportunities. You've got states elsewhere that are attempting redraws, one-offs in Utah, in Missouri, in Ohio, in North Carolina, as we've discussed, and now potentially in Virginia and Florida. And the end result of that has been, quite frankly, a little bit of a wash. Republicans may end up with 1 or 2, maybe 3 more opportunities to pick up seats than they originally anticipated under the old maps. But by and large, this is not the kind of sea change in the House battlefield that the Trump White House was hoping for when they began this push last June. So certainly what I would say the redistricting in Texas has done is taken a state that for many years was squarely at the center of the House battlefield. You go back to 2018 and 2020, you were looking at as many as a dozen highly, highly competitive House races and essentially turned it into a bit of a backwater when it comes to competitive races. As Matt said, there's a possibility that those 2 Rio Grande Valley seats that were redrawn, the 28th and the 34th, are the only 2 competitive districts in Texas this cycle at the House level. And for a state that has 38 districts, the second most of any state, the fact that we're maybe talking about just 2, maybe 3, at most probably 4 districts being serious general election fights is a real consequence of the redraw.
So we're showing our viewers right now the old map and the new map, Matthew Klein. And those on the new map, where it says the solid Republicans and solid Democrats, there's 2 likely R's, 1 lean Democrat, and 1 toss-up. This is based off of Cook political numbers. Talk about the lean Democrat, likely R's, the 1 toss-up.
Yeah, I mean, the solid seats are the ones that are effectively off the board. We don't expect them to become competitive at any point this cycle. One of the likely Republican seats is that 35th district that I was just talking about in East San Antonio. That's a seat that Democrats feel like they might be able to put in play. They're very excited about Johnny Garcia, a local sheriff's deputy in the region with law enforcement experience, potentially, could be able to put that seat in play. There's an interesting Republican primary there worth watching as well. The other likely Republican seat is the 15th district, that very, very thin sliver that you see, that one Republican seat in between the 28th and the 34th districts. That is represented by Monica de la Cruz. Democrats had been very excited early this cycle about their recruit there, Bobby Pulido, who is a former Tejano music star. He is running a sort of moderate centrist campaign that has been supported by the Blue Dog Coalition. But he's locked in a primary tonight as well against an emergency room physician, Dr. Ada Cuellar. That's going to be interesting. We still expect Pulido will pull it off, but it's been closer than I think he was expecting it would be. And obviously, depending on how that primary shakes out, that could impact the way the general election ends up looking. In that lean Democrat seat, that's Henry Cuellar's seat, the 28th district. Henry Cuellar, who was pardoned by Donald Trump, and then ultimately did not switch parties. I think President Trump was hoping that was going to be sort of a quid pro quo there, and didn't end up happening. Henry Cuellar is now in strong shape to win re-election, at least much stronger than he was last year. And then that 34th district with Vicente Gonzalez, going to be very interesting to see which Republican ends up being nominated tonight. The 2 candidates on the ballot, both named Flores, Eric Flores, Myra Flores. They are very different in the way that, in their ability to potentially put this race in play. Donald Trump has endorsed Eric Flores. Myra Flores has been the nominee 2 times now. I think the Republicans here in Washington are ready to move on from her.
Not related either.
Not related to each other. That would be a very awkward Thanksgiving dinner table for sure.
All right. Well, early results we just want to show you right now to keep you updated throughout the evening. 11% of the votes in, so very, very early in these the Texas Senate primary contests. Let's just show you the numbers right now as it stands. Senator John Cornyn, the incumbent, serving in the Senate for going on 24 years, 46.7% right now. Ken Paxton trailing him 37%, and then Wesley Hunt around 13%. Again, that is only with 11% of the vote in. 8% of the vote in on the Democratic primary side. Jasmine Crockett leading James Tellerico, the state representative. Do we know, Matthew Klein or Jacob Rubashkin, which counties come in first in Texas? And does that indicate why somebody's in the lead right now?
Well, historically, Harris County, which is Houston and the largest county in the state, has been quite slow at counting votes. And so I think we can expect probably that the biggest chunk of the pie is going to take a little while for us tonight. It looks like right now what we're seeing is a lot of Dallas area. We're seeing actually what looks like a good chunk of Dallas County. So that partly explains why I think Jasmine Crockett is doing well. I also see some of Tarrant County, that's Fort Worth, also there in that sort of Dallas metroplex. And then John Cornyn, I would expect to do very well sort of in Dallas County. That's sort of that old guard Republican suburban sort of mold. I think once the rest of the state, the rural counties start to flood in, it'll look a lot friendlier for Ken Paxton.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have any vote from Dallas County specifically out right now because, of course, the poll extension times mean I think they're going to hold out on reporting any sort of vote unless, Matt, you're seeing Dallas.
I do see Dallas County on the New York Times website. It looks like about 50% of the vote is in Dallas County.
On the Republican side.
On the Republican side, not on the Democratic side.
On the Democratic side, we don't have any vote. That's correct. But we do have vote mostly from the surrounding counties, which again we would anticipate to be stronger for Jasmine Crockett, just because that's her home media market, that's her home base. So, early on in both primaries here and in line with expectations so far.
Okay, well, let's get to calls. Elfie in Spring Hope, North Carolina, on our line for Democrats. Did you vote in the primary contest there?
Yes, ma'am, I did. I voted in the primary contest here.
Okay, who did you vote for?
I voted for Roy Cooper.
All right. And down ballot?
I didn't vote for anyone else.
So Roy Cooper is what brought you out to vote?
Yeah, absolutely.
And tell us why.
I love the fact that he's from Nash County. That's just one county over from where I'm at here. He represents everyday people. He represents small businesses. The one major thing that I thought was really cool, because like when you go on their websites and stuff, you can learn about the candidates. Maybe if you catch them on a podcast or YouTube or maybe their own commercials. But on his website, he says that he was a Sunday school teacher for years. And just somebody that's going to put that out there to talk about their faith, that's like super important to me. And he's just for the everyday person. When he was an attorney general, he prosecuted criminals and wants to protect North Carolina families. That was killer for me. It just kind of spoke to me, I guess.
Okay. Elfie there on our line for Democrats in Spring Hope, North Carolina. Jacob Rubashkin, what kind of candidate is Roy Cooper?
Well, look, he is the kind of candidate that has been able to win North Carolina even as it remains a difficult swing for Democrats at the federal level. We've talked about how he won 2 times with Donald Trump at the top of the ticket in 2016 and 2020, both times overperforming the Democratic presidential nominees in those races. I think that a big part of that has to do with his ability to lose by less in more rural parts of the state. Caller mentioned Roy Cooper coming from Nash County. That's not Durham. That's not Mecklenburg, right? That's not one of the major population centers. And Roy Cooper has been able to do better than other Democrats in those places around the state that have really been trouble spots for the party over the last couple of years. He also won 4 terms as state attorney general before he was governor. So this is a guy with 6 statewide wins under his belt over the last 26 years. That's a big part of why Democrats were so eager to get him in the race and make sure that nobody else of any sort of note ran against him in this primary, give him as clean a shot to the general election, and that first win for Democrats in North Carolina since 2008 and Kay Hagan that they are looking for to help them reclaim the Senate.
And were Democrats successful in the primary tonight, in the contest of keeping the challenge to him as a minimum?
Absolutely, yes. I mean, there are no other primary challengers of any particular note in this primary. I expect Roy Cooper to win with 90+% of the vote here. There was a former Congressman, Wiley Nickel, who was running in the race prior to Cooper getting in. He left the race. There have always been conversations about some other members of the delegation. Congresswoman Deborah Ross, she ran for Senate back in 2016 against Richard Burr, so we know that she has aspirations. There were a number of North Carolina political figures. The state is not lacking for ambitious Democrats looking to run for this Senate seat, and all of them stepped aside for the former governor because everyone down there understands that he gives the party the best chance at flipping that seat.
Matthew Klein.
Yeah, and because they don't think they could beat him in a primary election, which is probably true. He is a formidable candidate. There was a talk at the beginning of the cycle that Don Davis, the congressman from the 1st District, African American, might be able to, was considering a run. He's a strong candidate, might actually be a pretty good statewide candidate, but it's just almost impossible to take on somebody who's that well known.
Michael in Washington, D.C., on our line for Democrats. Welcome to primary night on C-SPAN. Go ahead.
Hey, C-SPAN, longtime listener, first-time caller. Wanted to respond to the Michael in North Carolina, the one who called Tom Tillis a rhino. Just wanted to say that I think that's exactly why you're going to lose this midterms, why I think both chambers will flip. I mean, Tom Tillis, drew the line at 2 Americans being murdered by masked government agents, and that gets you rhino status in the Republican Party these days. It's gone too far. They're going to pay for it, I think, dearly in the midterms. And then I just wanted, lastly, to respond to his little quip about California-ing and New York-ing his North Carolina. What does he even mean by that? Giving them, the 5th largest economy in the world? What a silly thing to say.
All right, Michael in Washington, D.C. on our line for Democrats. Matthew Klein, he says that that kind of attitude towards Republicans, calling them rhinos, is why they, I think he means the party, is going to lose control of Congress in the midterms.
Well, we'll see about that. Certainly, Tom Tillis was a formidable candidate in his own right. He chose not to run again, in part because it was pretty clear he was going to face a serious primary challenge. That president had made that pretty well known. But keep in mind, right, North Carolina is a state, it's one of those suburban states. It's one of those places where we talk about the Charlotte suburbs, the Raleigh suburbs. Those types of Republicans, they tend to be very comfortable with people like Tom Tillis, and maybe not quite as comfortable with some super MAGA figures, some of those more Trump-aligned candidates. So we're going to have to see. I'm curious to see how Michael Whatley runs this campaign. Does he run a really, hardcore pro-Trump campaign? He was the chair of the Republican National Committee for a while. Obviously, you expect him to be pretty conservative. But just how does he frame himself? That's going to be, I think, what is the most interesting aspect, because everybody knows who Roy Cooper is and everybody knows how he conducts himself.
Jacob Rubashkin, does he have to balance the president's low approval numbers right now and his handling of key issues like the economy, immigration? Now you've got this conflict with Iran. Does Michael Whatley have to walk a tightrope here?
Well, absolutely. Any candidate running in a state as evenly divided as North Carolina is going to be trying to execute a pretty intricate political maneuver, right? This is a state where both candidates have very high floors and low ceilings. We have seen countless statewide elections in North Carolina over the last decade or so, and with I think one glaring exception, all of them have essentially been very low single-digit races, regardless of political environment, regardless of how well-known the candidates are, or how much money they have at their disposal. This is a state that wants to hold really close elections. Now, the problem for Michael Whatley, the challenge that he faces, is simply that he is not well-known. People don't know who he is or what he's about. And Roy Cooper is the best-known Democrat probably in the state. Roy Cooper is also a very good fundraiser. Whatley is a good fundraiser for a Republican, but that's a relative measure because he still pales in comparison to the former governor. And if Democrats are going to go out there and try and define Whatley before Whatley can define himself, that could get difficult for somebody who has really been a blank slate up until now. I think he's going to get a lot more attention when he becomes officially the Republican nominee, but absolutely it's going to be a challenge for him. And the worse President Trump's approval rating gets, it's going to make life more difficult for him. It's going to make life more difficult for every Republican candidate across the map, but certainly in a state as evenly divided as North Carolina.
We are delayed in getting numbers out of North Carolina tonight. Matthew Klein.
Yeah, so far it's been pretty slow. I think we were expecting that it was going to take a little while. But obviously the races that we're watching, the 1st District and the 4th District, nothing in yet. We'll be very curious to see how those all play out.
Right, and we'll give you those results as they come in. We're watching those races, key races in North Carolina, the congressional, the House races, as well as the general election matchup that political observers believe will be the case here, with Roy Cooper getting the Democratic nomination for the Senate seat and Michael Whatley on the Republican side. Again, Tom Tillis retiring, and so that seat is open. It's a marquee race. It's going to be an expensive and hotly contested one in November. And of course, we're watching the Lone Star State tonight, where a lot of the action is taking place. We haven't yet talked about, Matthew Klein and Jacob Rubashkin, about the governor's race. Not contested here, but Governor Greg Abbott is seeking another term.
That's right. A 4th term, which if he serves his full term, he would be the longest serving governor in the history of the state of Texas. His predecessor, Rick Perry, served 15 years. So Texas likes to give its governors long tenures in office. We haven't talked about that race quite as much, in part because Abbott, being governor and being senator are sort of different beasts. And I think Abbott has remained relatively popular, not, sort of the broad 70% approval ratings that we see with some of the other governors around the country, but certainly he's maintained an approval rating above 50%. People feel like the economy in the state of Texas is going very well, that he's largely managed the state. Effectively over the past few years, Democrats nominee or expected nominee Gina Hinojosa is hoping to maybe ride on some of the coattails of a potential Senate candidate, but it's a really tall task. We have that in solid Republican at this point. It doesn't look like Democrats are going to spend a lot of money there because it requires a lot of money to spend, and they have better opportunities elsewhere.
With 14% of the vote in from the Associated Press in Texas, look at the Republican primary for governor. Greg Abbott, the incumbent there, seeking a fourth term, 83.6% of the vote. Pete Chambers, his challenger, 9.9%. Again, this is 14% of the vote in, but you just heard from Matthew Klein talking about we expect he gets the nomination tonight, and then he does have a challenger. The money on hand, though, take a look at this. Is according to the Texas Tribune, $105.7 million on hand for Governor Greg Abbott as of January 15th, $22.7 million raised from July to December of 2025. He plans to spend most of it in Harris County. Jacob Rubashkin, why?
It's a big county. There's a lot of vote to be had down there in Harris County. Of course, home to Houston. Remains to be seen whether he really does spend. That's a lot of money to put into one county. And while Houston is obviously a massive city, there are any number of other population centers in Texas, Dallas, San Antonio, Austin, even El Paso, that are going to require some attention from the governor. I think the larger point is that he's got the resources and more to do it all. Texas is a state that at the state level does not have limits to campaign contributions. That means that should a donor want to give Governor Abbott or anybody else running for governor a check for $1 million, $10 million, $100 million, they are within their rights and abilities to do so. And that means that he is going to start with a significant is not even a strong enough word to talk through the financial advantage that he is going to bring into this general election. We have seen, even in years past, when Democrats have targeted the Senate races in Texas, the governor's race has remained less competitive. However, I don't think Greg Abbott is immune to political gravity. He is not, as Matt said, he's not a Governor Phil Scott of Vermont who can win a Democratic state as a Republican with 75% of the vote. If you look at the vote share for Governor Abbott over his first three elections, 2014, 2018, and 2022, it has continued to decrease. Now, he still wins by double digits, but every year he's winning a little bit less of the vote. We know that voters are not always the most enthusiastic about politicians sticking around for a really long time. Texas doesn't have term limits, but 4 terms would be a record. Even Rick Perry, who served that 15 years, he only won 3 terms. The first part of his governorship was because George W. Bush became president in 2000, and Rick Perry ascended to the top spot after he was lieutenant governor. So if Greg Abbott wins this 4th term, he'll have to serve the whole term to be the longest serving governor in Texas, but he will be the first governor to win 4 4-year terms. So that would be a resounding vote of confidence from the voters. And I think that this race is not going to start as particularly competitive, but it's always worth keeping an eye on, especially if that Senate race becomes something of a boondoggle for Republicans.
Yeah, you said on the Democratic side, Gina Hinojosa, who is a state representative, hoping to challenge Governor Greg Abbott in the general election. According to the Texas Tribune, she has $1 million raised in 10 weeks since the campaign launched on October 15th, and $300,000 of her own money loaned to the campaign. You said she's hoping to ride the coattails here of a Senate candidate.
Yeah, well, with a money disparity like that, she's going to have to, because if you're down $100 million to $1 million, it's probably not going to be something that you're able to make up for with your own ads on TV. Look, if Democrats manage to cut together a pretty strong ground game in Texas this cycle, something in the mold of 2018, sure, it's a possibility. But I think even when we look at 2018, Beto O'Rourke made that a very competitive Senate race. That was 12 or, within 2 or 3 points. The governor's race was, Greg Abbott was winning re-election by 12 or 13. We have seen a pretty clear disparity in some of these states. So just because one is competitive doesn't mean the other will be.
And just take a look at early votes in here, 13% from the Associated Press in that Democratic primary for governor. And Gina Hinojosa, 58.5% right now at 13% of the vote in. She's got a pretty sizable lead here over Chris Bell. You expect her to be the nominee?
Yeah. Yes, for sure.
All right, William in Brooklyn, Republican. Let's turn to you. Go ahead, share your thoughts with us on primary night.
Hi, yes. Calling you from Brooklyn as a dying breed. I'm one of the last Rockefeller Republicans, it feels like. I'm feeling increasingly alienated from my own party. But in regards to Texas, all my eyes are on Texas, and I think people are really underestimating Jasmine Crockett. And here's why. Is I think that James Tallarico's strength is also his weakness, and his strength is appealing to not usually typical Democratic voters, because Texas Democrats, it's not the party of the 60s or 70s anymore. It's no longer rural and predominantly white and Big Ten. It's more urban, liberal, and very diverse. And I think Jasmine Crockett has a very strong appeal to more diverse urban voters. So I think she's actually going to win the nomination tonight, whereas Tallarico is not as progressive, more moderate, as well as has more appeal to suburban voters.
All right. Matthew Klein, what do you make of his analysis?
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly possible. We absolutely would not be surprised if Jasmine Crockett pulls off the nomination tonight. I think we've seen polls all over the place on this one, and certainly it's in the realm of possibility. As for how she would do in a general election, her idea is sort of excite the base as much as possible, and that might be able to generate enough enthusiasm to flip this seat. That's hard to do. We've seen candidates always, they like to talk about that kind of strategy. Generally, we do still see some of those voters in the middle play very important roles in swinging these races. But, look, we'll have to see how it plays out. Jasmine Crockett, she is certainly a firebrand, and if anyone can excite the Democratic base, I think it's her.
What is the party leadership saying about this Democratic Party primary? Who did they want to win?
I think party leadership is more focused on some other races on the map, to be quite honest, both North Carolina, as we're talking about, Maine, and then Ohio and Alaska, I think, and then even Iowa come before Texas in terms of the priorities that the National Democratic Party has laid out on their path back to the majority. I think that ultimately the party's perspective on this race has a lot more to do with who wins the Republican nomination than who wins the Democratic nomination. I think it's treated as conventional wisdom here in D.C. at least that Senator Cornyn is not beatable in a general election, whereas Ken Paxton would have some significant vulnerabilities. And so I think that the National Democrats have essentially adopted a wait-and-see approach as it pertains to the Democratic primary. And if and when it becomes clear who the Republican nominee is, they might reevaluate. But for now, the price tag that's associated with Texas, let alone the historical headwinds, Democrats, again, haven't won a statewide race in the Lone Star State since Ann Richards in 1990, whereas you've got races in Alaska and Ohio, two states where Democrats have won statewide in the last couple of years, that are more attractive, less expensive, and with more certainty about who the nominee will be.
Are the parties playing across the lines? In other words, are the Republicans trying to boost Jasmine Crockett, and are the Democrats trying to boost Ken Paxton?
Texas is a state with open primaries. It is one of the places where you can do that kind of thing. We hear that talk every now and then, but I think when both parties have competitive primaries, that's a lot less common, less expected. And certainly I think Democrats this time around feel very compelled to vote in the Democratic primary. They have two very, two candidates who are running very formidable races and expected to, be very competitive tonight. On the Republican side, very much the same thing. And so I think, ultimately it comes down to where do independents fall. If independents choose to weigh in on these primaries, I think they're probably more used to voting on the Republican side, just because Republican primaries have historically proven to be more decisive in terms of electing the ultimate nominee. So I think that's a little bit, tends to be a little bit overblown. But, you can do it. It is possible.
This is the Texas Tribune. Kamala Harris makes last-minute pitch for Jasmine Crockett with robocall. She was able to secure this endorsement. Did it come soon enough?
Potentially. I mean, it's, it came in the last week. I think a lot of voters still are, went to the polls today. And I think Kamala Harris, I guess the real question is just how much sway does Kamala Harris still have in the Democratic Party? I mean, Jasmine Crockett was already expected to do very well with African-American voters, African-American women in particular. My expectation would be if Kamala Harris made an endorsement that she would probably be the most impactful among that demographic. So I don't know just how much Kamala Harris adds to the equation, but certainly Jasmine Crockett, that's it's a big coup.
We'll go to Reese, who's in Columbia, Missouri, independent. Thanks for joining us on this primary night. What are your thoughts?
Thanks. I'll try not to monologue, even though you let me on TV. Thank you. I will say, I think if either party, or in this case, the Republicans, think that this is going to be like an existential threat, not just like a normal loss, like a normal political party, they'll try to pull out the stops to win the election. You saw that in 2024. It looked like the Democrats were pretty certain to lose, and so they asked Joe Biden to drop out. Of course, they still lost, but they tried something. And so I would not be surprised if we saw a Supreme Court nomination in the summer, for example. But regardless, I do think the parties have changed quite a lot since 2016. I would say we're probably in a new party system, so much so that I think we're probably undercounting how big a wave could be, because if Republicans have only been getting stronger on the strength of low propensity voters, people who don't typically turn out, who are usually Democrats, and Democrats are doing better with traditionally Republican voters, people who, college educated, older, white, and then Republicans are slipping with the gains that they made, which are the people who don't turn out anyway.
All right.
It just seems like the perfect storm there.
All right. Well, Reese, let's jump in at that point. Now, the polls have just closed here in Arkansas, and we have polls closing across the state of Texas. The last polls will close at 9 p.m. Eastern time. We're waiting for results to come in. We will bring you those results and winners, as the Associated Press calls them, along with speeches. Both victory and concession speeches. We're expecting to hear from the major candidates tonight, and we will bring you those remarks as well. Joining us tonight in our primary coverage is Matthew Klein. He's the House and Governor's editor with the Cook Political Report, with Amy Walter and Jacob Rubashkin, who is the deputy editor of Inside Elections. They are here with us tonight to take your questions and your comments, and also give us their analysis and insight into the results as they come in. We're also going to go to Texas now, where James Barragan is joining us. He's Spectrum News 1 Texas political anchor. James Barragan, what is the latest from the ground there in Texas?
Well, early voting has just started rolling in, and in the Senate race, it looks like incumbent Senator John Cornyn on the Republican side is leading currently. The last I checked was 45% of the vote has so far gone to incumbent Senator John Cornyn, but Attorney General Ken Paxton, his biggest competitor and the person who has been seen as the frontrunner in this race, is at about 39%. Again, early voting so far, but that's what we have right now. On the Democratic side, Jasmine Crockett was leading with about 51% of the vote, and Tallarico is at James Tallarico, that is Austin State Representative, is at 47%. Now, this is sort of what we would see on the Democratic side, a tight race. And on the Republican side, the two biggest names in the race, Cornyn and Paxton, are the top two vote getters. But it's early in the night, and we have to talk about this situation that's happening in Dallas County, where Dallas County changed from countywide voting, which they've had for years, to this year doing precinct voting, which means a lot of voters have been turned away because they've gone to the wrong place to vote. Voting now has been extended in Dallas County until 9 p.m., which could have an impact for the Crockett campaign to get her votes higher. That is her home base, of course, and as well for Attorney General Ken Paxton. He's also from North Texas. So early in the night, but there have been some big developments with this particular situation playing out in Dallas County.
So what are you hearing about turnout then? Is it, are we seeing larger numbers than usual, or where is it?
We're seeing very large turnout in Texas for a primary election. The last numbers that I saw, the latest updates from early voting, were 1.5 million voters on the Democratic side and 1.3 million voters on the Republican side. And your listeners or your viewers don't have to adjust their headsets. That is correct. There are more voters voting right now in the Democratic primary than in the Republican, which is highly unusual. It's so unusual that Republicans Republican campaigns and candidates have been raising the red flag throughout the last 2 weeks of early voting, saying Democrats are energized, they are going to bring good candidates, and we have to bring out our best candidates. That's been the pitch made by the candidates on the U.S. Senate race. John Cornyn specifically saying if you elect Attorney General Ken Paxton, who is more of a America First, a Trump type of Republican, then moderate Republican voters may not vote for him. That has been a huge argument on his side that has been amplified in the weeks that we've been seeing early voting and these big numbers from Democrats.
Is that voter turnout having an impact on the confusion in Dallas County, and could that be the case in other areas?
No, these are completely separate issues. I mean, the voter turnout, I think the major voter turnout that we're seeing, I think is because it's a highly charged midterm year. There's a president that people either really love or really dislike. And of course, in a midterm year, there's a backlash usually against the party in power. So I think that is separate from what we're seeing with the confusion in Dallas and another county called Williamson County, just north of Austin, which is of course Tallarico's home base. What happened in these counties is that the Republican parties have wanted to revert basically from doing this county-wide voting, which they make an argument is not secure. There's no proof of that. There's no research that backs that. But they've gone back to precinct voting because they believe that it is more safe. Again, I can't stress enough that there is not proof, there's not research of that countywide voting has been shown to be safe or no less safe than precinct voting. But the Republican parties in those counties decided to go back to precinct voting. And under Texas law, if one party wants to do precinct voting, then the other party has to do it as well. Now, the issue here is that both parties knew that this was coming. Both parties knew that this might cause confusion. There's a question right now in my mind about the preparation of the elections officials in these counties, of the parties, of the campaigns. But as of right now, we're seeing that in Dallas County for Democratic voters, there's an extension for the polls to be open from 7 p.m., the usual time that they close, till 9 p.m. I'm also hearing from sources connected in the Williamson County Democratic Party that they are also looking to try the same maneuver in Williamson County. However, we have not heard back whether a judge has received that petition for a temporary restraining order to actually move the polling hours up higher to have the additional time. We will report back as soon as we know, but for now, we know that it's just in Dallas County, and I want to be very clear. It's only for Democratic voters in Dallas County because the Dallas County Democratic Party is the one that filed the petition for suit. There's been no similar suit that I've seen from the Republican Party, so as of now, it's only for Dallas County Democratic voters, that extension until 9 p.m.
James Barragan, Spectrum News 1 Texas political anchor. Thank you for that update. We appreciate it. Matthew Klein, now we're looking at polls closing at 9 p.m. In Texas. That's 10 p.m. Eastern, our time.
That's right.
It is going to be a long night, even longer than I think people thought.
Yes, that's certainly possible. And certainly if this is as close as some of the polls suggested on the Democratic side, it could very well be the kind of outcome we may not know tonight or maybe, may not even know tomorrow necessarily. And obviously, if there are voting irregularities, I think we're going to be hearing a lot about that from both of the campaigns. Potential for litigation is not out of the question. So yeah, it could be a long one.
And then on the Republican side, we might not know the answer tonight as well for the Republican nomination.
Oh, I think it's almost certain that we won't know who the Republican nominee is tonight, but I think it's pretty clear that John Cornyn and Ken Paxton are headed to a runoff. Wesley Hunt, whatever sort of momentum he may have had when his campaign was spending a lot of money and getting some outside support earlier in the year, seems to have dissipated. We don't have any votes from his home county, in Harris County, Houston proper, but we do have some votes in from Fort Bend and from Galveston, which is in kind of the Houston area. We would anticipate that if Wesley Hunt was going to be competitive in this race, he would have strength in that Houston area. That is his home base. It's where he's been up on TV before. It's where he was best known. He is getting about 13% of the vote there, which matches his statewide total and what he's getting in some of these other counties in the Dallas area. So does not look like Wesley Hunt is going to be able to get into that top two. But I think it's pretty clear at this point that regardless of who finishes first and who finishes second, we're probably looking at a Cornyn versus Paxton runoff in May.
Well, let's take a look at the numbers. This is with 16% of the vote in from the Associated Press here tonight. And as Jacob Rubashkin was just saying, Wesley Hunt coming in around 13%. And you can see Senator John Cornyn right now with the lead over the State Attorney General Ken Paxton. Again, this is with 16% of the vote in. Matthew Klein, what do you make of those numbers?
Well, it actually looks like we just got a big batch of votes from Harris County. Looks like on the Republican side, about 58% of the vote is in, and on the Democratic side, about 65% of the vote is in. So that's helpful. It looks like John Cornyn actually, well, I should say he's ahead by about 100 votes in Harris County. So not exactly a commanding landslide, but certainly he's holding his own. About a quarter of the vote now statewide is in. He's still ahead by 4 points. Long way to go. Most of rural Texas still not in yet. That's probably going to go for Ken Paxton. But it does look like this will be a Cornyn-Paxton runoff. And whether, Paxton finishes ahead of Cornyn and by how much remains to be seen. Jasmine Crockett in the early vote here in Harris County with 65% in is up by 9 points. That's helped her. She's up 4 points overall now with about a quarter of the statewide vote, and none of Dallas County yet, which is, of course, her stronghold. But what we are seeing in just some of the places that are filling in, James Tallarico seems to be doing better pretty much elsewhere, almost everywhere else that so far has come in. And his home base area around Austin, nothing yet. So this is still very much up in the air.
Yeah, with 24% of the vote in on the Democratic side, as Matthew Klein was just saying, Jasmine Crockett with a 4-point percentage lead here right now. Again, very early on, polls have been extended in Dallas County due to confusion over county voting versus precinct voting just on the Democratic side of the ticket here. Polls now extended to 9 p.m. in Texas in that county, and that is 10 p.m. here on the East Coast. North Carolina, with the Associated Press is calling Michael Whatley the Republican nominee in that open Senate race, and now they've just called Roy Cooper as the winner for the Democratic nominee. This is the Associated Press with two early winners here in North Carolina. Matthew Klein.
Well, we finally have a Senate race on the books. It's going to be Cooper versus Whatley, not a huge surprise.
And go.
That's right. And the ads are starting now. No, I'm not quite, but they certainly will be picking up sooner than I think a lot of folks in North Carolina would probably like. Looks like Michael Whatley is hovering around 64% of the vote right now. That's decent, considering that he is not somebody who's held political office in North Carolina before. So the idea that he might have had some sort of serious trouble with the base doesn't seem to be panning out.
Jacob?
Yeah, look, I mean, this is as expected. And I would honestly say that the general election in North Carolina began several months ago at this point. Right. I mean, Trump has been taking a particular interest in this race. He's obviously very close to Michael Whatley, and he's gotten very, very critical of Roy Cooper over the last couple of months. In terms of Democrats who get name-checked on Trump's Truth Social account, I think the former governor has to be high on that list. Republicans are very interested in keeping this seat in GOP hands this fall. Now everything is official. We can tie a nice, neat bow on the primary, but this is what people in D.C. have been anticipating the lay of the land to be for many, many months at this point.
Again, 36% of the vote in. The Associated Press has called this race on the Republican side in the primary for North Carolina Senate seat. Michael Whatley declared the winner. He comes out on top over Donald Brown, and then Roy Cooper on the Democratic side, 92.6%. 33% of the vote in. Roy Cooper is on a winning streak here in North Carolina.
That's right. And in some cases, in 2012, I believe he actually ran uncontested for Attorney General of North Carolina, and sort of a testament to how strong of a candidate he is. Partisanship in the state has taken its toll. He's not going to win with 100% of the vote this time around, but certainly he is a very strong candidate.
Back to Texas. Ben is joining us from there on our line for Republicans. Ben, did you vote?
Yeah, I sure did.
Okay.
I voted for Cornyn.
And did you vote down ballot as well? And who did you vote for?
Yeah, I voted for, I guess I took a Republican ballot. It was only Republican candidates on there. I don't know. I really called in because I kind of wasn't happy with how Republicans ran this race. It feels like we were taking a lot of cheap shots at other Republicans. There was like a lot of greed going on. And honestly, like I don't really like how Democrats get 2 extra hours to vote in Dallas, and we just like didn't file the paperwork.
So Ben, what do you mean you don't like how Republicans ran this race? You're talking about in the Senate primary there?
Well, really, a lot of these different primaries that we've got going on, like it seems like a lot of like money is being spent on ads to just attack each other, and like we haven't even gotten to like a real race yet. Like everybody's throwing wicked accusations around, talking about, I don't know, just ugly stuff like divorce, and I feel like we should be better than that, and kind of made it confusing for me as a voter.
Okay, Jacob Rubashkin, what do you make of that?
This is the danger for Republicans in Texas, is that you've got this incredibly acrimonious, deeply personal, nasty primary campaign that has attracted tens of millions of dollars in spending that is all taking place before what could be a competitive general election. It is turning Republicans who need to be united against each other, and it shows no sign of slowing down. Any candidate who wants to go win a general election wants to start at least neutral. They'd love to start popular. They'd love to start well-known, like a Governor Roy Cooper, who probably starts, leading in the polls in North Carolina. But at best, they want to be neutral. But to end a primary with either one of your candidates, either Ken Paxton or John Cornyn, deeply underwater, unpopular among their own voters, which both of these candidates are, both of them have approval ratings among Republicans that are fairly middling at best, and to continue to pile on more and more attack ads on both of them, I think it's a component of what could be a difficult cycle for Republicans in Texas, a state that they should have no problem holding on to.
An update for all of you on the Democratic side of this race. James Tallarico pulling ahead right now with 31% of the vote in. Jasmine Crockett, 46.7%. James Tallarico, 52.2%. 31% of the vote in. Matthew Klein, what do you make of that?
Well, we've seen some of Travis County come in. That's Austin, and so that's more what we would expect both demographically and in terms of James Tallarico's regional area that he was expected to perform best in. So that's helpful for him. That partly explains why he's taken the lead. Again, still nothing from Dallas County. I think we probably can't make too many comments about the nature of this race until we get some more results from Dallas County. I just want to draw attention really quickly to a primary that I've been keeping an eye on in the House front in Texas in the 2nd District. Dan Crenshaw, who is a Republican representing the Houston suburbs, he is in serious trouble tonight. He is losing his primary right now, 28% of the vote in. Wow. Still a ways to go, but he is down 9 points to Steve Toth, the Republican state representative running from the right, who secured a late endorsement from U.S. Senator Ted Cruz. Dan Crenshaw, one of the more outspoken, conservative, yes, but not necessarily a Freedom Caucus guy. He's been very critical of them. He had a public feud with Tucker Carlson. Didn't get Donald Trump's endorsement, very notably. There's some question about whether this could go to a runoff. Certainly looks like it's possible he could lose outright. We'll be keeping an eye on that one for sure.
So we're showing our viewers 28% of the vote in. Steve Toth, 52.8%. And the incumbent, Representative Dan Crenshaw, trailing him in this Republican primary, 43.9%. Jacob Rubashkin, is this surprising to you?
Look, I think it's somewhat surprising anytime you've got an incumbent losing their primary outright in a state like Texas with that runoff requirement. We've seen it happen before where incumbents get forced into runoffs, but for Toth to be up above 50%, again, with only about a quarter of the vote in, absolutely, that's a major blow to Crenshaw. Crenshaw's campaign put out a poll a month or two ago that showed him at about 43, 44%. It had Toth and some of these other challengers much further behind. But when that Crenshaw campaign put out that poll, I kind of made a mental note of it because it's rare that you would see a campaign publicize a survey that had their incumbent candidate being forced into a runoff. That's rare in Texas. That was already indicating a level of weakness. And ultimately, that poll may have been correct in ascertaining Crenshaw's support in the primary. And what has ended up happening in the intervening time is that Toth has consolidated all of the people who were skeptical skeptical about voting for Dan Crenshaw. You know, it's something that we talked about with the Senate race and John Cornyn's inability to increase his own vote share. He's the incumbent. He's been around. Dan Crenshaw has been around since 2018. He's quite prominent. He's a national figure for Republicans. He's on TV all the time. He's obviously, you know, he is a prominent member of the delegation. It is going to be difficult for him, clearly, to find those 60% or 55% of people who were uncertain about him when that poll was taken and bring over enough of them to avoid losing this race. And again, only a fraction of the vote in here, but certainly not looking good for him, and one of several members in both parties that could lose their primaries tonight on the first night of primaries of the whole cycle.
Yeah, it's primary night 2026. We're kicking off campaign 2026 tonight with the battle for Congress. And joining us now is to focus on these these primary states of Texas, North Carolina, and Arkansas is Abby Livingston. She's Washington correspondent with Puck News. And Abby Livingston, a veteran reporter who's covered Texas politics throughout her career as well. Abby Livingston, have you been seeing these numbers coming out of this District 2, Texas District 2, with the incumbent Representative Crenshaw trailing right now his challenger, Steve Toth?
Yes, and I think he's in a lot of trouble. It's still very, very early, but it's never good when an incumbent already starts out behind. I think folks have been worried about him for a while, Dan Crenshaw, the congressman, but you know, and as stated previously, if he gets kicked to a runoff, which looks kind of likely right now, we will see, you know, that means half of the primary electorate has voted against him, and that is never a good place for an incumbent, and that goes for John Cornyn as well. And so, and it also means that this runoff will take place at the end of May, and during Memorial Day week, and that's a time when a lot of voters are a little too busy to come vote, and so only the most devoted Republicans tend to vote. That's how Ted Cruz came to the Senate. It's still early, and I mean, these numbers, let's see if they hold. He may not make it to the runoff. And I just want to say, it's very unusual for a House incumbent to lose re-election in a primary. Generally, it's we might see one or two a year lose, and you know, we could have several tonight between Texas and North Carolina. But you know, the first thing to remember is that this is indeed a runoff state, so it may be a little bit of a delayed race.
Well, let's talk about another Republican primary and incumbent, Mayra Flores, right now trailing Eric Flores for the 34th District Republican primary. This is 30% of the vote in. Eric Flores with the lead, 61.6% to 11.8%. Abby Livingston?
Well, I think Eric Flores had much more establishment support, and this is for the nomination to take on Congressman Vicente Gonzalez. This is a pivotal race for the battle for the House. South Texas is ground zero for the House. And it's, you know, I mean, I will also just note, it's always a little bit strange when you have like the same name on a ballot. There's always flukes that happen when names are unique, and this is a unique situation. But this is I think most establishment Republicans would prefer to see Eric Flores, particularly in Texas. But, you know, and you can see that in the numbers. And I think he's outpaced her in a lot of organization and fundraising because of this kind of support.
Matthew Klein, redistricting playing a role here?
Certainly in the 34th district. I mean, Mayra Flores had originally said that she might run in a different part of the state in the 28th district. She ended up going back to the 34th district. I think the bigger factor here, and certainly in that race, is just that Republicans were not excited about the prospect of her running again. She had won a 2022 special election. In the initial round of redistricting that year ended up, not being favorable to her, and Democrats knocked her off. She came back, tried again in 2024, and now is back again for a third potential try. And I think they're just ready to move on.
We're going to keep an eye on those two races. Abby Livingston, I want to get your take on the news coming out of Texas today on Dallas County and the confusion over voting that is happening there. What impact does that have on tonight's results in the election?
We will have to see. I mean, for your viewers and for us, it means delayed gratification of results. But this is a significant move. And I think there's a lot of chaos in other counties, and there's a lot of very angry Texans about this. I've been hearing from them. But This is part of running a good campaign, is being prepared. The laws in the state legislature, and I can't go too deep into them because I'm not that familiar, but the voting laws have changed. And part of running a really strong campaign is being able to adapt. Dallas is huge in this context. We're obviously waiting on the results. This could give Congresswoman Crockett a huge boost. But one other thing I want to point out, just based on glancing at the maps and my past nights of watching Texas election results. The cities, and Dallas is the exception tonight, but the cities tend to count their votes faster than the rural areas. And so I very much expected Jasmine Crockett to jump out to a lead. Dallas sort of messes that up over the course of the night, but she'll get that boost eventually. James Tallarico has been campaigning in rural areas, West Texas, in areas that don't normally see a Democrat come through, and the rural areas tend to count more slowly. And so I would bet Tallarico has got more waves of votes coming as well. I'm particularly intrigued with South Texas and the Hispanic vote, and if that vote turns out on behalf of him, he's been working very, very hard to earn those votes.
Yeah, James Tallarico right now with 35% of the vote in is ahead over Jasmine Crockett with about less than 6 percentage points here. What do you make of that, Abby Livingston? I mean, where is that vote coming from?
Well, it looks like it's coming. There's quite a bit from Travis County, which is Austin, and that's sort of his home base. And I have to look at the map. But additionally, I don't think this is a stable race right now. I don't think these numbers are stable. I think Dallas could have too much of an impact in these other rural areas. Let me see if I can pull up the map because I've had it. I haven't looked at it in the last moment.
Yeah, we'll let you look at that, and Jacob Rubash can jump in here. What you're hearing from Abby Livingston about the rural vote versus the city vote here.
Absolutely. This is something that we see in states across the country, in general elections and primaries. Geography is an incredibly polarizing factor on any number of axes. We're seeing it in both primaries here on the Republican side and on the Democratic side. And in a state like Texas, you have to remember, it does have these big cities, but there are a lot of little counties in this state that cast a few votes apiece. When you add them all together, they can make the difference in these races. Look, if only the big cities voted in Texas, Texas would be blue. And the reason why Texas is a Republican state is because it does have all of those counties elsewhere that still cast votes, and those votes matter a lot. So absolutely, if you're Ken Paxton, that's what you're waiting for tonight as you see John Cornyn jump out to a bit of an early lead. In that primary, you're waiting for the more rural counties to come in and start to bring your numbers up. And if you're James Tallarico, who has made a point of trying to go to these more rural counties, you're also waiting for that to happen. And you're probably heartened by, what you see up in the Panhandle, where Tallarico is doing very well in some of those more sparsely populated rural counties up in North Texas. You're looking at the center of the state and seeing a lot of Tallarico vote out there. That is helping outweigh for now, Jasmine Crockett's strength in Houston and what we know is coming in Dallas County at some point in the night.
Yeah, and we're just a few minutes away here from 9 p.m. on the East Coast. And Texas polls continue to close. As we've been talking about, there is a delay in some of the counties. And so we were expecting that all polls will have been closed at 9 p.m. Eastern time. That's not the case. We will be waiting until 10 p.m. Eastern time to get polls closed in Dallas County and see where the results, the votes go in those precincts. Another race that we're watching tonight in Texas is the 18th congressional district with 68% of the vote in. Matthew Klein, let's talk about these two candidates.
Yeah, Christian Menefee, Al Green. This is a member-on-member race. Al Green is, I believe, 78 years old. He has been in the U.S. House since 2005. Christian Menefee is 40, 41, something like that. And he's been in the House for about 3 weeks. And so you see this very awkward clash that is largely a result of redistricting. Al Green currently represents the 9th district. That has been reworked into a Republican stronghold. This primary has been quite possibly the best distillation of the Democrat Democratic Party's debate over age. The 18th district, formerly represented by Sheila Jackson Lee, she died in office, succeeded by her daughter, and then Sylvester Turner, who died as well in office at the age of 70. So age is clearly on the minds of voters in downtown Houston who have been deprived of representation for quite a while in the U.S. Congress. Greg Abbott, very notably, chose to hold this seat open as long as he possibly could before it gets filled to help Republicans as they have a very narrow majority. Christian Menefee really running on a platform of generational change. Al Green is a progressive fighter. We know this. We stood up at the State of the Union address last year, stood up again this year, and still, he has a base of support. But I think a lot of voters in Texas, and specifically in this area, a lot of Democrats really ready to turn the page. This is a warning sign for older incumbents all around the country.
Abby Livingston, I want to get your take on this race.
I agree mostly with that, but I will just say Congressman Al Green has just had the absolute worst luck of the cycle for an incumbent. Between the redistricting, the fact that Christian Menefee has basically been running for Congress full scale for the last year because the seat was kept open for a very long time by Greg Abbott to make the margins easier on Speaker Mike Johnson. And so this is just a perfect storm for a congressman. He's also had crypto come in and spend for Christian Menefee, not against Al Green, but the advertising was generational change. And so he's also a financial services member. And so he's the congressperson from Texas I've been most closely watching who might not make it to the runoff. And I think that Congresswoman Valerie Foushee, and I hope I'm saying her name correctly, in North Carolina.
You are.
Might be a more if she is in trouble and she's losing, I think older House members who have not been fundraising, who've not been saving, preparing for this election, I think she is the bigger warning signal to older members. And again, I just want to reiterate, this is very unusual. And this is something we've been seeing coming. And I think you can draw it back directly to Joe Biden staying in the 2024 race too long, and voters are saying it's time for change.
All right, polls have closed across Texas, Arkansas, and North Carolina. It's primary night on C-SPAN. We are kicking off 2026 election season tonight with these three states: Texas, North Carolina, and Arkansas. The battle for Congress and who controls it begins tonight. Yvonne in Haslett, Texas, a Democratic caller. Thank you for joining us. Did you vote?
I absolutely did, without a shadow of a doubt. Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay, and who did you vote for and why?
I voted for Jasmine Crockett, with no doubt, because she goes for the facts. She's always prepared. She digs deep and she comes up to the surface. She's not a name caller like some of the people that I've been listening to on the television. They were calling people out of their names, apes and Kamala and all of this. We have more dignity than that. We don't stoop to that level. We're actually playing it on the surface. And whatever goes down on the surface has to be rooted. So we're uprooting a lot of this mess. So I definitely did vote for Jasmine Crockett, and I'm praying that this turnout does come out really good.
Okay, Yvonne there in Haslett, Texas, Democratic caller. We have a race call for all of you. The Associated Press calling with 33% of the vote in. Governor Greg Abbott wins the Republican nomination, seeking a fourth term. 82.3% to his challenger, Pete Chambers, 10.9%. Again, this is 33% of the vote in, so that number is going to change. But he's got the check mark. Abby Livingston?
I think Governor Greg Abbott is on track to, put up a huge fight for being the statewide standard bearer. I think he feels very confident he's going to win re-election in November, and he's looking beyond his own race and trying to boost down ballot. I think Republicans are very nervous. I think I heard y'all discussing earlier the $100 million he's raised, and he is looking, and that is the role Greg Abbott has played perpetually in races, is he raises a ton of money and he creates a blanket for the down ballot candidates and a sense of security. But this is a very, very rollicking year, and we'll see if that works again.
What does he plan to do with his money? Where will he spend it? Which candidates?
Yeah, well, as you all discussed earlier, Houston, which is where he made his career, and Houston is so pivotal. At times in the past, it's voted Republican. Harris County's voted Republican. And so if Democrats ever want to flip Texas, they have got to run up the score in Houston. It's almost like Chicago and Illinois. Like, you've got to run that up to offset the rural. Now, there are many other cities in Texas that are pivotal, but there's just so many folks in Harris County that you can't ignore it. And I think it may be a little bit of a matter of pride for Greg Abbott because that is where he comes from. But it's if there's any place to watch in Texas politics right now, it's Houston.
So is he trying to put his thumb on the scale of the Senate race with his money?
You know, I don't know the number too well, but I mean, within the primary, I can't really speak to that. I haven't seen figures, but absolutely, this Senate race is a 5-alarm fire for Texas Republicans and national Republicans. I mean, obviously, it's you know, the control of the Senate could go through Texas. If this race is serious, Republicans are in a lot of trouble, and that is not even if it flips. They've already spent $70 million on John Cornyn, and like several other cycles prior, Democrats have been able to make Texas a money pit for national Republicans, and they can't use that money in other offensive positions. And so I think once the dust settles on this nomination, whether it's tonight on the Senate race or in May, this is going to be the biggest effort to save that seat within the Republican Party. And I think Greg Abbott will be at the forefront of that.
All right, let's give an update for the Texas Senate race on the Republican primary side. 35% of the vote in. These are the numbers as it stands right now. Senator John Cornyn with a slight lead over the State Attorney General Ken Paxton. And then Wesley Hunt, he's still hovering around that 13%. Jacob Rubashkin?
Look, you know, we're all waiting for the same thing to happen, which is for more of the rural part of the state to come in, for more of the election day vote to come in. At the moment, right, if you're John Cornyn, you're probably not too upset about these results. It's nice to be out in front, but not to, at risk of repeating myself, I think we are headed for a runoff in this race. I do think it matters who ultimately finishes first in this primary, whether it's John Cornyn or Ken Paxton, for one major reason, which is we know that President Trump likes to endorse winners. We know that he does not like to endorse people he doesn't think can win. And it says a lot about your chances, which spot you claim in the runoff. If you claim that #1 spot, you look stronger. If you are forced into the #2 spot, especially as an incumbent, you look weaker. It's not impossible to win a race where you start out as the #2. Texas Senator Ted Cruz knows that well. Back in 2012, he was the underdog. He was a distant second in the Republican primary against Lieutenant Governor David Dewhurst, and he had a rousing runoff race that got him across the finish line there. But for John Cornyn, if you're trying to get that Trump endorsement, if you understand, as I think he does, that that is the key to winning a runoff election against Ken Paxton, you absolutely want to be #1 on the call sheet when this primary is done. Otherwise, Ken Paxton is going to head into the runoff with a full head of steam. There are structural advantages that he'll probably have in that race, and Cornyn will have to figure out how to pull a rabbit out of a hat.
Abby Livingston, the Trump factor here?
I think the way to look at this is John Cornyn absolutely needs that endorsement and a lot of other things to go right in the runoff. I think this is going to be a brutal race. I think the first pass at this has been kids play. I think John Cornyn is going to hammer Ken Paxton for all of his personal issues and ethical issues. But again, this is a really, really difficult thing to pull off as an incumbent in a runoff. But I will point out, John Cornyn he has run the National Republican Senatorial Committee 2 terms. He is a ferocious politician. He's a great fundraiser. And so we will have to see, but it's just hard to overstate how important that Trump endorsement is in a Republican primary in Texas.
An update for our viewers on the Democratic primary for this Senate seat with 37% of the vote in. James Tellerico, the state representative, still with a slight lead over Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett. Are you seeing any updates here, Matthew Klein, in votes coming in and where they're coming in?
I think, we're still waiting on, obviously, Dallas County is going to be really important. That's Jasmine Crockett's home base, and I think we don't want to make too many predictions until we get that information. I've been watching Harris County very closely because that's really the sort of, swing region, at least in this primary. Neither candidate has a very strong foothold there. Right now, Jasmine Crockett has a 9-point edge in Harris County, 65% of the vote in, so still a ways to go. But what really is standing out to me is just how much James Tallarico is absolutely demolishing Jasmine Crockett in Travis County, which is Austin. That is about what we would expect. It's hard to come up with a part of the state that's better equipped, better, aligned with the Tallarico sort of image and message. And of course, he's from Williamson County, which is just to the north. But he's currently beating her there 76-23. So there are parts of the state where her message is not resonating.
Abby Livingston.
Just as we expected, counties where there is a significant black vote are coming in strong for Crockett. The exception to the rural angle that we've discussed is East Texas, where I went to camp as a young woman or a young girl, and she's doing very well in East Texas. Another interesting part is we don't have Williamson County, which should also be very strong for Tallarico. But again, I want to come back to South Texas and the Hispanic vote. And the Hispanic vote has not been terribly reliable in Texas, particularly in primaries. But that has changed. And there was a special election in Texas in my hometown of Fort Worth in January. And Hispanics turned out very strongly, especially when compared to historical precedent. And so I think this is a vote that is up for grabs. I think we are seeing similar patterns as we saw in the New Jersey governor's race in Passaic County, in the Miami Democratic mayoral race in Florida, and in the redistricting statewide ballot initiative in California. The Hispanic vote is the most interesting, most crucial, and most up for grabs vote in American politics right now.
Okay, and Abby Livingston, while you're talking, we're showing our viewers the 2026 election map here in Texas. James Tallarico is in green as you're talking about southern Texas, and Jasmine Crockett is in purple. So what are you seeing here then with the way that the colors are coming in?
So if you go down to the very tip of Texas, that's where the population center of South Texas is mostly consolidated. And so it looks like Tallarico is doing pretty well, particularly in Cameron County. He's up 14 points. And so that's a very promising sign. We don't have Laredo yet. I think that's going to be very crucial. When you move into East Texas, you see Houston, and then there's the very, very dark, hot pink county to the east of that. That's Jefferson County. That's Beaumont. That's a strongly black county. She's doing very well there. She's doing well in Harris County. She's doing well north of there, Nacogdoches County, Rusk County. So she's doing well, but I think it's too soon to tell. I'm also interested in Bexar County, which is San Antonio. We don't have anything from there yet. That's obviously a huge metropolitan area. I think that's going to be a very pivotal place, and we'll see if Tallarico is running up the score there as well. So as they start to fill in South Texas, if we start seeing a lot more green, and it's a dark green, that's a very good sign for James Tallarico.
Jacob Rubashkin, as you see this map fill in, what are your thoughts?
Well, look, I'll defer to Abby as the Texas expert here, but I second everything she says. I mean, Jasmine Crockett's strength in East Texas, obviously keeping her very much alive here. We've got that Dallas County outstanding vote, which calls the whole shebang into a little bit of question, just because we know we're looking at hundreds of thousands of votes there, potentially, that will affect this race. But at the same time, the strength of James Tallarico in the more rural areas of the state and in the more Hispanic heavy areas of the state, I think is incredibly notable. I mean, we got a little while ago a bunch of vote from Nueces County, which is down in South Texas, the Corpus Christi area, heavily Hispanic county, and James Tallarico in the early vote at least was doubling up Jasmine Crockett. The Latino vote has been a critical element of this primary. It's been harder to get a handle on. Pollsters will tell you that South Texas is probably one of the hardest places to poll anywhere in America. Of course, there are a lot of Latino voters throughout the state, not just in South Texas, but the Tallarico campaign is really pinning a lot of its hopes on Hispanic and Latino voters in the state. They've got to be happy seeing those numbers come back. Bexar County, of course, huge, outstanding as well, kind of a mix of an incredibly diverse part of the state, urban area, but a heavy Hispanic population as well. That's going to be incredibly crucial for both candidates. And then, Dallas County on one side, Williamson County on the other, the two variables, the two X factors that we just can't say anything about because of the confusion over the polling locations that could make this a late night for sure.
Well, let's go to Steve. He's in Texas, an independent. Steve, your thoughts on the races in the Lone Star State?
Yes, ma'am. James, I don't know his last name, and Jasmine Crockett. Both of them seem very good people. I like what James says, and I heard Jasmine talking about the administration with Trump and that one lady that won't stand up or say hi to the people that were victims or whatever.
So, Steve, are you considering voting for one of them in the general election?
Yeah, I want to vote. I have a friend I was going to go vote with, but I haven't done it yet. But seems like a good fight between them two.
Okay.
What?
Kind of a what, Steve? Kind of a what?
You know that guy, Pete? Pete, the guy that running the army or whatever? He said we didn't start the war, but didn't he start the war the next day on a Saturday? Because that Friday they didn't have war, but that Saturday he started the war. And what he's saying, he's lying, saying that we didn't start the war.
All right. So, Steve, is that? Okay, Steve there in Texas. Abby Livingston, what is the appeal of James Tallarico?
Well, I think Tallarico speaks about Christianity in a way that we haven't seen in a long time. And I think you're sort of seeing that in the rural counties. He's a Presbyterian seminarian. I think he speaks to mainline Protestants, which is different from evangelical. And I think he's also shown up. Now, Crockett has campaigned in rural areas too, absolutely. But Texas is so overlooked politically. It has been the ATM of American politics. All politicians have ever done is parachute into Houston or Austin and raise money and then leave the state. And so when people actually show up, which Beto O'Rourke in 2018 set that standard, and now Texans have that expectation, particularly in the Democratic primary. And so I think showing up is a big deal. And with reference to your caller, his positive attitude about both Tallarico and Crockett is exactly what I encountered when I was in Texas just today. I literally just got off the plane. And there is a very rough online discourse over followers and fans of each of these candidates, and it's gotten very brutal. But I did not find a lot of evidence. I was in Fort Worth, which is a swing county, of a lot of discord among regular voters who are paying attention but maybe not completely obsessed with this race.
All right, I want to give an update on the primary race for Republicans in the Senate, Texas Senate race. Senator John Cornyn, the incumbent, now with just a 2.6% lead here. Ken Paxton is closing in with 40% of the vote in. Abby Livingston, what do you make of that?
I mean, it's doing exactly what we've predicted tonight, which is Paxton starting to catch up. I think it is imperative for John Cornyn to keep that lead to make his case to the president for the endorsement. But he's still in it. These numbers, nobody's getting close to 50 at this point. We are 40% of the votes in, so there's still room for a candidate to grow. But this says to me at this point that we are headed for a runoff.
Matthew Klein?
That's right, and I think a lot of Republicans are very frustrated, especially about the fact that this is going to a runoff at all. Wesley Hunt joined this field, after both Ken Paxton and John Cornyn had already made their candidacies known. And at this point, I think, Wesley Hunt is pretty clearly proving to be certainly one of the main reasons that this looks like it could be going to a runoff. He's taking 13.5%. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of resources and time that's going to have to be taken away from potential opportunities elsewhere on the map for national Republicans.
We're talking a lot, focusing a lot on Texas tonight. Why is that, Matthew Klein?
Well, it's huge. First of all, there are a ton of races in Texas. I mean, we haven't even talked about some of the other primaries on the ballot tonight. Tony Gonzalez in the 23rd district. He has been just mired by scandal in the last couple of weeks related to an extramarital affair he had with the then staffer who later committed suicide. Also, Julie Johnson and Colin Allred, the race that they're experiencing in Dallas County. We don't have any results yet from Dallas County, so we can't say anything about it. But obviously, that's going to be a really interesting one to watch once those results start coming in. Dan Crenshaw potentially losing. Al Green seems like he might be in pretty rough shape. There's just a lot of races to watch tonight, and it's rare that you see all of it happening at one time.
We are, though, we do have primaries, Jacob Rubashkin, in North Carolina, in Arkansas. Let's focus on North Carolina a little bit. What have we learned so far?
Well, looking at the House map, in that first congressional district, that eastern North Carolina seat that is going to be so crucial to the House battlefield. Again, Don Davis, the most vulnerable Democratic member of the House running for re-election. And it is looking like Lori Buckhout, who was his 2024 opponent, is in decent shape to win that nomination. She is holding on to a lead in the low single digits right now, but when you drill down into the geography of which counties have reported and which counties haven't yet, this is a district where you can very clearly see each candidate's geographic base. Lori Buckhout is strongest in the northern part of the district. Asa Buck is strongest in the southern part of the district, where his home county is, and Bobby Hannig is strongest on the eastern shore part of the district. Where you look at which counties have yet to report their votes, they are squarely in Lori Buckhout's territory. She already has that lead of about 4 points, and I think that she's probably a decent bet to hold on, clinch that nomination. Again, some Republicans have concerns about her ability as a general election candidate, and that's part of why Republicans went out of their way, of course, to redraw this district to be even more favorable to the GOP. Donald Trump would have carried it by 12 points in the 2024 election under the new lines. So by no means is Lori Buckhout out of this race if she's the Republican nominee. She will face some challenges. Democrats have some tricks they're going to throw her way, but she's clearly in the strongest position in this primary at this point.
And Representative Don Davis is the incumbent here.
Yes. Yes, Don Davis is the incumbent. You know, he first won election in 2022. He's won 2 very close races. He's one of the more moderate Democrats in the House Democratic Caucus. He does break with his party every now and then. You know, he's an Air Force veteran. He was a mortuary officer. He has very deep roots with the district, with the community. Now, Republicans, when they read through this district, they actually took his hometown out of the district. So they know just as much as everybody else how strong he is, and they were working to make sure that he has to deal with more conservative territory. But you know, he's not going to go down without a fight in this race. And, you know, on the other side of the state, where we're watching a district that could be potentially competitive, the 11th district, that's where Congressman Chuck Edwards is running for re-election. He's a Republican. This is the rare part of the state and really of the country where Democrats have improved their margins over the last couple of years. If you look at a map of where Kamala Harris did better than Joe Biden, it's the Pacific Northwest, it is the Atlanta suburbs, and it is Western North Carolina, which is not the most intuitive thing to think, but of anywhere in the country, this is a region where Democrats have a little optimism at hand. They like their candidate, Jamie Ager, who is a farmer and comes from a political family up in that area. And if you look at the total number of votes cast, Democrats actually cast more votes in their primary in this district than Republicans have cast in theirs. Now, we can talk about ancestral Democrats and you know, people who haven't switched their voter registration, but this is a district that Republicans should again have a real lock on. But they've struggled in recent years. Madison Cawthorn represented it to some issue before Chuck Edwards, and now Edwards is trying to hold on. He's winning his own primary, but by less than healthy margin, I would say, for an incumbent who didn't face a challenger of any particular note. So one to watch if this develops into the kind of blue wave Democrats hope this fall.
We'll come back to Arkansas, but we've got some winners to announce in the U.S. Senate Republican primary in Arkansas. As expected, Senator Tom Cotton will go on to the general election. That projection made by the Associated Press tonight, you can see with 26% of the vote in, they declared Tom Cotton the victor for that Republican primary nomination. And then also they've called the race on the Democratic side as well for this Senate contest. Talk about this race, Matthew Klein.
Yeah, I mean, this is as solid as of a Republican state as it gets. Arkansas state that voted for Donald Trump by, I believe, over 30 points, probably somewhere in the range of 33 points in 2024. Tom Cotton is heavily favored to win another term. He will face pretty much no obstacles to that.
Hallie Schaffner on the Democratic side, winning the nomination in that contest. Let's go back to North Carolina. We need to talk about District 4. Matthew Klein, what is the update there? Why are we watching this race?
Yeah, it's close. Valerie Foushee, the Democratic incumbent, she is running for a third term. She is ahead by about 6 points right now over Nita Alam, who is a Durham County commissioner. This is really, of the contests that are happening tonight, you know, you have some Democratic primaries in Texas that are sort of interesting, but this is really the best encapsulation of the sort of ideological divide, ideological split in the Democratic Party. Valerie Foushee is, by all accounts, a pretty mainstream Democrat. She is, not a centrist. She is not a blue dog. She doesn't really break from the party very often. And yet she's still in serious trouble, barely ahead of Nita Alam, who is a staunch progressive backed by Justice Democrats, and who has made significant issue of Valerie Foushee's recipients of contributions from many outside groups, including the American Israel Public Affairs Committee. This is one of those races where, voters don't typically tend to vote on foreign policy. You do have to wonder if in the last couple of days with the war in Iran, if that has sort of jumped up to the top of voters' minds in this area, especially if there's growing frustration with the fact that the U.S. is involved in Iran with Israel on the Democratic side.
Let's talk to a voter in North Carolina. Carol's calling from Wake Forest on our line for Democrats. Carol, your take on primary night.
Hello. I am enjoying primary night. I am really enjoying primary night so far.
And why is that?
Well, one of my favorite people is going to be our next senator, Roy Cooper. But I have to do a big shout out for Tom Tillis. I have to say, for a Republican, he's a smart, good man. And since he resigned, he's even getting smarter. I mean, his speech today was wonderful.
Carol there in Wake Forest, North Carolina, Democratic caller. I want to give an update on Texas 23, the Republican primary there. We touched on this just a little bit, Matthew Klein. Tony Gonzalez, the embattled incumbent here, leads by 10 votes with 7% of the vote in, so it's still very early on. Brandon Herrera, who is he?
He is a very, very conservative firebrand, sort of on the right, as far right as you can get, basically, on the Republican side of the aisle. And he is, this is a rematch from 2024. Tony Gonzalez and Brandon Herrera previously faced off. It was a very close race last time. It went to a runoff then, and it looks like it's very well could go to a runoff again tonight. It's hard to know who Republicans would rather have as their nominee here. I mean, historically, Tony Gonzalez has been a huge overperformer, but he has just been hounded by a really, really bad slate of headlines that I highly doubt are going to go away heading into the general election if he is the nominee.
Abby Livingston, your take on this race?
I mean, what is amazing about this race is I've had both Democrats and Republicans say that Tony Gonzalez would be the stronger nominee in the general election, despite all of these horrific headlines he's facing. Brandon Herrera has a opposition research book of quotes that Democrats, if he's the nominee, are probably going to deploy to fundraise for their candidates. This is a pretty Trumpy district. It's pretty Republican. But in a year where a wave could materialize, these sorts of candidate problems could put this on the map. And again,
Abby Livingston, we should explain those candidate problems just for people who may have not been paying attention.
Well, he has been accused of having an affair with a staffer, and then she died by suicide on camera. And it is
the incumbent, Tony Gonzalez.
The incumbent, Tony Gonzalez. This has been simmering and bubbling under the surface, and it exploded in the last couple of weeks, which I think surprised no one. These sorts of stories tend to surface right before election time. And so he has been a phenomenal campaigner. He's been, this was a district that was a district that flipped back and forth between the parties, and he got a pretty solid hold on it, and then they redrew it to be safer. He was sort of the model Texas Republican and running campaigns and raising money, and then this has just thrown a wrench into it. Again, this is a hard district, but like the John Cornyn race, Democrats can win even if they lose here if they manage to put this into play enough that Republicans have to spend money in Southwest Texas that they would prefer to spend in other races to protect other incumbents.
Jacob Rubashkin, without the headlines about this staffer and the alleged affair, would this still be a close contest?
Brandon Herrera nearly beat Tony Gonzalez 2 years ago. He only lost in the runoff by a couple hundred votes. So I think the answer is an emphatic yes. Tony Gonzalez has base problems. Brandon Herrera has the profile that has galvanized and motivated a lot of the Republican base in this part of the state. So heading into this contest, this rematch, Tony Gonzalez did not have very much room to spare at all. He escaped by the skin of his teeth in 2024. He did so with a mountain of help from outside groups, Republican national groups in D.C. and in Texas that were interested in keeping him there. As Abby said, he's an overperformer. He has put a lock on this one-time swing district. Nobody expected him to win back in 2020. It was an upset win, and in one cycle, he, as well as Trump and the Republican Party, put a lock on this district. And Brandon Herrera has, as we've all said here, a long history of making all sorts of offensive and controversial remarks on his YouTube channel, insensitive comments about Donald Trump's youngest son, Barron Trump, that got used in TV ads last cycle against him. So clearly a headache for Republicans, regardless of who is the nominee here, whether it's Congressman Gonzalez or whether it's Brandon Herrera. Republicans are fortunate that Democrats really don't have a top-tier candidate waiting in the wings to take on whichever of them emerges from this primary. The Democratic bench in this part of the state is fairly weak. And the last couple of years have done a real number on them. And so whoever emerges from the Democratic Party primary will be broke, will be unknown, and will be staring down some stiff political headwinds at the top of the ticket, given this district's proclivities in recent years. They will have an opportunity, though, because of who the Republican opponent will be to make this race interesting.
All right, we are in the bottom of the hour, and it is campaign 2026 primary night here on C-SPAN. We're giving you every moment, every result, and every speech. We want to include you in the conversation as well. Democrats, dial in tonight at 202-748-8920. Republicans, 202-748-8921. Others, all others, 202-748-8922. And if you voted in these primary states of Texas, North Carolina, and Arkansas, please dial in tonight at 202-748-8923. Back to the Senate primary contests in Texas with another update for you. This is 44% of the vote in James Tellerico now with 53% versus Jasmine Crockett's 45.9%. Matthew Klein?
Yeah, I mean, it's this is a good start for James Tellerico. This is he's doing very well outside of Houston, where he's holding his own. He's not winning right now, but he's doing all right. But he's doing very well in Austin. He seems to be doing well. He's jumped out with an early lead in Bexar County. 71% of the vote is in there, and he's up by 15 points. That's very, very helpful to him. We don't have anything yet from El Paso County, so I think it's reasonable to expect that at this point, he's probably, looking like maybe a bit of a front runner, but still nothing from Dallas County. And so I think it's important to wait before we make any big projections on that front. However, I will say, I just want to go back to the 2nd District real quick, because I see that Dan Crenshaw is now down by 18 points in his Republican primary to Steve Toth. There is more than 58% of the vote in there. Montgomery County, which is Toth's base, has come in, as was expected, very heavily for Toth. Dan Crenshaw is in serious, serious trouble tonight.
We'll keep watching that race as well here on primary night on C-SPAN. As we told you earlier, the former vice president and the 2024 presidential candidate Kamala Harris jumping into this Texas Senate primary contest and endorsing Jasmine Crockett in the closing days. Abby Livingston, do you think that's a factor?
I think the former vice president is a very important endorsement in the context of this race, and it's because she can help rally black women behind Jasmine Crockett, and that has been the backbone of her campaign. This is the backbone of the Texas Democratic Party, and they've helped fill out the infrastructure that her campaign has lacked. Congresswoman Crockett has lagged behind in fundraising and in campaign spending, but she's been able to make it up with coming into the race with name identification and with the support of black women. So I think that's where Vice President Harris really matters. One fun county I've noticed in the Senate race is Brazos County. A friend just flagged this for me. This is the place, this is the county of College Station, Texas, which is the home of Texas A&M University. And I went to the University of Texas in Austin, which is the great rival of A&M, as did James Tallarico, and he is winning Brazos County and the Aggies by almost 2-1. Now, it's a few thousand votes, but I think that helps illustrate how Tallarico is rallying the youth vote, even the ones who may not root for his football team.
All right, we'll go to Sahil, who's in Irving, Texas, on our line for Democrats. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Hey, I'm happy to be calling in. I just want to say it's exciting to see this race for the Democrats between James and Jasmine. I'm rooting for James here to pull it out here, and I think the strategy that he's had with kind of following Beto's footsteps of going to these rural counties and really trying to campaign out with young voters, I'm excited to see what happens. I think they're doing a great job, and I'm hoping for a good race.
And how old are you, caller?
I'm 28.
Okay, so he appeals to you.
He does appeal to me. I've been around for a couple of the different races with Beto running back-to-back races for both Senate and governor, and kind of seeing how strategy played out over the years when I was undergrad and then post-college, et cetera. So I think it's a winning strategy for Texas voters. I think it's the right move for Democrats to try to hit all over Texas and make sure that people understand that they're here to serve everyone in Texas. Even though it's a hard state to win, but we try to do everything we can to move it towards more purplish if we can.
All right, so do you think this is your year, the Democrats?
I don't, simply because Dems have a hard time winning in Texas. It's a tough to win Texas as a Democrat. But I think every step matters, and I think incremental change is the only way to move forward. I do think that if Cornyn loses to Paxton, there's a very, very real chance that things become very interesting. But I do think that I think it's hard for Dems to win in Texas. And I think the Democratic strategy overall from the top down has really, really struggled this year to have a strong strategy entering the midterms. So we'll have to see what happens. But I don't know. I'm optimistic, but we'll see.
Optimistic, but you sound realistic. Abby Livingston, would you say that's the case?
I think mostly. I think there's three phases of Democrats competing in Texas. And one, as I mentioned before, is causing the Senate race, forcing Republicans to spend money in Texas that they'd rather spend elsewhere, which they've already done. The second phase is having that Texas Democratic Senate candidate have strong enough coattails to help down ballot. It's both in the state legislature, but it's also in the House races. There's a handful of House races that could be competitive. The Texas House Democrats got massacred in the mid-decade redistricting, and Republicans are targeting 5 seats, and if it's a really good night for Democrats, they might be able to save 4 of those and maybe pick up 1 or 2 elsewhere. That would be a huge, huge wave. That's not likely, but that would be the case. And then there's the actual Senate race itself. And when I talk to strategists and pollsters and folks like that, it still seems like a long shot, but Ken Paxton, if he's the nominee, will be a very wounded Republican standard bearer. And I think a lot will depend on how strong of a wave is coming at Republicans in the fall. And I think that will determine as much as anything in this race. And we just don't know that yet.
All right. Jordan's in Roanoke, Texas, an independent. Jordan, go ahead with your thoughts.
Yeah, I just wanted to come on here and say that I am 31 years old. I just moved to Texas. I am closer to the Hazlet area of Texas. But I just wanted to say that I personally voted for James Tallarico. I am a atheist. I've been a lifelong Christian, and then just recently, about 6 years ago, turned away and became an atheist. And he pulled me in. But I do want to say what this race came down to for us, well, for me, I should say, was more of what has been done, because they're 2 extraordinary candidates. Jasmine Crockett and James Tallarico are extraordinary people and have good values about them. But what I looked at was what has been done, what has been flipped, what is going to get us over that edge to be able to pull over Texas voters. And I think what hurt Jasmine Crockett was when she said she did not need Trump voters. And not knowing that when she gets into, or if she gets into the office of the United States Senate for the state of Texas, she has to serve the Republican people. She has to serve Texas voters, Trump voters. So I think that's where, for me, I know that's where, for me, where I had to back up and say, I can't support that. I have to support James Tallarico, which has been talking about unity and love and all the things that I believe in.
All right, Abby Livingston, I want to go back to you after hearing that caller. What do you think?
I think that this is a fascinating race. And I mean, she has made those statements before, and the calculus of this is, and she's arguing she is going to change the electorate, that she's going to get a vote out that's never turned out before. And in a lot of ways, she's gotten really strong vote support in the areas that we're starting to see of Harris, Houston. She's outperforming there. But there is a point there. Beto O'Rourke persuaded a lot of Republicans and independents to come over, and he nearly won. I think a lot of people have forgotten that because he was unsuccessful in his presidential campaign. And the other argument that has been made against her in the Democratic primary is that while she may change the Democratic electorate, this is a really beaten down Texas Republican electorate. And again, if it's Ken Paxton, there may be quite a lacking of enthusiasm behind him because of his problems. And so the fear on the Democratic side is that she might excite the Republican vote to turn out when they've otherwise been very unenthusiastic about this Senate race. And so these are all theoretical. These are things that are being tested in real time. And I think the environment out there is strange enough and weird enough that I'm a little humble on predictions.
We're eagle-eyed tonight on the Texas Senate primary contest on both the Republican and Democratic side. There is the update with 45% of the vote in for the Democratic ticket. And again, it's still very early on. We're waiting for many votes to come in. James Tallarico with a slight lead over Jasmine Crockett. And then on the Republican side, this is 46% of the vote in. And you can see Senator John Cornyn, who's been serving in the Senate since 2002, the incumbent. And again, he has less than 2 percentage point lead over Ken Paxton. Ken Paxton closing in on him, Matthew Klein.
That's right, and still a lot of the rural vote outstanding, and we're seeing right now Cornyn's holding his own. He's not doing as poorly, I think, as some of the worst polls predicted that he might. But Ken Paxton definitely does seem to be doing well in a lot of those rural areas. And so it wouldn't be particularly surprising for me to see John Cornyn end up coming in second place in this primary.
All right, we'll go to Jordy in Tampa, Florida. Democratic caller, welcome to primary night on C-SPAN.
Hey, thank you guys so much. Yeah, I'm Jordy from Tampa. I'm only 18, so I've actually never cast a vote in the United States election, but, I am super excited to in these midterms. And although my primary for the state is long ahead, I am watching very intently in Texas. I'm in full support of James Tallarico. I think he is a very strong candidate. I think he sort of is going to bridge the gap, like the previous caller said, that independent said. I think he's going to pull those disillusioned Democrats and those disillusioned Republicans over to the coalition of the left right now. And I love Jasmine Crockett. I love her so much. I think she's a very strong, partisan fighter in Congress. But I think when it comes to representing the entire state of Texas, and again, in similarity to what that other caller said before, she just doesn't really have the entire backing. Again, that comment, like the other caller said, I'm kind of bouncing off a lot of his points. But, her saying, I am not going to need Trump voters is not a good idea at all right now. And especially to win this super, super hard state in a Senate, general election in these midterms. That's not a good idea. So I really hope James Tallarico keeps his lead and wins tonight.
All right. Well, with 45% of the vote in, the state representative, James Tallarico, has a lead as it stands right now. Matthew Klein, give an update to our viewers about why we're delayed in getting some votes.
That's right, because of a procedural change in the way that Dallas County and Williamson County are counting their ballots this year, and the way that people actually went to the polls, changing it from a county-wide system to a precinct-level system. The county of Dallas will be waiting until 10 o'clock to get any results from that. Of course, that's Jasmine Crockett's home county, and so that is part of the reason why we have not been able to make many bold predictions about where this race is heading. And obviously, once we start to get some numbers in there, it'll shine a little bit more light on that.
Jacob Rubashkin, you're watching these results come in as well. Anything standing out to you right now?
Well, a couple of things I'll note. The first is, I've been hearing from some folks aligned with Tallarico who are pretty happy with how things are going so far tonight, especially with the emerging reality that if he is going to win this nomination is going to be with intense strength among Hispanic and Latino voters, because that is the key for Democrats to get back into contention in Texas. When you look at the delta between where Democrats were in 2020 or 2018, which were their two best years in Texas in recent memory, and where they landed in 2024, it is all about Hispanic and Latino voters. And so for James Tallarico to be doing so well among that population, I think is heartening to his allies as they begin to look toward potentially a general election. Of course, nobody is particularly confident about how this primary is going to end up. But when you look at previous Democratic Senate nominees, including Beto O'Rourke and Colin Allred, in both of those primaries, both of those candidates struggled mightily with Hispanic voters. There were candidates who were running far less robust campaigns that had Hispanic surnames that captured a tremendous amount of the vote along the southern border in the Rio Grande Valley. That was in perhaps an early warning sign that those voters were simply just not willing to go along with whoever the presumptive Democratic nominee was. So for James Tallarico to do that, I think that is a heartening sign for his team as they look toward the general election there. But beyond that, I mean, we've got all of these House primaries across the state of Texas that continue to be nail biters. Tony Gonzalez and Brandon Herrera. Tony Gonzalez has created a little bit of distance between himself and Herrera, but still a single-digit race and one that looks destined for a runoff. And that House race in Houston, Christian Menefee sitting just below that 50% threshold against Congressman Al Green. Amanda Edwards, who was the former Houston City Councilwoman, who unfortunately has probably the worst timing in politics. She's really struggled in all of her races in the last couple of years. She's capturing almost 7% of the vote, and she dropped out weeks ago. So this is so painful for this group of Houston Democrats and the Houston Democratic voters who have spent the last year without congressional representation. They have watched all of these candidates that they like have to run against each other in race after race after race. If this goes to a runoff between Christian Menefee and Al Green, it will be the fourth race that Christian Menefee is running in Harris County in the last 4 months. This is just a brutal stretch for one of the largest cities in America and the Democratic voters there.
Yeah, we'll continue to update our viewers on these races that we're talking about. You can go to our website, cspan.org/2026. You can dig into the numbers into these congressional races, look at the map of Texas and see how this redistricting plan is playing out so far here on primary night. Abby Livingston, let's go to the map for the Texas GOP ticket and look at how the colors are filling in here. John Cornyn, the incumbent, is in pink, and you can see the counties that he is leading in, and then you have Ken Paxton in green. Abby Livingston, what do you make of how this is shaping up here?
The white spaces, it seemed those are rural areas, and those would seem to likely to go for Paxton. So I think we're in a bit of wait and see. But one thing I've noticed when I'm looking at the two maps, the Democratic map and the Republican map, when you go down to South Texas with that pivotal Hispanic vote, you've got Cameron County, which is a big population center, and Webb County, which is where Laredo is, also a big population center. And the Democratic turnout in their primary is exponentially higher than the Republican turnout. And this is an area that Republicans have been on offense. And so, we still have a lot of vote to come in. I'm not one of the specialists who understands the spreadsheets and things, but as a Texan, that strikes me as a major warning sign. Republicans have been betting very big on that redistricting map that Hispanics will stay with the GOP or at least migrate. And so I think that's a big warning sign for that bet that Republicans have made.
Matthew Klein?
Yeah, I do spend a lot of time in the spreadsheets,
You do.
for better or for worse. And yes, absolutely right. That was one of the big questions that I had, just sort of the overarching questions beyond who the nominees ended up being, was what the Latino electorate looks like, both within these primaries and as a whole. And I think what we're seeing is a lot of Latino voters certainly still feel comfortable voting in the Democratic primary. Now, whether that speaks more to James Tallarico's successful outreach with Latino voters or, whether it's sort of a partisan identification, they still consider themselves Democrats, maybe going back to their Democratic roots, remains to be seen. But obviously, this is welcome news for Democrats who have had nothing but bad news in South Texas for the last couple of cycles.
Matthew is in Texas on our line for Democrats. Matthew, did you vote?
Yes, ma'am, I just did today. I wanted to say thank you for taking my call. I think this is a very exciting time to be a Democrat in the state of Texas. I'm a public educator, and I've seen so many of my Republican colleagues change their political stances based on their love for truth and education and also healthy, safe environments for students. As you guys probably know, Texas has a governor who lives in the pocket of Trump, and Greg Abbott is clearly on a mission to destroy public education. You know, you guys had a caller earlier, maybe 15, 20 minutes ago. I missed her name, but she said that she used to be a Christian, but she recently became an atheist. And so she inspired me to call. I want to say I'm the opposite. I was actually an atheist until the age of 30, and then I chose to become a Christian. And I also voted for James Tallarico because I really, really enjoy the way he speaks about Christianity. I can't tell you how many people in the state of Texas will claim Christianity and then behave the opposite. I'm excited about what's happening, and I'm also really excited to hear what Abby Livingston has to say about that. Thank you.
Matthew in Texas, Democratic caller, and we invite all of you to call in tonight. If you voted in Texas, North Carolina, and Arkansas, we want to hear from you at 202-748-8923. But others, you can call in across the country tonight as we kick off Campaign 2026. Democrats, 202-748-8920. Republicans, 202-748-8921. All others, your line is 202-748-8922. And we are following this Texas Senate primary contest on both the Republican and the Democratic side. And then we also have redistricting playing out in Texas as well. We've talked about the incumbents that possibly could lose tonight in Texas. For our viewers who are just joining us, and we've got about 9 minutes to go before all the polls close in Texas. What should people be watching for when it comes to incumbents, Matthew?
Yeah, absolutely. There are at least 5 we're watching tonight, 4 of whom are in Texas. The 18th District, Al Green, Christian Menifee, that's a member-on-member race. Somebody's going to have to lose that one. Whether it goes to a runoff remains to be seen. Tony Gonzalez, down in the 23rd District, he has been mired by scandal. That looks potentially likely to go to a runoff as well. He is locked in another heated battle with Brandon Herrera, who has made a number of controversial comments that could potentially jeopardize that seat in a general election. Dan Crenshaw, serious trouble in the 2nd District of Texas. I would say at this point he is probably going down tonight. There is very little good news for him there, to a right-wing challenger, Steve Toth. And then, of course, the race that we haven't even been able to discuss tonight because we have had no results in Dallas County, the 33rd District. Julie Johnson, a freshman member whose seat was scrambled by redistricting. She is facing off against Colin Allred, who has very high name recognition, in part because he represented that region for 6 years, and in part because, of course, he was the Democratic nominee for the United States Senate against Ted Cruz in 2024. So those are all the ones we're watching in Texas. And, of course, in North Carolina, still keeping an eye on Valerie Foushee in the Chapel Hill, Durham area. She's up by 4. That's a close one.
We'll go back to Texas. Mike is watching us from there. Republican, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just calling to just say that I'm pretty happy with the way things are going tonight, except for the fact that I voted for Hunt for Senate, but I'll end up voting for Paxton in the runoff. But it looks pretty good. My biggest fear is I'm up in north central Texas. That you can see the Oklahoma state line from where I live. But they this Crockett stuff, my biggest problem with her, I'll just tell you, why does every third word have to be obscene? Why does everything have to be, I think that's what just turned me off. I mean, I have no problem with her being a, left-wing nut. I can live with that. I mean, we got those in Texas too, although it looks like green's going down, which would not bother me. But it's this swearing and this everything, even Senate hearings now. I mean, they just,
Mike, can I ask you about your decision to vote for Wesley Hunt and not Ken Paxton in this primary? Why? You said you're going to vote for Ken Paxton if he gets the GOP ticket ultimately, but why not tonight?
I'm still pretty, what's a good word for it? Pretty philosophical. I have a hard time. I really wanted to vote for a conservative. I'm a little bit older, on the older side, but that's kind of the issue with me.
And why Ken Paxton? Is Ken Paxton the next best conservative over Senator John Cornyn?
Yeah, no offense. As long as I've been to Texas, I've never seen Cornyn anywhere. I mean, even in the newspaper in our area, and you don't see. I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, you just don't see these guys, and I don't like the way he votes. I don't like his demeanor. I mean, he's just he's the antithesis of what's her name anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
Understood. I want to get Jacob's reaction. Jacob, do you think that these Wesley Hunt voters, he's around 13%, do you think they all migrate to Ken Paxton like that caller?
I don't know if they all migrate to Ken Paxton, but I think that it's a decent assumption to say that if you weren't voting for John Cornyn in round one, and John Cornyn is the guy who's been senator since 2002, he has been in office, statewide office in Texas for another decade before that. He is somebody that everybody knows and people have feelings about. If you're not getting to vote for him in round one, what is going to convince you that this person that you know who has represented you for 2.5 decades has earned your vote in the intervening 10 weeks? And so I think ultimately I wouldn't be surprised if most of Wesley Hunt's voters end up voting for Ken Paxton over Cornyn. I'm sure some of them, maybe even a lot of them, will vote for Cornyn over Paxton because they can't abide by Paxton and his personal baggage. But I think if you're already breaking the seal of voting for a challenger, a primary challenger to your incumbent senator, you are far more likely to continue that rather than default back to the status quo.
Here's a Politico headline for you, Matthew Klein. MAGA loves scandal-ridden Ken Paxton. Can they get him to the Senate?
That's a very good question. Ken Paxton, of course, has been plagued by a number of scandals, including some corruption allegations. John Cornyn has already hit him on allegations of marital infidelity. His wife famously filed to divorce him on biblical grounds, which attracted quite a bit of attention. And it certainly sounds like he is not going to shy away from hitting Ken Paxton even further in the primary runoff, if that's where this thing is headed, which it certainly looks like it is. And of course, then, even if Ken Paxton does manage to get over the finish line in a runoff, he's going to face many of these attacks all over again from Democrats, and potentially some independents and Republicans may not feel like that he's the right guy for the job, especially if James Tallarico ends up being the Democratic nominee and having more appeal with some of those centrist voters.
Let's go to a Texas Democrat. Brian in Fort Worth. Welcome to the conversation.
Hey, thank you for having me. I appreciate it. It's my first time calling. I love it.
Tell us who you voted for and why.
I voted for Jasmine Crockett, and for a few reasons. I really didn't know anything about James Tallarico until this cycle, actually. And I just like the way Jasmine Crockett, how she pushes back against the GOP. I think we need that, a little bit of that in our politics right now, especially with a lot that's going on. And to be honest, one last thing is that she's a black woman, and I want to see her win. and I don't think that James Talarico will be there for the black community as much as she would.
All right, Matthew Klein.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, identity politics has been an extremely important part of this primary. Jasmine Crockett has made not been shy about the fact that she is a champion for African American voters in the state of Texas. What we're seeing tonight in the results, certainly what we were seeing in the polls heading into this night, was that she was going to put up a very strong showing with black voters in Texas, and that seems to be the case. It's the flip side, right? James Talarico seems to be doing better with white voters and Hispanic voters at this point. So yes, we've seen identity politics come to the forefront in this race, even if a lot of Democrats sort of wish that it wouldn't.
We are just moments away here from the final polls closing in Texas. There was a delay this evening due to some confusion over precinct voting versus county voting. They extended voting in Dallas County to 10 p.m. our time, 9 p.m. in Texas. So, Jacob Rubashkin, what are you watching for as these polls close?
Well, the first thing I'm watching for is that the Texas State Supreme Court has actually blocked temporarily that Dallas judge's order to keep the polls open. Now, of course, the polls were remaining open. The Texas State Supreme Court has ordered the polling places to separate out the votes that were cast after 7 p.m. or by people who were not in line at 7 p.m. I don't actually know if that's possible. I will leave it to the experts of the Dallas County electoral system to tell us whether that is something that can happen. I don't actually know even if polling places are keeping track of when a vote is cast in a way that they can separate those votes out. So we're already talking about confusion here. We're talking about another level of confusion. It's a temporary order. It might get litigated. I'm sure it will get litigated. Yeah. Again, this county has so many votes. It's going to be big for Crockett, who's trailing right now. This could get very messy very quickly. And who knows what the final outcome will be. But talk about curveballs on a night that is already shaping up to be a nail-biter on all fronts.
Yeah, I smell a lawsuit. This is the New York Times. Judge extends voting in Dallas County after complaints about confusion.
That's right. And if you're a Republican and you are, looking at your own very ugly primary, what are you hoping for right now? More chaos on the Democratic side. And it doesn't elude me that the state Supreme Court in Texas is it's entirely controlled by Republicans. I'm not saying that's necessarily the only reason that factored into this, but obviously it is something to consider. Yeah, I mean, if Jasmine Crockett is, losing very narrowly at the end of the day here when the votes in Dallas County are tabulated, and the votes that have been cast in these sort of hours outside of the time that it was expected are not included, I think we're going to expect to see some pretty ugly, legal fights.
Yeah. We're still at 46% of the votes in from the Associated Press. That's their estimate at this point. And again, James Talarico with the lead, but we're waiting for results from Dallas County.
Yeah, we're waiting for results from Dallas County. And to be quite honest, I don't know if Dallas County feels comfortable reporting its results given the state of where things are right now. I mean, I find it highly unlikely that a county of that size would release a lot of results and then potentially have to retract some. I think that would create even more confusion. And so if that's the case, we really may not know what's going to happen.
Yeah, we've been stuck here at 46% votes in for a while.
Yeah, and look, I think that while there will be a hefty portion of votes coming out of Dallas County, probably somewhere in the 200,000 range, I would imagine, maybe, more than that potentially, just kind of really ballpark order of magnituding it. There's still plenty of votes elsewhere in the state as well. It's something to keep in mind as we continue to talk about each of these population centers in Texas. Again, it's a big, big state, and doing well in any given city is not determinative of whether you're going to do well statewide. But the other thing I would say, and I think, part of the reason why I love being here on C-SPAN is that we get to talk to real voters. And one thing that I've noticed consistently in the Democratic voters we're talking to in Texas, there's a real age difference. Younger voters categorically seem to be going for James Tallarico, older voters leaning more toward Jasmine Crockett. That's something that we've seen in the polling that we've gotten in this race so far. I think it's reflective of the different strategies that the campaigns have pursued. Jasmine Crockett, of course, a regular presence on cable TV while she's been in Congress. James Tallarico leaning heavily into that social media presence, targeting those younger voters.
Let's hear from another voter in Texas. Anthony is in Elgin, Texas, on our line for Democrats.
Yeah, thanks for taking my call.
Anthony, go ahead. Share your thoughts with us about this Texas Senate primary contest.
First of all, I voted for Jasmine Crockett. I'm an older voter, but I could, if Tallarico end up winning, I'll be fully supporting them too. So
why is that?
Because I never heard of him until he really came to my Facebook feed and his campaign. I think he's real good, and he's young. Either one of them will be better than what we have right now. But I can.
Anthony, did you know who James Tallarico was before this race?
No, never heard of him.
All right, Matthew Klein. It seems that James Tallarico surged just in time here, possibly.
That's certainly possible. He's dropped a lot of money towards the end of this campaign. It's challenging to run as a state representative. First of all, Texas has 180 state house seats, so you represent a very small fraction of the total electorate. And to try and go from representing a small chunk of Williamson County to the entire state of Texas is a really big challenge. I think one thing that actually may have benefited Tallarico is redistricting. He was the face of Democratic opposition to the redistricting plan last year, and he made a lot of national headlines, got a lot of national attention as making the case against that, why the state of Texas shouldn't be redistricting, why Republicans were trying to, in his view, take 5 seats from Democrats.
Is he one that fled the state?
He did. He fled the state. He was a leader in that movement, and ultimately that didn't end up changing the equation. The bill still passed, but I think it really helped establish him as a prominent name and benefited him.
And the other thing I'll add here on the callers is pretty consistently, regardless of whether the Democratic callers in Texas have been voting for James Tallarico or Jasmine Crockett, they only have good things to say about the other candidate. And this is both it's a double-edged sword for Democrats, because so far they have managed, even as the primary has gotten pretty testy between the two of them, to keep voters happy with both of them. Regardless of who wins this primary, there's a lot of enthusiasm here. Now, this stuff in Dallas County, who knows if this gets to be a protracted recount fight. We can see it getting a little dicier, but at the moment, the Democratic path to victory in Texas relies on a lot of lucky breaks. It relies on a lot of shots going in, and a big part of that is the day after this primary is decided, everybody needs to be rowing in the same direction. And the fact that both James Tallarico and Jasmine Crockett are popular and incredibly well-liked among Democratic voters is a real asset to the party, especially when you compare it to the other side of the aisle, where Paxton and Cornyn not only are at each other's throats personally, but their voters also do not like the other candidates. And while most of them are going to put their jerseys on and vote for the Republican when the time comes, any sort of votes that the Democratic candidate can peel off will be incredibly valuable in terms of making this a real competitive race.
All right, Dave Wasserman on X. I've seen enough. James Tallarico wins Texas Senate Democratic primary. Again, the Associated Press has not called this, and we've been waiting for votes to come in from Dallas County. But what do you make of Dave Wasserman's call here?
Well, Dave Wasserman, great friend of mine, close colleague. I am not going to go against Dave's call. And he has seen enough. He has seen enough. I certainly think that based on the numbers that we're seeing right now, I said this a bit earlier, I do think Tallarico is in the stronger position here. Even if Jasmine Crockett puts up a decent showing in Dallas, he's doing well still in a lot of the areas that are coming in. El Paso, he seems to be performing quite well. San Antonio, a huge chunk of the state. Down in Cameron County, which is Brownsville, he's performing very well. And he's holding his own in Houston, which is important. And so right now, I think my colleague Dave, he's probably right on.
And he's looking at the same areas that you're looking at, because that's where you need to dig into to see where these candidates are and the possible outcomes.
That's exactly right. I mean, he is looking at the same as we are. He doesn't have any results in Dallas County either, and he feels comfortable making this call even without Dallas County in. I think that pretty much says it all.
All right. Lynn is a Republican in Houston. Lynn, on the Senate side of the primary contest here tonight for the Senate seat, how did you vote?
I voted for John Cornyn reluctantly.
Reluctantly? Why?
Because I really would like to have voted for Ken Paxton, but because of his just moral background, I couldn't bring myself to do it. And my representative is the black man. I forget his name right offhand. But I did not vote for him because I think that I heard that he had voted for Hillary at one point. And so I also didn't want to vote for John Cornyn because I simply think he's too old. And that's from someone who is 77 years old. And he really should have stepped down and let someone else much younger vie for this seat. And that's kind of how I feel.
Okay. Lynn in Houston, Texas, Republican. She said she didn't vote for her congressman. I assume she's in District 18?
Probably in District 38 is my guess. She's a Wesley Hunt constituent was maybe what it sounded like to me.
I think so.
Okay.
If that's the case, yeah. I mean, look, outside groups, there was a period when Hunt was surging in the Republican primary. It looked like he actually could potentially come in second place and John Cornyn could come in third, which would have been, an epic embarrassment. The National Republican Senatorial Committee, other groups came in and essentially nuked him on a number of issues, including they alleged that he had voted for Hillary Clinton in 2008 at the time, and that seems to have done serious damage, as we have heard. Shortly after they started making those attacks, his numbers really started to fall off, and of course now he is in a distant third place.
All right, we'll go to Deandra, Cambridge, Maryland Independent. Deandra, good morning. Good evening, I should say. We're almost to morning.
Not yet. Actually, it's good night. We're all in the same place.
Yes.
Yeah, I've been watching all evening, and I just want to say how disappointed and sad I am. I am an 80-year-old, and I'm really saddened by what's going on right now with these elections. And it's all a result of when Texas redistricted. And so I don't even consider this to be a legitimate election. And then, as you stated, I appreciate the young man on there that did give a little bit more information and time to what actually happened in Texas. And as well, what happened just recently, just today or the day before, when they changed all the voting sites there in Texas. So I don't see how anybody could get really a legitimate race out of this. But as always, and I am an elderly African American, we just always have to settle with whatever we're given. Thanks a lot for taking my call.
All right, Pauline's a Democrat in Dickinson, Texas. Pauline, go ahead.
Well, it's so delightful to talk to people from the district, my hometown. Okay. Well, I voted for James Tallarico, and let me tell you something. The man is so intelligent and can speak to anybody, any place, anytime, anywhere. All you have to do is just go to YouTube and look up James Tallarico and Joe Rogan. Now, how many people can speak to Joe Rogan, and Joe Rogan is won over by James Tallarico. James Tallarico is a person that embodies values. And I'm not saying that Jasmine does not, because I see a beautiful, intelligent woman that I like to see one day be on the U.S. Supreme Court, because she has a gift for the law. She knows the Constitution backwards and forwards, if I could embody Barbara Jordan. She could teach everybody, within that administration right now, what the Constitution means. And that's where I would like to see Jasmine, is within the judicial branch
All right, Pauline. 2 Democratic callers there, Jacob Rubashkin.
Yeah.
One for both for Tellerico.
Both for Tellerico.
But again, as you said, complimentary towards Jasmine Crockett.
Absolutely. Look, for Democrats in Texas, they have been, on the losing end of every single contest, certainly every single contest at the top of the ticket for the past 30 some odd years, but even in the moments when it felt like there was something brewing in 2018 and then in 2020 when Biden actually competed a little bit in Texas, started running TV ads there, sent Kamala Harris to campaign down there, and then when Beto ran again in 2022 and when Colin Allred ran in 2024, and each time it's just been brutal loss after brutal loss.
I'm going to pause there because Jasmine Crockett's out addressing her supporters. Let's listen in.
State. We don't have any of the results because there was a lot of confusion today. And so, our Democratic Party chair, Cardall Coleman, he beat me to the punch, as myself and Colin Allred we're about to file a lawsuit to keep the voting polls open. We were able to keep the polls open, but I can tell you now that people have been disenfranchised. The reason that we knew that there were problems is because we were receiving the phone calls and the emails. The polls were supposed to stay open until 9, according to a court order. The Supreme Court, just a few minutes ago, just said, shut it down. The Supreme Court also said that they are to separate any votes out that came in after 7 p.m. So here's the deal. I have no idea how it is that clerks are going to know who was in line by what time, because the rule is that if you're in line by 7, then you get to vote. And so once there was a court order saying you had until 9, I'm sure that there were people that joined the line after 7. They now are telling them that you have to separate the votes out. What this means is that we will not know what votes are to be tallied from Election Day out of Dallas County. For sure, we won't know that tonight. So knowing that Dallas County is a big dump of votes, we, in my opinion, will not know the election results overall tonight. We need to see the Dallas County votes to see where they are. I mean, if the early vote comes in, which we may have the early vote soon, if it comes in and I'm losing Dallas County, then we know kind of where this thing is going. So, so that's my news, is that we're not going to have election results tonight, in my opinion, based upon what specifically is taking place in Dallas County. Unfortunately, this is what Republicans like to do. And so they specifically targeted Dallas County, and I think we all know why. So I want you to enjoy yourselves, but I won't be back tonight because I have no idea of when we're going to get results, and I fully anticipate it won't be until tomorrow. So I love y'all too. Thank you so very much for being here. Love you down. I love you down, Dallas.
All right, Jasmine Crockett wrapping up there with her supporters tonight, saying she's not coming back out because she doesn't think we're going to know the outcome of the Democratic primary Senate race. Let's go to Wesley Hunt, who is vying for the GOP Senate primary ticket, and he's talking to his supporters. Let's listen in.
But we've been here before. We always stick together and band together as a family. The Lord has blessed us, and the Lord will continue to bless us. And I will say this. This will not be the last time you see my name on a ballot. I can assure you that. We've learn some valuable lessons, have some valuable knowledge. But with the one thing I've learned in traveling around is that there is certainly a thirst for young leadership. Young leadership, thank you, to step into the fray to lead the future of this great nation. It is looking like Ken and John are heading to the runoff. I wish them both the best of luck. I really do. Clearly the people of Texas have chosen them. And I listen and I obey the people that I work for. So that at the end of the day, I wish them the best of luck in this runoff. And then whoever chooses, or whoever the people choose to go to the general election, they will have my undying support on top of that, because we have got to keep Texas red. This has been the honor of a lifetime. It's been something I will always cherish for the rest of my life. I will never forget this state. This is where I was born. This is where I was born and raised. This is where I dragged my wife from Iowa to be here with me today. My 3 children are born here. I'm going to die here. And I can assure you that I'm going to leave it better than I found it. May God bless you. God bless the United States, and God bless the great state of Texas. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Love you too.
Congressman Wesley Hunt conceding the GOP primary contest for the U.S. Senate seat there, saying he wishes Senator John Cornyn, the incumbent, and Ken Paxton the best of luck in a runoff. And that's looks like where we're headed for this Republican primary. Matthew Klein.
Absolutely, yeah. It seems like this is going to go into overtime. It's going to be really expensive. It's going to get really, really nasty. This is sort of a worst-case scenario for the National Republican Senatorial Committee. Looks like James Tallarico may very well win the Democratic primary outright at this point. And Republicans, meanwhile, are going to be stuck in their own really ugly runoff here, with the potential for Ken Paxton to emerge as the nominee. Not great for them.
We want to bring back Abby Livingston, who is Puck's Washington correspondent and has covered Texas politics for many years. Abby Livingston, we heard also from Jasmine Crockett saying she's not coming back out tonight. She doesn't think we're going to know the results.
I mean, she may have a point. This sounds like it's pretty legally contentious. This is a big, giant mess. And I think regardless of what happens on who the nominee is in this race, there is an enormous amount of pressure on the state and National Democratic Party to work around this, to strategize this, to have a public education campaign about where you need to go to vote, because there's no room for error for Democrats in any facet of this. Everything has to go right for them to have a shot, to have just a mere chance at this race. And so I think this is not a great thing for Democrats. And also just going beyond the lack of, finality and clarity in a sense that one candidate may not have gotten a fair shake. And so I think this is something Democrats will need to take very seriously.
Abby Livingston, what about the early voting? I mean, Dallas County is reporting some numbers. She thought that they wouldn't, but we are seeing some numbers coming in. And so is it too late to stop that reporting? Is that what she's trying to do here?
I'm just going to be really honest. I'm not completely fluent in this. But I was just on Dallas television, and they were similarly perplexed. And so I'm actually just going to plead that I am not fluent on this, and I better not answer.
Well, here's KSAT out of Texas. Supreme Court orders Dallas County to separate votes. Williamson County extends their hours as well. Jacob Rubashkin, what are you seeing?
What a mess. Look, I think I don't know what's going to happen. I'm not admitted to the bar anywhere, let alone Texas. So I will similarly, not venture a guess as to where the Texas Supreme Court will ultimately come down on this. What I do know is the votes that we do have, which is the early vote that was reported out of Dallas County just a few moments ago. Jasmine Crockett did do well there. She won 61 to 38%. But I don't know if that's good enough. She really needs to blow the doors off of Dallas County in order to pull herself back into the lead of this race. I think she was probably hoping to get closer to 70% in that early vote. Again, I'm not Dave Wasserman, so I'm not going to venture a guess. I'll leave that to the good folks at the AP. But look, I think if you're Tallarico, you still have to be feeling pretty good about where things are headed right now. You know, the Williamson County angle of it all, who's to say if the state Supreme Court asked to segregate ballots in Dallas County, will they also try and do something similar in Williamson County? Is that even possible? Again, a question that I don't think any of us have the answer to. And will those ballots end up being dispositive? We'll probably know at some point how many of them there are before we know what the contents of those ballots are, and that will be our first clue. But again, we're talking about a race with a margin of 5 points out of 1.5 million votes cast. So this is not over yet, and I think Jasmine Crockett has the right idea of going to bed early and waking up tomorrow morning to see where the dust is settled.
Yeah, Jamie Landers, who covers Texas for Dallas News, with this post on X. The Texas Supreme Court has now stayed the order extending Dallas County voting hours until 9 p.m., and election officials confirmed to the Dallas News that ballots cast by Democrats in line after 7 p.m. would not be counted. Matthew Klein, we heard Jasmine Crockett talk about this. What did you hear from her?
Well, I have to say, she sounded a little bit despondent for obvious reasons. Dallas is her home base. This is not the night that you want to be having, even if things are already going well for you elsewhere on the map. And then, of course, things don't seem to be going all that well for her elsewhere. She's getting absolutely crushed in Travis County, which is Austin. She's losing El Paso County decisively, Bexar County by 15 points. She's doing okay in Harris County, but right now the balance seems to still be favoring Tallarico. It just didn't seem like this is sort of almost a little bit of an insult to injury situation.
Jeffrey in Lubbock, Texas, Republican.
Yes, thanks for taking my call.
We're listening to you, Jeffrey. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm a proud voter of John Cornyn. I think he's been behind the scenes doing a lot of good work on Capitol Hill. Also really excited about our congressional race here in Lubbock. We've got a really excellent conservative candidate in Tom Sell who's doing pretty well right now.
All right, let's talk about that race.
Absolutely. This is one of the more... I'm sorry, I didn't mean to jump in.
No, please.
No, okay, I'm sorry. I've been waiting all night to talk about the 19th district. No, this is an open seat in West Texas. Obviously, it's got Lubbock. It's got Abilene. It's a very conservative seat way out there. Jody Arrington is the current incumbent. He is retired. Tom Sell, who formerly worked for and currently works with as a lobbying partner for former House Agriculture Chair Larry Combest, former representative from the region. He is in the lead right now, and it seems, I'm going to double check the numbers. It seems like he is probably going to go to a runoff there against Matt Smith. Fat Matt Smith is the nickname that he goes by on TV. But obviously, as Tom Sell, sort of more in the establishment mold, especially with regard to agriculture. That's a huge issue out in West Texas. Cotton in particular as well. So that's an interesting race, and it's also notably one of the ones where Donald Trump stayed out, perhaps because there was not a clear favorite, and Donald Trump, as we know, likes to pick winners.
Though Governor Greg Abbott did wade in here, and he had endorsed Abraham Enriquez, who is sitting in third place with 17% at the moment. We'll see. It seems like Tom Sell is a pretty good bet to make it to a runoff. But of Matt Smith, Enriquez, and then fourth candidate Jason Corley is sitting at about 10%. I imagine it may be some time before we know who gets that second spot in the runoff.
Again, for our viewers who want to follow along with these congressional districts in Texas, you want to see results for House seats in North Carolina, or just check in on what happened in Arkansas, go to cspan.org/results, and you can play around with the maps that we have online. We'll go to Richardson, Texas, on our line for Democrats. Caller, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
We can.
All right. So I'm a full-time voter, 19 years old, and I voted for Tallarico. I just can't really, I don't think Crockett is really honest, to be honest with you. Like, I do not like Trump, obviously. I'm a Democrat. But she goes off on Donald Trump about how bad he is, and then can't go off about Israel, which does a lot of bad stuff. I don't know how I just don't trust it. I feel like it's just political, and she just complains a lot. It's just a lot for me, so that's why I voted for Talarico. I think Talarico is very interesting and very could be the future of Democrats for soon.
Okay.
So that's why I voted for him.
All right. Well, thank you for calling in. First-time voter there from Richardson, Texas. Abby Livingston, we've heard from a lot of young voters tonight, and they on the Democratic side, they tend to be voting for James Talarico.
Absolutely. He seems to be doing very well, whereas Crockett was overperforming, it seems like, among the older vote. And usually in a Democratic primary, it's better to be overperforming in the older vote that young people haven't turned out. Or they tend to not turn out in generals or primaries. And so I think that this is a real moment to watch. I was also interested in his point about Israel. And Israel seems to be is going to surface throughout the spring in Democratic primaries. We're seeing a lot of AIPAC spending in races, and we're starting to see increasing anti-AIPAC spending. And so I am just amazed at how, that is an issue that I never heard come up in a Texas race in all the years I covered, and now it seems very front and center.
And when you're looking at the vote count right now, where it stands, we were just showing our viewers to give them an update, 59% of the vote in. So we're seeing some movement here. We were hovering around 46% for the longest time. The polls closing at 10 p.m., 9 p.m. in Texas, 10 p.m. Eastern time. And now we're seeing some movement with the percentage increasing. So Abby Livingston, what are you watching for right now?
I mean, like everything, we're watching Dallas County. We're watching the votes fill in South Texas. We still don't have Williamson County, which I believe is the root or the base of Talarico's state representative district. But we're seeing a lot of green start to fill into this map. And there seems to be a lot of spaces that will probably turn green too. So there's still a lot of uncertainties, but Wasserman might be onto something.
All right, Jacob Rubashkin, you were noting that as well when it came to Dallas County, the early vote, not as much as possibly Jasmine Crockett needs.
Yeah, look, at this point, right, she is behind in the vote that's been counted so far, and there's still a decent chunk left, but she needs to be doing as good as possible in her strongest areas. And so the worse that she does relative to expectations in Dallas County, the more she has to make up elsewhere in the map, and it doesn't look like she's really been able to do that either. So opportunity is perhaps running out. Look, we still have about half the vote in Dallas County out uncounted. Who knows when we'll figure out which ballots are counted when and in what manner. And just, for comparison purposes, Dallas is a lot bigger than Williamson, right? We're talking about the two of them because both of them have this issue about the access to the specific precinct voting, but Dallas is a lot bigger than Williamson County. So we should keep that in mind. Again, if you're Jasmine Crockett, you are behind, and you've got to hope that things start breaking your way, because otherwise you're on the losing end of what was a very close competitive primary.
Matthew Klein, Abby Livingston was just saying there's a lot of green on the map, and
That's right.
green is Talarico's color, pink is Jasmine Crockett.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, one thing that James Talarico has done a very good job doing is coalescing the non-African American vote. I mean, what we see right now is black voters generally seem to be very supportive of Jasmine Crockett. She's doing well in Dallas County. She's doing well in Harris County. And she's also doing very well in rural East Texas, where the Democratic base there is heavily African American. The overall vote is largely Republican because there are more white voters there than black voters, but certainly in Democratic primaries, it's mostly African American voters. Whereas James Talarico now is doing very well in some of those, white college-educated areas. Travis County, that's Austin, he's up 76-23. Montgomery County, a northern suburb of Houston, he's up 60-39. And then also in some of these Latino-heavy areas, El Paso County, 62-36, he's up. Webb County, he's up by 34 points. Hidalgo County, that's McAllen, he's up 37 points. So there were some polls that were all over the place. There were a few that indicated he might have a pretty sizable lead with Latino voters. That seems to be happening. And I think right now it's just a math equation. If you're doing well with white voters and Latino voters, it's a lot better than doing well with just African American voters.
Congressman Greg Casar putting out on X, James Tallarico is the future of the Democratic Party. He unites working people of all kinds to take on the billionaires who are making life unaffordable. He's going to show Texas Republicans how powerful working people are when we stand together. On to victory in November. Abby Livingston, what do you make of that endorsement from the congressman?
Well, Congressman Casar is a well-known progressive. He's a dominant politician in Austin. He was on the city council. I think this is a key base of support. This is a signal to progressives to get behind Tallarico.
We'll go to Houston, Texas. Lily, a Republican.
Hi. I just wanted to say that I'm disappointed at the Republicans who actually voted that. I believe that Cornyn and Paxton are just name recognitions. And people like one of your callers, Lynn, calls and she doesn't even know the name of her representative. And she didn't vote for him and that was Wesley Hunt. And she didn't vote for him just because she saw an ad published by Cornyn and the PAC that was behind Cornyn saying that he had voted for Hillary Clinton, when she could have easily just gone to Hunt's website and looked at all his accolades and has seen that he is a true American who has fought for this country. He had been deployed several times to Afghanistan, Iraq, fought for this country, is 100% Texan for Texas, for the state of Texas, and has a clean record. And I myself was a Democrat before I started seeing what all the Democrat people, the Biden had been doing before that, what Hillary was involved in, what Bill Clinton was involved in.
All right, Lily, but I want to pick up on what you're saying, though, on the spending. Abby Livingston, she's talking about how impactful ads are, and we were showing our viewers when we started this evening, a lot of money has been spent on ads in the Democratic and the Republican primary for this Senate seat.
I think one of the main takeaways so far tonight is that campaigns still matter. And the reason that woman was getting the messaging about Wesley Hunt was because Cornyn and his allies had the resources in the organization to make that case, and Wesley Hunt did not have enough money to counter that. And we're seeing a similar thing on the other side of on the Democratic side, whereas I think most folks would agree James Tallarico had the more formidable campaign. He raised a lot more money, vastly overspent Jasmine Crockett on television advertising. And this was an open question going into the night. I wasn't so sure. And so I think what we are seeing tonight is that the ability to raise money and spend it effectively is still having a consequential effect on politics.
Is it the ultimate factor, though? Because Senator John Cornyn, the ad spending for him, $69 million, and it looks like he's headed to a runoff.
I mean, this is a really tough thing, and he has so outspent, and Paxton has not had much of a campaign and not much of an ability to spend to catch up. So yes, absolutely. I think with the instance of Wesley Hunt is unique, but boy, this is a rough night for this is a rough campaign for John Cornyn.
And looks like we're headed toward a runoff, May 26th. Abby Livingston, then what happens when these two square off over the next 10 weeks?
I just think it's going to be really, really rough, and I think it's going to be nasty, and it looks like whoever the Democratic nominee is going to be, sounds like it'll be Tallarico. They can kind of kick back, raise a ton of money. Candidate fundraising is incredibly important in this race because candidates get a lower rate of television advertising than super PACs. And so that 10-week period is crucial for Democrats to take advantage of. There are a lot of things lining up, it appears, in favor of Democrats. This is still a Republican state. It's still really hard. But as the guy said earlier, this is not how Republicans want this Senate race to go.
All right, and we'll give you an update on the Republican primary in this U.S. Senate seat. All the results can be found at cspan.org/2026. We're waiting on the candidates to come out and speak. We're giving you all the results every moment, as well as the concession and victory speeches tonight, if and when we hear from the candidates. Let's go to Asher in Dallas, Texas. Democratic caller. Go ahead, Asher.
Hi. Thank y'all for having me. I voted for James Tallarico, and I think what really motivated me to get out the polls is I just really agree with his messaging, his style. I think that really, as a voter, the way that our politics has changed in recent years and become so filled with owning other people, having aggressive styles to just kind of win at all cost, really, disenchants a lot of folks. And so I really appreciate the way that he messages there. And then also, I would like to say that James Tallarico, in terms of policies, I really enjoy how a lot of his platform is based off of seeking structural reform. He seems like a man of integrity and somebody who would be willing to sponsor a bill to put term limits on senators or other representatives in Congress and other stuff that I think a lot of voters have been wanting for a long time, but hasn't gotten done because our politicians are beholden to all these special interests like PACs.
All right. Jacob Rubashkin, we heard people talk about their support for James Tallarico tonight, and many of them mentioning his messaging. They like what they heard from him.
Yeah, well, look, Tallarico has adopted a strategy of going everywhere and talking to everyone. It's something that I think Pete Buttigieg demonstrated back in his 2020 presidential campaign that allowed him to explode on the scene. I mean, that guy was the mayor of South Bend, and he became a viable presidential contender. Tallarico, similarly, just one of 100+ state representatives who, by virtue of being able to go into less favorable environments. People talked about the Joe Rogan podcast earlier. That wasn't the only show that he went on, and hold forth for 3 hours on a wide variety of subjects. I think people really like that. They respond to that. They want a standard bearer who is able to talk at length after 4 years of a president who struggled in those situations in Joe Biden and who fell apart during the debate against Donald Trump that was the beginning of the end for his presidential re-election campaign and ultimately for Democrats' hopes all around. So absolutely, I think Tallarico has really struck a chord with voters. He has, by virtue of the approach he's taken to campaigning, been able to introduce himself to a vast number of people. A lot of people didn't know who he was when this race started out, and he's really changed that, so much so that he's on the verge of winning a statewide election in Texas against somebody who started this race much better known and in a much stronger polling position.
All right, in Dallas, Texas, we're watching as supporters for Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton line up behind the podium there on this stage. His supporters around the podium as well. When he comes out, we will bring you live coverage here on C-SPAN, part of our primary night coverage of campaign 2026. Abby Livingston, is tone important for candidates running in 2026?
Well, it appears so, and we saw two completely different tones in this race. And so there was the more gentle tone from Tallarico and the more aggressive tone from Crockett. Now, my question going forward is, what about the other states? What are we going to see out of other Senate campaigns, other House races? What is the appetite with voters outside of Texas? And Texas is a strange state this cycle. I'm a little hesitant to draw too many conclusions. The whole place has been scrambled by redistricting. This is a very unique Senate race. There aren't many Senate races with competitive primaries on each side. But if I had to pick one state that I'm looking forward to watching, two actually, Minnesota and Michigan. There are competitive primaries there. And if those electorates follow Texas's suit on this is what I'm most curious about over the course of this cycle.
All right, let's go to Austin, Texas, an independent caller there. Go ahead.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for having me.
And how did you vote?
So I am, like you said, an independent. I voted on the Republican primary this year, mostly because I actually want Tallarico to win. I went down the ballot and voted for Republicans who I considered to be the weakest in their primaries in hopes that Democrats would win. So that meant at the top of the ticket for U.S. Senate, I voted for Ken Paxton, hoping that it would be a Tallarico-Paxton face-off, much like some of your analysts this evening have predicted.
Okay, well, let's take that up, Matthew Klein. In that, if that's the hypothetical matchup.
We love these kinds of people because they are what makes politics interesting. Listen, it's something you can do in Texas. They don't have party registration in the state. You can vote in either primary. Now, at this,
I'm going to pause you there because Senator John Cornyn is out. Let's listen to him. We'll come back and talk about that.
And we were on to the runoff. I want to start by thanking my family, without whose support and love I could not do what I get an opportunity to do, representing 32 million Texans in the United States Senate. I want to thank everybody who voted for me, and the way I view it, it's an indication of their trust in the service that I provided to this great state for many years now. To Congressman Wesley Hunt and his family, you ran a spirited race, and you have a bright future, and I wish you well. We now head into a 12-week primary runoff. Elections are about choices, and the choice in the Republican race for the U.S. Senate is crystal clear. I've worked for decades to build the Republican Party, both here in Texas and nationally. I refuse to allow a flawed, self-centered, and shameless candidate like Ken Paxton risk everything we've worked so hard to build over these many years. There is simply too much at stake in this midterm election for our state and for our country. The final 2 years of President Trump's agenda hangs in the balance. I'm proud to have supported President Trump and worked with him to help him achieve his goals in the Congress. If he's nominated, there's a high risk that Paxton would lose this Senate seat, taking 5 congressional seats down with him. And you don't have to take my word for it. In public polling in the last few months, U.S. Senate nominees are either tied with or beating Paxton if he were the nominee. Ken Paxton as the nominee would be a dead weight at the top of the ticket for Republicans running all across this great state. Over the next 12 weeks, Texas Republican primary voters will hear more about my record of delivering conservative victories in the United States Senate and learn more about Ken's indefensible personal behavior and failures in office. Just like the primary, we have a plan to win the runoff, and we are in the process of executing it. Judgment Day is coming for Ken Paxton. Thank you all. May God bless Texas, and may God continue to bless in the United States of America.
Take a few questions. Jim, you want to start with AP? Senator, typically a runoff can be a problem spot.
All right, Senator John Cornyn there, 74 years old, and you heard him say it. We're headed to a runoff. For the next 12 weeks, he's competing against, he says, Ken Paxton, and he said it's Judgment Day for Mr. Paxton, and it's coming up. Abby Livingston, I want to pick up on what he said, that it would be disastrous for the party if Ken Paxton were to get the GOP nomination. He said he'd bring down the 5 congressional seats with him.
I mean, there is an argument to be made for that. And I'd also go point back to Cornyn's electoral history. In 2020, Democrats were on a major House offensive in Texas, and Cornyn was instrumental in ringing the alarm and helping to save a lot of seats. So he has a lot of credibility there. But boy, that speech, I've never heard a speech like that on a campaign night. Judgment Day is coming. And I just don't think we can grasp enough the scale of personal animosity in this race. And I think that it's important to remember that Ken Paxton was impeached by Republicans. And so there is a lot of animosity toward him in the Texas political class. But I don't know if that'll be enough. But boy, that speech screams to me the kitchen sink is coming.
Oh, Matthew Klein.
Yeah, it's going to get ugly. I think we've expected this from the beginning. This is sort of things are going according to plan here, that this is going to be a runoff now between John Cornyn and Ken Paxton, two men who clearly dislike each other and who have very real ideological differences that are going to come to bear in this campaign.
Is there more to throw at him?
I don't know. I mean, they have gone pretty scorched earth already. Now, certainly John Cornyn has got a lot of Washington allies. He has a lot of money at his disposal, and I guess the big question is just how much money are they willing to spend to prop up John Cornyn in a seat that really should be just a Republican hold. I mean, I guess there is a risk that Ken Paxton will lose, but either way, I think odds are this is going to be a Republican hold.
Jacob Rubashkin, what does President Trump do? What do Senate GOP leaders do?
Look, if I could tell you with any certainty what President Trump is going to do on any sort of decision that he faces on a daily basis, I would be sitting on an island somewhere sipping a tropical drink and not at this desk at 11 p.m. Because my bank account would look a little different.
But you're enjoying yourself for month.
So this is so much fun. I think the president has a difficult decision in front of him. He likes both of these guys. He likes Cornyn. He also really likes Ken Paxton. He has stayed out of this race so far despite a full court press from Republicans in D.C. trying to get him to back John Cornyn for all the reasons that Cornyn laid out there in his speech.
Including Senate Majority Leader John Thune.
Especially Senate Majority Leader John Thune, who is Cornyn's former rival. Cornyn tried to become the Senate Majority Leader. He lost to Thune in a very close internal Senate election among the Senate Republican Conference. I think it does matter that John Cornyn is out front. If that holds up when we get the other 40% of the vote in, I think that will be a major chit for the senator as he goes back to the White House to try and plead his case again. I think, as Abby said before, the Trump endorsement is necessary but not sufficient for John Cornyn in order to win this runoff. I think it's probably just sufficient for Ken Paxton. If Paxton were to get the endorsement, I think it would be game over. But if Cornyn gets the endorsement, he's still got his work cut out for him. And look, we know that the president really cares about maintaining the majorities in the House and the Senate. That's why you hear John Cornyn and his allies say things like Ken Paxton would endanger 5 House races at the House level. That's not true, right? Like, I want to put that out there. That's as somebody who spends every day thinking about House races, when you look at this map in Texas, if we're talking about a situation where Republicans are actually losing 5 seats on the Texas map, the doors have been blown so far off the hinges. Those are seats, 290 and 291 for Democrats, not seats 218 and 219. Republicans have tuned up this map to such a degree that Ken Paxton would have to be losing by 5, 6, 7 points, maybe 10 points at the top of the ticket for James Tallarico or whoever the Democratic nominee is to be carrying some of these gerrymandered districts. These are seats that Donald Trump carried by 15 to 25 points that Republicans are saying, well, maybe we won't be able, we'll lose. I think it's perfectly reasonable to say, hey, those Rio Grande Valley seats we tried to make a little better for us in the redraw. We might not win those with Paxton at the top of the ticket. They might not win them with Cornyn at the top of the ticket either. But beyond that, you've got 3 seats that are going to be really hard for Democrats to flip in the 9th and the 32nd. And I'm blanking on the other one that was redrawn. The 35th, exactly. And then you've got 2 more incumbents in Tony Gonzalez, depending on who gets out of that primary, and Monica De La Cruz that Democrats have talked about targeting. Again, those are districts Trump won by close to 20 points. The universe in which Ken Paxton has cost Republicans 5 seats in their Texas delegation is a universe where Republicans are doing really poorly everywhere in the country. So while I understand why Cornyn and his allies are making that argument, because Trump really wants to keep the House, it doesn't hold a lot of water when you actually start going district by district as to what a Paxton nomination would mean for House Republicans.
As Jacob said, we're waiting for another 40% of the vote to come in that Texas GOP Senate primary. The Associated Press race calls Republican John Cornyn advances to primary runoff election for U.S. Senate in Texas. So they say that he advances to the primary runoff. Obviously, Ken Paxton in second at this point. But Matthew Klein, speak to the remaining vote, because he's got a 3 percentage point advantage, nearly 3 percentage advantage at this point in the night.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give John Cornyn credit. He's doing a little bit better than a lot of people thought he was going to be doing. He's 60% of the vote in. He's still leading by 2.5 points. It's not exactly a commanding victory for a 24-year Senate incumbent, but he's doing fairly well, holding up, and there's still a lot of the vote out in some of his strongholds. He's doing very well in Dallas County, 50% of the vote in there so far. He could potentially get an extra little boost there. El Paso County, he's winning by 11. Only 44% of the votes are in there. And there are still some rural areas that are going to come in for Ken Paxton. I don't expect this is going to change too much. But it is now looking reasonably plausible that John Cornyn does come in first in this primary. If he does, it will be extremely narrowly. But obviously, he would really prefer not to come in second. That would be a much greater humiliation.
Yeah, Abby Livingston with Puck. The Associated Press also noting in their race calls on X that Ken Paxton also going on to the runoff. What do you make of the numbers so far?
One of the more interesting numbers, I don't know if it'll make a huge difference in the grand scheme, but Cornyn actually has a 2.5 point lead, 3 point lead over Paxton in Collin County, and that's just north of Dallas. It's very suburban, and that's Ken Paxton's home territory. So I just think that's an interesting little blip on there. I don't know if it'll, swing the race in either direction. But it's these are the folks who know Ken Paxton the best. But bigger picture, I think it's everything that has been said on this panel tonight, I think applies. Cornyn really does need to hold on to that lead if he's going to make the case to Trump. I think that is the most important objective of the night, and it has not been achieved yet. We've got some more game to play on this one.
Is President Trump the first phone call here for John Cornyn?
If he can get him on the phone, but that speech felt that felt like a very audience of one speech.
Audience of one to the president. We'll go to Sydney, who's in Magnolia, Texas. Democratic caller.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, Sydney. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm calling because I'm a sixth generation Texan, and I think Tallarico is the man for the moment, and that is who I voted for. I think that he is speaking the language the Republicans do not want him to speak. He is speaking to them in scripture terms. People are tired of the Republican hypocrisy that we see around us all the time. All these Christian values, family values, and they're talking out of both sides of their mouth. And I think that Tallarico is really nailing them to the carpet on it. And I think that the person that we need at the moment is the person who's not going to be divisive. Jasmine Crockett has been divisive in the past. We need a person who is going to get a hold of moderate Republicans who are tired of the hypocrisy of these MAGA Republicans, grab the attention of the independents, and just send a message of unity and decency. Because that's one thing that we are really lacking in this country right now is basic decency. And I think that Tallarico is putting it out there, and I think people are picking it up and listening. And I think you might be surprised at how many Republicans are going to switch and vote for Tallarico simply because he represents what they are truly supposed to believe. And I think that he's going to win, and I think that he'll win over Cornyn. Cornyn does not want to run against Tallarico. He doesn't, because he doesn't want anybody contradicting what he's previously said. And if it's anything hateful, Tallarico's going to say, we don't want hate. So, I mean, I don't know where else I was going to go with this conversation.
Well, we'll take your 2 points, Sydney. So, Jacob Rubashkin, she's predicting that Republicans may be swayed if James Tallarico gets the nomination for the Democratic ticket to vote for him in a general election. What do you think about that prediction?
I think it's central to James Tallarico's argument. It was the central thesis of his case to Democratic primary voters over Jasmine Crockett, who said, we've tried that before, and the way to win a race in Texas, in my opinion, is to turn out the base. And voters had that option. That was essentially the biggest distinction between the two candidates on the Democratic side, and Tallarico looks like he's going to win that particular argument tonight, at least. But I think it's an open question, right? Politics is sticky, and the reality is there aren't very many voters who vote for both parties with any sort of regularity. Most people put their jerseys on, and they might switch them once or twice in their life. But for the most part, a Democrat is going to vote for Democrats and a Republican is going to vote for Republicans. And the squishy middle of about 20% is going to determine all of the races that we're talking about. So, look, for James Tallarico to make a real run at this thing, he absolutely has to win over Republicans, right? That is part of the process for winning statewide in Texas. It's a Republican state. He's got to win over Greg Abbott voters in all likelihood if he's going to get across the finish line here. And he's trying to, right? This is part of what he's angling to do. Whether or not he'll be successful, again, remains to be seen. You know, we've heard a lot tonight about, Tallarico's faith, the fact that he centers it. He's a seminarian. He's training to be a religious leader. He is a mainline religious leader. That's different than being an evangelical religious leader. And so will Tallarico's Christianity speak to evangelicals in Texas? I think it's an open question. It's not one that's as easy as the fact that he's trying to do that and making an attempt to do that and speak the language. I think a lot remains to be seen. He'll have the resources, he'll have the chance to do it, and he'll have the head start of 3 months if he is indeed the nominee here. He will have a 3-month head start on whoever the Republican nominee is to make his case to the voters of Texas in what is going to be an uphill climb regardless of how that Republican runoff goes.
Abby Livingston, Matthew Klein's colleague, Dave Wasserman at Cook Political Report. I've seen enough. That's his phrase. Steve Toth defeats Representative Dan Crenshaw in Texas 2. Abby Livingston.
I'm just astonished. I knew Dan Crenshaw was in trouble. I just didn't know he was in this much trouble. And he was such a strong fundraiser when he came into Congress. He had a really tough first primary. He had really good political skills. Folks thought he was going to run statewide. And I think he's been bitten by redistricting. A lot of incumbents on both sides had new voters and had to introduce themselves to new voters. I think a lack of Trump endorsement was a big problem for him, but I'm pretty stunned with this margin, and I had just assumed this would go to a runoff, and that does not appear to be the case.
All right, and then Julie Johnson, tonight, she just posted on X, tonight no candidate has secured a majority in Texas 33, which means it looks like the race is headed for a runoff. We will continue to monitor the Election Day results as they come in. Matthew Klein.
Yeah, she says that it's 61% of the vote is in. Colin Allred is at 46% of it. And so it's not entirely out of the question that he could end up pulling this off and not going to a runoff. But at this point, he does not have a majority of the vote. But he's ahead. He's ahead by 11, 12 points. And that's not a great place to be for Julie Johnson. That is, her problem was that she's a freshman. She was elected last year. Redistricting scrambled the equation for her. She's still getting used to this constituency. She's not an especially well-known incumbent in this area. And Colin Allred is extremely well-known. He ran statewide. He's formerly represented this area. This has been a very ugly primary, in part because it has been really personal. I think Johnson was really surprised by the way that Allred came in and dropped out of the Senate race right before filing and decided to give her a challenge. If this goes to overtime, the House incumbents, the House leadership has made very clear they're going to support Johnson, but I just don't know if that's going to be enough.
Are you surprised, Jacob, that he was not able to get 50% or more, given that he's run for Senate and he's a former member?
I guess I'm not surprised that he wasn't able to do this without going to a runoff. I think that while Allred has some strengths, like you said, as a former member of this area and as somebody who ran for Senate as the nominee last cycle, spent $80 million on that race, was running for most of last year for Senate as well before dropping down. Obviously, he comes in with some real advantages, and that is demonstrated by the fact that he leads Julie Johnson. But again, it's tough to beat an incumbent, right? There has to be some sort of fireable offense in most of these cases. You know, we saw that with Dan Crenshaw and his problems with the base. Crenshaw has faced primary challenges before. No one who was ever as credible or as well funded as Steve Toth, but he barely got above 50% the last time that he faced primary challengers, and that was a real indicator that he had just had some grassroots issues. Julie Johnson doesn't have grassroots issues. She's still fairly new. So I'm not surprised by this result. Allred out in front, but not hitting that 50% mark. Johnson behind. Again, it's going to be difficult. You look at the history of Texas incumbents who are forced into runoffs, and it is very, very rare, one, that it happens, but two, that when it happens, they're able to make up more than 5 or 6 points worth of vote share in the runoff. The incumbent, yes. So, we saw it happen, of course, with Tony Gonzalez 2 years ago, where he was able to beat Brandon Herrera in a runoff. A decade ago, Ralph Hall, who was kind of this venerable old Texas congressman, he had been a Democrat forever and then became a Republican. He got forced into a runoff against John Ratcliffe and also made up about 5 or 6 points of the vote. It wasn't enough to win. So Julie Johnson down at 34%. She's got to hope that number creeps up, because if not, it's just a hop, skip, and a jump for Colin Allred to get from 46 to 50. It is a much bigger task for Julie Johnson to make up 15 points worth of vote share in the next 12 weeks.
Abby Livingston, do you agree with that analysis? In a runoff, it's hard for the incumbent. So then what does that mean for incumbent John Cornyn in the runoff against Ken Paxton?
I think, yes, that all applies to John Cornyn. I might disagree a little bit on this Democratic House race. This feels more like a redistricting member versus member race.
Already, Abby, I'm gonna pick up on that in just a minute. But Ken Paxton is shaking hands with his supporters, and it looks like he's about to address them. Let's listen in, and then we'll come back.
Well, you know, John Cornyn said he was concerned about a bunch of radicals who were going to show up to vote today. It looks like you all showed up. I want to start by thanking my kids, my grandchildren for their constant love and support. I think I speak for every parent and grandparent in this room when I say this. Our children and their future are what we are fighting for every single day. For us, this is about saving America for the next generation. I want to take a moment to thank you all and every supporter across the state who has taken the time to volunteer, to vote, to get involved in this critical fight. And thank you to the Paxton Patriots for dedicating your time and your resources to support this effort and help us get our message out all across Texas.
Yeah, baby!
Together with your support, we just sent a message loud and clear to Washington. We are not going to go quietly, and we are not going to let you buy the seat.
No way.
I want to tell you the last time I felt this kind of energy in one room, I was actually at Mar-a-Lago when President Trump announced he was running again in 2024. I don't know if you remember, but it was right after the midterms and everyone was turning on the president. The establishment, the media, and most Republican elected officials in America were lining up against him, not me. I was proud to fly to Mar-a-Lago and be one of the only elected officials in America, along with my good friend Congressman Troy Nehls, who stood with the president the night he announced his campaign. Troy and I, along with everyone else there, knew something special was happening that night. And we were right. Right now, I feel that same momentum, the same sense that history is turning. Now let's talk about what happened, what just happened. John Cornyn spent around $100 million trying to buy this seat. We spent around $5 million. It was confirmed today that he received the most ad support for an incumbent in a single primary in U.S. history. But we proved something they'll never understand in Washington. Texas is not for sale. As votes continue to be counted, it looks like we're headed to a runoff. And that's because of you. The people of Texas made your voices heard. After all the personal attacks, which there were many, and after all the lies, you listened to what John Cornyn was selling, and you weren't buying it. Yeah. Nearly 60% of Texas voters who have known Cornyn for over 40 years, after hearing $100 million worth of ads, chose to vote against the incumbent. That's historic. Yes. Tonight, change was on the ballot, and change won. Texans want new leadership. They want someone with a proven record of fighting and winning for them. And that's exactly what I'm going to deliver. Because for too long, John Cornyn has turned his back on us. For too long, he attacked the border wall by calling it naive and pushed amnesty while our country was being invaded. For too long, he stabbed our president in the back by trying to derail his presidential campaigns and supporting the Democrats' lawfare against the president. And for too long, he sold us out to Democrats, even siding with Joe Biden to push the worst gun control bill in decades. Those days are coming to an end. And now, as we head into this runoff, we're going to make the choice even clearer. While John Cornyn was cutting deals on gun control and amnesty, I was suing corrupt Joe Biden over 107 times. 107 times. And we didn't just file lawsuits, we won massive victories for our freedoms, for our border security, and for our Constitution. That's the contrast. When he compromised, we fought. It's not about personal attacks, it's about what your record of delivering for the people of Texas is. And on that front, John Cornyn has failed us time and time again. I've traveled the state asking one simple question. I've done this since day one, every group I've been in front of. In his over 40 years of office, you cannot name one single accomplishment that he's done to help the state of Texas. 40 years. And without fail, everywhere I go, no one has an answer. No one can name that accomplishment. The people of Texas deserve better. That's the message we're taking into the runoff. I think you all might remember the last time a U.S. Senate race went to a runoff in Texas. It was 2012. A political outsider, not well known at the time, by the name of Ted Cruz, took on the establishment giant. No one said he could do it. And after getting second place in the initial primary, patriotic Texans showed up in the runoff. And you know what happened? Some smart people in the audience. Ted Cruz performed over 22 points better and won the runoff in a resounding victory. The same thing is going to happen here. I've been in 2 statewide runoffs as Attorney General, and I've never won by less than 30 points. And I don't plan on starting now. The victory we're going to secure in this runoff will be even sweeter than the last ones. Now, John Cornyn is going to try to steal the election with another $100 million going into this Senate race. But here's what we proved tonight. While the money may be on his side, the people are on our side. And in Texas, the people always win. As we reflect on this election, I want to take a moment to thank Wesley Hunt for being in this race. Wesley served our country honorably in uniform. And I have no doubt he ran because he loves Texas and he wanted to continue serving our state. And let me say this to everyone who voted. whether you voted for me, for Wesley, or even John. I'm going to fight to earn your support. Whether you were my strongest ally or you donated to fund the attacks against me, I want you to know that I'm going to fight every day to earn your support, because this is going to be the #1 Senate race in America targeted by the Democrats. We cannot let them take it. Our party is a big tent. We don't agree on everything, but we agree on the most important thing. We must defeat the Democrats in November. I want you on this team because this campaign is bigger than one person. It's about the future of Texas and the future of our great country, America. As Attorney General, I've won 3 elections, and I've won those general elections because I've focused on uniting our party. We still have an important runoff ahead, no doubt, but I think everyone in this room, everyone in Texas, and everyone in Washington knows where this is headed. I will be the Republican nominee, and we must stay focused. Because the Democrats have never been more radical, they've never been more unhinged. We've got James Tallarico, a far-left radical who wants to abolish ICE, says God is non-binary, I'm not even sure I know what that means, and thinks Christians are commanded to put boys in girls' sports. He will do nothing more than be a puppet for Chuck Schumer and the National Democrats. That's what we're up against. So we must stay focused, we must stay united, and we must be ready to send a second conservative senator to Washington. Ted Cruz has been a champion for Texas. He's recommended strong judges and defended our freedoms. He's fought for us every single day in the Senate. And I think it's time we send him and President Trump some reinforcements. And I'm running to do just that. I want to help confirm strong constitutional conservative judges who will defend our rights, not undermine them. I want to help make America healthy again by taking on big food and big pharma, just like I've done as Attorney General. I want to lower costs for you and your family by cutting fraud and the wasteful spending that's driving inflation. I want to stand shoulder to shoulder with our brave men and women in uniform at this critical moment in our nation's history. I want to go to the Senate to fight for you every single day. So let's finish this, Texas. We have 3 months to push forward, to grow this movement, to bring more people into this campaign before we get to the general election. Please knock on doors, make the calls, help your neighbors, your friends, your coworkers, get involved in the movement to take this seat back from the swamp and return it to the people of Texas. This is our moment. And I cannot thank you enough for your prayers, for your hard work, for your vote, and for your belief in me. God bless you. God bless this great state of Texas, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton addressing his crowd there and noting that he is headed toward the runoff with Senator John Cornyn, the two of them squaring off over the next 12 weeks to see which one can secure the GOP nomination for this U.S. Senate seat. Abby Livingston, let me go to you because it sounds like the runoff race is on.
These two men are ready to fight. This is quite a prize fight coming in Texas. I think it's going to be brutal. I mean, we've discussed this over and over, but I just think this is going to be amazing. One thing that popped out at me, he's already framing it against James Tallarico, and that line, God is non-binary. You should expect to hear that a million times before November if James Tallarico is the nominee. Whether he has the political skills to work through that is an open question. And that is something that we're going to see in other Democratic races where candidates and politicians are encouraged to be more authentic, speak their mind. And when you do that, sometimes you end up saying things that could come up and catch up with you in a TV ad. But we'll see if Tallarico can handle that if he's the nominee. And also, both Cornyn and Paxton said kind things about Wesley Hunt. They're clearly in the hunt for his endorsement, and we'll see if Hunt follows Trump's lead on how he approaches it. But yes, I think we are at the starting block.
They seem to both be talking to President Trump tonight. Ken Paxton at the top of his remarks as well.
Absolutely. Again, we are back to the audience of one. Paxton seems to be the kind of candidate who Trump's heart would normally be with, but he wants to hold the Senate. He's hearing these arguments about Cornyn's electability. And so I think this is uncharted territory. But Paxton also had a really good point about Ted Cruz and the 2012 Republican primary. He defeated David Dewhurst in a runoff. There's one small difference. That runoff got kicked into the late summer. This one will be in May. The late summer seemed to benefit Cruz as the renegade candidate. So it's very similar, but not a 100% comparison.
Senator Ted Cruz endorsed here, Matthew Klein. Where is he?
Senator Ted Cruz did stay out of this race, but he has chosen to endorse in some other races throughout the country. I think he is trying to navigate a very awkward relationship potentially here. He is, of course, a firebrand. He endorsed against Dan Crenshaw. We know that he's not one for staying out of these types of races necessarily. One thing that we noticed while Ken Paxton was delivering his speech is just the turnout here is really remarkable. And as of right now, Democrats have actually outvoted Republicans in this primary, which is really remarkable, in part because this was not an uncontested Republican primary. I mean, Republicans actually, most of the money in this race was spent on the Republican side of the aisle. So the fact that Democrats right now have cast about 40,000 more votes than the Republicans have, that's huge in a state like Texas where they are at a significant disadvantage. And one thing that tells me is perhaps James Tallarico is really attracting some of those independent voters who are normally staying on the sidelines.
Yeah. It's the first time since 2002 that Democrats have outvoted Republicans on a primary versus primary basis. That time, of course, the first election of John Cornyn to the Senate, he was the state attorney general, and he won that primary easily, which perhaps is why Republicans didn't show up as much to vote there. To Matt's point, to have two highly engaged primaries in Texas and have Democrats outvote Republicans, I mean, that's got to be the biggest red flag of the night, perhaps, for Republicans here. We've known that Democrats have an enthusiasm advantage heading into the midterm elections, and this is just another proof point. It's a proof point on a very, very large stage, and it kicks off the 2026 primary season with a bang, absolutely, to see Democrats outpacing Republicans in blood red Texas.
And what do you mean with a bang? What does that mean for the rest of the primaries?
Oh, gosh, look, I mean, like we've been saying this whole time, Texas is not at the top of the list in terms of Senate races the Democrats need to win. We are looking at highly competitive primaries in states like Maine, where Governor Janet Mills is facing an insurgent primary challenger from Graham Plattner, in states like Iowa, which Democrats need to put on the board in order to really have a good shot at getting back to that 51 seats in the Senate. There's a real primary there as well. Not to mention House primaries across the country that are going to determine not only the Democratic and Republican candidates in the races that will decide control of the chamber, those majority makers, but also there are examples aplenty of Democrats and Republicans who need to be on serious notice, who need to look at the example of Dan Crenshaw on the Republican side, who need to look at the example of an Al Green or a Valerie Foushee, even if she survives tonight on the Democratic side, and say, oh gosh, I've got a real challenge on my hands. I can't take my primary sleeping. I've got to fundraise. I've got to get out there on the trail. I've got to start calling my donors and calling my allies to see if anyone can come and help me. Matt and I could rattle off a dozen Democrats who have really serious primary challengers that are going to be looking at tonight's results and salivating because clearly Democratic voters are interested in change, and Republican voters too in districts like the 2nd here in Texas are willing to toss out their incumbents as well.
Let's talk about Texas 23. Dave Wasserman, he's seen enough. Representative Tony Gonzalez and Brandon Herrera advance to a GOP runoff. Matthew Klein, your take.
Well, if this wasn't already an ugly enough race, it's certainly going to get there. Yeah, I mean, look, the allegations that came to light against Tony Gonzalez about his extramarital affair with a then staffer who later committed suicide, that really, I mean, that had obviously been a story for a while, but it really accelerated some of the actual details of it, the text messages that came out in the final week or two of this campaign. And so he was sort of limping along, hoping maybe people wouldn't be aware of it. They're going to be aware of it after the next couple of months of this runoff. Brandon Herrera, the other Republican who is likely to make that runoff, I mean, he is a very conservative gun rights activist. He calls himself the AK guy. This is, of course, a district home to Uvalde. So, I mean, this is going to be a really, really, intense Republican primary. Democrats are probably feeling a little bit better. This is a Trump plus 14 seat. It's hard, right? This is not an easy win for them. But depending on how things go, I mean, Tony Gonzalez and Brandon Herrera both have serious flaws that they're going to be carrying with them into a general election.
Abby Livingston, the Speaker of the House, after these allegations came out, said the primary voters will speak. Well, what does he do now?
There's not a lot he can do because of that margin. And I mean, if this scandal had broken 5-10 years ago, I don't think Tony Gonzalez would still be in Congress, but Mike Johnson just does not have room to give. I mean, there is a point where the House of Representatives could possibly flip. It is getting so narrow. So it is not a good look for House Republican leadership, but they really don't have any choices. And I just want to pick up on one thing Jacob said about these older incumbents who this should be an alarm going off for them. I think there's an argument to be made that the alarm has been going off for over a year. And if you haven't taken that seriously, it's getting pretty late into the cycle. And, you know, you can scramble to get a campaign together. And there may be some time for some of these House races in the summer, but you know, you can't just suddenly a few weeks or months before your primary kick it into gear. These are things that take time and planning.
And you say it started a year ago. Why?
It was just very apparent after Joe Biden withdrew from the election and Kamala Harris lost the election in 2024. In fact, in October of 2024, I had a Democratic consultant sit me down and say, if Vice President Harris loses this race, there is going to be a call for a change of leadership. And so, and some of it goes back to Texas, having the late Congressman Sylvester Turner die in office, Congressman Raul Grijalva in Arizona die in office, Jerry Connolly of Virginia die in office, and that helped Republicans with the margin when they were trying to get the big beautiful bill through. And so when you had older members die in office with such a small margin, it really put it into stark contrast. And so this has been something that has been discussed obsessively in the House Democratic Caucus. And on top of that, you've got big money coming in. Now, sometimes they come in on the side of the incumbents, but between crypto, AI, and pro-Israel spending, they can come in on a challenger and suddenly dump a couple $1 million on an incumbent who may have $400,000 to spend. And that is a new development that a lot of older House Democratic incumbents just have never encountered before.
Jacob Rubashkin, are we seeing this only on the Democratic side?
I think it's more pronounced on the Democratic side simply because Democrats went through that kind of, soul-searching moment with former President Biden. And so certainly, I would say the Democratic caucus has been, for a number of years now, older on average than the Republican House Conference. And as Abby alluded to, the Democratic caucus has seen a number of deaths in office it's incredibly morbid to think about, but far more Democrats have died in office over the last several years than Republicans have, especially when you're talking about people who have died of old age, as most of these Democrats have. So I really do think something has shifted in the psyche of the party that is more unique to the Democratic Party. That's why you've got primary challengers to members like John Larson in Connecticut and David Scott in Georgia and Doris Matsui in California, who are in these safe seats, who have not had to have real challenges in recent years, and now are going to be faced with well-funded primary campaigns being run against them. I think it's a little different on the Republican side. I think the Republicans have worked really hard over the last couple of cycles to bring younger people into their conference. That's been a priority of leadership in a way that it hasn't necessarily been a priority for Democratic leadership across the aisle. So while Crenshaw, of course, is one example of an incumbent who got caught on the wrong side of some redistricting decisions, that was not a generational fight, certainly. I would say I'll be interested to see what happens in Florida, which is the other state that's considering kind of this wholesale redistricting process akin to what Texas went through. And are there members in Florida that have been in safe seats that they've gotten too comfortable in that will now have to take on new territory in the 2026 elections that will cause them some difficulty? I'm thinking out loud a congressman like Dan Webster, who's faced primary challenges in years past that have gotten a little too close for comfort. If there are people like him who have been put in situations where they have new voters, new territory, unfamiliar, more ideological constituents, who knows what could happen? All of them are going to be on notice now after what we saw tonight.
Matthew Klein, let's go to Texas 18 on the Democratic side, sticking with this thread here. 70% of the vote in. Christian Menefee is leading by 2,584 votes over Representative Al Green, who's been in Congress for many, many years. He's trailing him right now by, nearly 4 points.
Yeah. Still a chance that this ends up being decided tonight. I think there is still a lot of outstanding vote in Harris County. Christian Menefee seems to be doing pretty well there, so it's going to be close for sure. But one thing is clear: Al Green, who has represented this area for a very long time, you would think he would start with the advantage in a primary like this, and I think under ordinary circumstances he might very well have started this primary with an advantage. He just finds himself in a very, very challenging race against Christian Menefee, who is much younger, much more charismatic, and who has very bluntly leaned into the idea of a generational change in this district. And of course, Houston, as we mentioned earlier, has been plagued by a series of deaths from their elderly incumbents, Sheila Jackson Lee, and then Sylvester Turner. The seat's been open for a long time. Republicans have used that to their advantage, as they have a very narrow majority in the House. So Al Green sort of caught in the midst of cross currents here tonight, but obviously age is a huge problem for him.
Abby Livingston, do you think this one heads to a runoff?
It's hard to tell at this point, but if it does, my question is, does the cavalry come in for Al Green out of loyalty because he's been in Congress forever? That really hadn't happened yet, where members start sending money. And my other big question is, do we see crypto dump more money into this? And I mean, the scale of money that crypto is prepared to spend is really astonishing in a Democratic primary. And so, that's the main question I have is, how do outside groups approach this race, and are they willing to spend more here?
And why are they dumping money into this race?
Because Al Green is on the Financial Services Committee, which has some jurisdiction over crypto, and he has made statements in the past critical of this. So if you're an older House member on financial services, agriculture, or energy and commerce, my guess is that crypto is very much looking at your past statements and considering spending against you.
Is crypto, AI, are they the players to watch in campaign 2026?
There's crypto, there's AI, and then there's pro-Israel spending. And we just haven't seen, in the past, the biggest player in Democratic primaries was Emily's List, and I barely even hear their name mentioned. It's not that they're not doing anything, it's just that these other groups are spending so much more. I don't even know how to compare this, but there just isn't much infrastructure to defend members of Democrats, at least, from these forces.
Let's talk about Congressional District 34, the Democratic primary there. Matthew Klein, what are you seeing? This is with the incumbent, Vicente Gonzalez. Has a challenger in this Democratic primary.
Yes, Vicente Gonzalez has been declared the winner, although I have to say this is a fairly unimpressive showing. But in large part, that's because of redistricting. This seat was moved way up north toward Corpus Christi, a part of the state where Vicente Gonzalez really was not all that familiar, not all that well known. So he's had to reintroduce himself there. Obviously he has won tonight. It's 63 to 37, not exactly a commanding win, but it's a step in the right direction. Republicans seem to be getting their preferred candidate of choice as well in that race, Eric Flores over Mayra Flores, who is a former congresswoman, served a brief 8 or so months in the U.S. House back in 2022. This was her third attempt at this seat. She had lost in 22. She tried to make a comeback in 24. And this time Donald Trump sort of stepped in and said, nah, I don't think so. He backed Eric Flores, and it looks like at this point it's going to be Vicente Gonzalez and Eric Flores in a very, very competitive race that we have in the toss-up column.
No relationship to note between, for this Republican primary. You think this is going to be a close one?
Absolutely. I mean, this is one of those seats where Republicans redrew the map. They really wanted this to be a pickup opportunity, and on paper it kind of should be. It's somewhere in the range of Trump plus 10, Trump plus 9. And yet here we are. I think Democrats have shown in the last year that a 10-point reversion or swing in these sort of heavily Hispanic areas is certainly within the realm of possibility. And Vicente Gonzalez is a blue dog Democrat. He's a moderate Democrat with a moderate record on abortion rights and gun control. That plays well down in this culturally conservative part of the country. So it is absolutely going to be a fierce fight.
Abby Livingston, what do you make of this congressional district?
I'm most struck by the voting numbers we see in each primary. So I'm looking at the Republican one, which was competitive, which means the candidates were probably campaigning 10 times harder and more aggressively. And Republicans, it was about 30,000, maybe a little bit under 30,000. And on the Democratic side, it was around 40,000. And so in a mostly uncompetitive primary. And so we are seeing, and this is down in the Valley, South Texas, where this is up for grabs. And when you go into the general election, Vicente Gonzalez's seat and then Henry Cuellar's, I believe it's the 28th, these are seats that Republicans thought they were going to easily pick up when they redrew them last summer. And that is not turning out to be, it may not be as easy as they thought. And that's because they were making a bet that the Hispanic vote had made a permanent realignment to the Republican Party. And as Republican strategist Mike Madrid has told me, this is a de-alignment. Hispanics are not committing to one party, and that we should expect for the next few cycles for them to be choosy and picky with the parties. And it seems like that they're gravitating toward the Democratic Party this cycle.
All right, well, let's talk about District 37, the Democratic primary there. Congressman Greg Casar running in the 37th from District 35. Jacob, why, and what's to note about this race?
So Congressman Casar was one of the members who was most affected by the Republican redistricting. He previously represented kind of ugly district that stretched from San Antonio all the way to Austin. And when the Republicans redrew the map, essentially they changed some things such that Greg Casar was redrawn into the same territory as longtime Congressman Lloyd Doggett. Now, for those of you who are listening hours ago, a little Easter egg here. Lloyd Doggett, of course, the successor of Jake Pickle, whose pin I'm wearing tonight, which means that Lloyd Doggett has been around for a long time. He is a mainstay of Austin Democratic politics. And Greg Casar, who, as Abby mentioned, is a very prominent progressive in Austin, is about a third the age of Lloyd Doggett, give or take a few years. And so for a moment, it looked like this was going to be a really major generational clash, kind of two major figures in the Democratic Party in Austin going head to head. And Lloyd Doggett blinked. And he said, I am going to retire rather than try and stick around for a fourth decade, I guess it would be, in Congress by trying to get through Greg Casar in this primary. And so Greg Casar easily winning this primary in a district that has some new territory for him, but is a much more kind of compact Austin-based district. This is a guy to watch. I mean, he's a young member. He's very progressive. He's well liked by his colleagues in the House. And I think that as we see kind of the original generation of, or the latest generation of House progressives, people like AOC and Rashida Tlaib and Ayanna Pressley, Ilhan Omar and others continue to grow their careers and perhaps move on to other races in the near future. Greg Casar is a guy to look for on the left wing of the Democratic Party as the next generation of progressives begins to assert itself in Congress.
Now, Greg Casar hasn't been declared the winner yet in this primary contest in District 37. 67% of the vote in. Is that surprising that this hasn't been called by the Associated Press yet?
I think the Associated Press is just being a little bit cautious right now. It seems pretty clear if you're leading 82 to 18%, you're probably going to emerge with the nomination. And I think there's really no indication that his opponent is going to catch up. It's quite frankly, it's even possible the AP has other races that they're focused on right now has not gotten around to calling some of these less exciting ones.
Yeah, Greg Casar came out in an X post that we read earlier, touting James Tallarico. We spotted him at Tallarico's headquarters here for primary night, and we're waiting out for James Tallarico to come out and talk to his supporters. Interesting, as Jacob was noting, he's a progressive getting behind Tallarico.
Yeah.
Does that match up?
Well, it's also interesting because Greg Casar is a colleague of Jasmine Crockett. They served together in the House, both from the same state, same delegation. You would expect they would have a relatively good relationship. I think what it speaks to is sort of the populist campaign that James Tallarico has assembled to cobble together. He's not really easy to pin down. You can't really call him a moderate. That's not really what where he falls on the spectrum. He's also definitely not a progressive on the far left. But I think he's really tried to take a more populist stance against some of the money that we've seen being spent in all of these races. I think that ultimately is probably where James Tallarico falls, and so it's not hugely surprising that Greg Casar is more aligned with him maybe over than Jasmine Crockett, with whom he may not have the best relationship.
And let's be clear, he said that after it was increasingly clear that Tallarico was going to win. This isn't like he came out 2 months ago in the throes of this campaign and said, I, Greg Casar, progressive member of the House of Representatives, am throwing my support behind James Tallarico. That's not what happened here. He congratulated him on becoming the nominee because in his estimation, as in many others, that's what's going to happen. And I would imagine that every member of the Democratic delegation in Texas, before too long, if it is indeed Tallarico, will be saying similar things, up to and including Jasmine Crockett. I don't think that if she, after all the kind of legal questions about Dallas County are settled, I would be shocked if she does not also throw her support behind him if he is indeed the nominee. I think everyone in Texas understands that they have a unique opportunity here that has not been present in a very long time, and the only way that it works is if everyone is rowing in the same direction.
All right, it is primary night here on C-SPAN, kicking off the campaign 2026 season with Texas, North Carolina, and Arkansas. Deborah has been with us from Austin, Texas, on our line for Democrats. Go ahead.
Well, thank you, C-SPAN, for providing this opportunity for voters to call in. I think that's a great service you provide, and I like your coverage. Yes, I am a long-time Texas Democrat. I'm 75 years old, and I've followed Texas politics most of my life. So a couple things. One, yes, I did vote for James Tallarico, and not just because I believe he will be able to defeat whichever Paxton or Cornyn comes out ahead in their runoff. I hope we have the opportunity to get that extra 3 months time to get forward, but also to mention some things that haven't been discussed as far as his, quote, policies or votes. He has voted, it's not just all about his faith or his Christianity objective or his life. He's voted against, he wants the women's right to choose. He's voted against anything against that. He's voted against putting the 10 Commandments in public schools. he has voted every single time to try and save public education in this state that our governor and others have attempted to annihilate right down the line. They're ripping us off. There's a whole lot of evidence that will hopefully come out at some point. But I know he would also say if Jasmine Crockett were the clear winner, or even in a runoff winner, he'd be right there going, vote for Jasmine. We have got to flip this state if we're ever going to have another. I mean, not just here, but people are so tired of the hypocrisy, the lies, the performance that goes on all the time with the dadgum everything. And now here we are in another Republican initiated war for what?
All right, Deborah there on our line for Democrats. Abby Livingston, she says we have got to flip this state.
So there were two things that jumped out at me on that call. And one was her mention of public education, which really isn't a federal issue, and it's not something we expect to see surface in a Senate race. But because he's in the state legislature, it's an issue he's handled. He's been very close to. And so in the last few years, Texas has moved toward a voucher system for school choice. And that has caused a lot of ripples around the state. And that may be why the state Senate district in Fort Worth in January that was 17-point Trump flipped and swung 31 points toward the Democrats, and Democrats won it. So public education is a big topic in Texas, even if it isn't a major federal issue. The second thing that jumped out to me is that determination and a little bit of swagger, which we've been hearing on a lot of the Democratic line all night. And I've been hanging around Texas politics in one way or another for almost 20 years now, and I have never seen Democrats with swagger. Even in the 2018 Beto O'Rourke race, there was a lot of uncertainty of like, are they seeing what of cautious optimism? This is swagger and this is determination. Now, it's still very early in the season, but it's just striking to me.
We want to continue to watch here from Texas, James Tellerico headquarters there. We're waiting for him to come out and talk to his supporters tonight. And we're also, it's too early to call in that Senate Democratic primary race between him and Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett. There was a delay in voting in Dallas County and Williamson County. Now there's been already legal wrangling happening there. And what's your prediction here, Matthew Klein, for how this, do we find out tonight?
I don't know if we'll find out tonight. I mean, to Dallas County's credit, I don't know exactly what votes they're reporting, but they have reported 61% of the votes that have been cast. And Jasmine Crockett is leading there by about 24 points. So that is obviously very, very insightful and helps us sort of piece together where this thing is going. But I think right now it ultimately may not matter. I mean, James Tellerico does seem at this point like he is a fairly clear favorite to get the nomination here. And if he's above 50% by a reasonable degree, a couple of points, he's not going to win by a landslide, but if he's anywhere in the realm of 53, 54%, it gets hard to see a protracted legal battle yielding much fruit or getting much traction, even among Democrats. I think there'd be a lot of pressure for her not to do that.
All right, we'll continue to give our viewers an update here on that race on the Republican side of the ticket in Texas. The Ken Paxton, the state attorney general, and incumbent Senator John Cornyn, they're headed to a runoff there. Let's check in on North Carolina in the 4th congressional district in the Democratic primary there. 99% of the vote in. Jacob, take a look at those numbers.
Yeah, man, wow. Talk about a barn burner. This race to go from one where Nida Alam jumped in this race in December, right? We've talked about some contests tonight where we've known the battle lines for the better part of a year. This is not one of those districts. This is a district that came online blisteringly quickly in the final weeks of the race, with money pouring in on both sides. Now looking at it here, just 1,202 votes, if my math is right, separate these two candidates, Valerie Foushee and Nida Alam. I'll just note here, a third candidate, Mary Patterson, is sitting in third place with 3,253 votes. Of course, 3 times the margin between the two. I will freely admit, I did not know who Mary Patterson was. I don't think a lot of people do. But here's what Mary Patterson told the Daily Tar Heel, the student newspaper at the University of North Carolina, a couple days ago when they wrote about the race. Mary Patterson, who's raised $0 for her campaign so far, they asked her about when she decided to run. Here's what she said. She said, "When I came in, they said they had 14 open positions for the United States House of Representatives, 14 districts in North Carolina. I did not know that I was running against other people for the same position and the same district." And now her votes could well be the margin between Valerie Foushee and Nida Alam in this highly, highly contested House race. It's politics, baby. You never know what. She's not even on screen up there. We don't even have her vote totals because nobody knew who she was. And now in this race that attracted millions and millions of dollars as a proxy fight between some really different factions in the Democratic Party, it could all come down to the voters who chose the third option, a woman who didn't know that she was running against anybody else when she signed up to run for Congress.
And this triggers a recount if this stays as tight as it is in North Carolina?
That's a great question, and I'm not even entirely sure about that. I haven't really spent much time thinking about that possibility.
Well, the loser could request one, is what we understand, in North Carolina if it stays at 1% here. The difference is that. And to Jacob's point, Valerie Foushee, the incumbent, only leads by 1,202, and this third candidate here has 3,000 votes.
Yeah, and also Valerie Foushee, it's never a good position to be in when the New York Times election page has your margin up in the hundredths decimal place. She is up by 0.96%, so that would seem to be on the precipice of a potential recount there. Yeah, Valerie Foushee, what this tells me is, if you're a Democrat, even a normal sort of mainstream Democrat, who in recent cycles has taken support openly from the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, AIPAC, if you have welcomed their support, if you have done a fundraiser with them, expect that to be a problem. This is a district that obviously is very highly attuned. It's got Duke University, it's got University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, very college educated for sure. So it's a little bit of an outlier there, but absolutely this is a blaring warning sign for just about every Democratic incumbent who has taken that sort of support, that sort of money in the past.
Abby Livingston, I want to check in on the Attorney General contest in the Republican primary. Chip Roy is hoping to replace Ken Paxton there. What do you want to note about this race?
I'm absolutely fascinated with this race, and Chip Roy has worked in state government. He worked in the Attorney General's office. He actually split ways with Ken Paxton, and I'm surprised he didn't do better. And I'm not as well versed on state politics as I used to be, but I'm guessing, and one of Jacob or Matt may jump in, Mays may have had an endorsement from Abbott. Is that correct? I don't know.
I'm not even sure.
Okay, hang on. And so I'm surprised Chip Roy is not doing better than that. He's usually a pretty good campaigner, but this looks like I'm just surprised he's not doing better. That's the main commentary.
It looks like it's headed toward a runoff at this point.
I'm not sure if there are additional candidates, so I'm.
And it looks like Abbott did not take sides in this primary.
Yeah, and there are 2 other candidates, but right now these are the 2 front runners. But it does look like this is headed toward a runoff. Chip Roy, trying to become the Texas Attorney General, decided to leave Congress.
Yeah, giving up a safe seat too to do this. It was a big risk. It's not over for him yet. He's going to go to a runoff, but yeah, it's obviously that was a gamble, and not sure it'll pay off.
Yeah, and look, we've talked about this race a number of times, but Chip Roy's former boss, Senator Ted Cruz, was in a very similar position back in that 2012 primary and then runoff. So not to harp on that race too much, but just as a reminder that just because you're trailing in the first round does not mean you are excluded from possibility of winning when the runoff rolls around. And also, this will be a competitive general election race, potentially. Democrats are targeting this race as well. They are dealing with their own primary on their side. But if you go back, I like to bring this up because people don't really remember it, but if you go back to the 2018 race, Beto O'Rourke, of course, held Ted Cruz to that 2.8% victory. The state attorney general race was right there with them between Ken Paxton and Democrat Justin Nelson. That race was also under 3 points in the margin. So I think it's perfectly reasonable that whoever emerges from the Democratic primary, right now it looks like Nathan Johnson, who's a state senator from Dallas, is the best positioned. He's at about 49%, so just under that threshold. But whoever emerges from that primary, I think will be worth watching. Again, Texas is a Republican state and all caveats apply, but if we're talking about a universe in which the Senate race is competitive, we're probably talking about a universe in which some of these other statewide contests are worth paying attention to as well.
Let's check back in on that Senate primary race for Democrats. We just heard from a Tellurico official at the headquarters there. He told the crowd, stay put until there's an official call. This is where it stands at this point, with 69% of the vote in. Too early to call. Estimated 69% of the vote in by the Associated Press. James Tellurico still in the lead with 52% of the vote so far, and Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett at 46.7%. He's leading by over 88,000 votes at this point.
Yeah, that's going to be hard for Jasmine Crockett to make up. I think it looks pretty likely at this point that James Tellurico will be the Democratic nominee. We've already heard Republicans seem to point their attention his way in some of their speeches tonight. He's sitting at 52% of the vote. There is still, a good chunk left in Dallas. But also I see we don't have anything yet reporting from Williamson County, which is Tellurico's home base. So you could sort of expect at this point what's left in Dallas probably will be offset by his advantage in Williamson. He has a huge advantage in neighboring Travis County, that's Austin, 76 to 23%. He's absolutely crushing Jasmine Crockett there. I would expect he'll put up a similar, if not even larger number in Williamson. This race looks pretty close to being done.
Abby Livingston, what do you make of the Tellurico folks saying to their supporters, stay put until we get an official call? Sounds like they're optimistic they'll get one tonight.
I am, as a junkie, I'm optimistic we'll get a call too. It's not favoritism toward one candidate. I think one other thing that I've noticed, one between the margin and some of the calls that have come in and just some of my anecdotal experience being in the state the last few days, is just reiterating, I don't know if I've ever seen a Senate primary on the Democratic side that got as nasty online as the Texas Democratic one. It was not necessarily the candidates, it was their followers engaging in very personal ways, not just against the opposition candidate, but against their own followers. And it just isn't translating to what we're seeing in the actual race. And I think that's a really important thing for national political junkies who are very online and watching this, is that when folks who can't even vote in a state are fighting over a Senate race, it might be interesting, but it's not determinative.
It's interesting that they were nasty toward each other. We've heard from viewers in Texas, Democratic callers saying they voted for one or the other, but speaking very highly of the other candidate, even if they didn't vote for them in this Democratic primary.
Yeah. One of the roughest moments of this primary was when Colin Allred entered the fray and demanded an apology from James Tellurico from an allegation that Tellurico called him a mediocre black man. Tellurico denied that characterization, and I have a mother who's a political junkie, and she wasn't even aware of this drama. And it was, if you're not just addicted to Twitter, you may not know these things. And so when I would discuss this with some folks on the ground, they looked at me like I was crazy. And I mean, I've talked to a lot of people I've grown up with, and they seem legitimately torn between the two candidates, and very open to both of them and very unaware of the national discourse.
And what is the Democratic leadership saying?
I have not seen a statement out of Schumer or the DSCC yet. I'm glancing at my email.
Heading into this contest, though, what was the party for, one or the other?
The party was pretty hands-off. I would say the official party. There were some traces where we could see the Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee favoring candidates in other races, maybe helping them fundraise, maybe not an endorsement, but putting a thumb on the scale. I tried really hard to find evidence of that in the Texas Senate race. I didn't see it. Now, there are strategists who I would say mostly wanted to see Tallarico in this race, but there's an other factor going, and I would say in early January, a lot of strategists were really hesitant about Texas. It's almost like if the polls showed this a competitive race, they felt a huge amount of dread, because when you go in to compete for Texas, you have to go all in, and that could be $100 million. It could be $250 million. And so it's almost like it's a ship passing the siren song, and they were like, no, we don't want to do Texas. We can compete for Ohio, Alaska, and Iowa for the same price of Texas. And so if Tallarico is the nominee and he is able to withstand Republican attacks into the summer, I think Texas is going to be something that Democratic strategists can't walk away from.
Jacob Rubashkin, recap for our viewers tonight this Texas Senate primary contest on both the Republican and the Democratic side.
Where to begin? Well, I'll start with the Republicans. Senator John Cornyn facing the fight of his political life after 6 years that saw him on the outs with the grassroots Texas Republican primary voters, and a challenge from State Attorney General Ken Paxton, a MAGA favorite and confidant and close ally of President Donald Trump, results in highly combustible, incredibly personal, nasty, expensive race that attracts more money than any other Senate primary, potentially, in American history, and ends in a photo finish that will see both candidates advance to a runoff in 12 weeks. The outcome uncertain, potentially reliant on President Trump and who he decides to back here. On the Democratic side, a roller coaster of a race that nobody saw coming even 4 or 5 months ago when we were all preparing for a Tallarico versus Allred contest. That got turned on its head by the late entry of Jasmine Crockett. Very expensive primary as well, but the most energized Texas Democrats have been ahead of a Senate race in at least 8 years, and potentially much, much longer. James Tallarico looking like he's going to claim the mantle. He's going to raise $1 bajillion, and that's the scientific term here. And we'll see if the latest of the many Democratic attempts to flip Texas can be successful in the fall.
Matthew Klein, add your 2 cents here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the Senate race is just going to be the amount of money that's going to pour into this race is almost incomprehensible to us right now. Still more in the Republican primary, and then, of course, in a general election where Democrats seem to have kind of gotten their way, and where I think James Tallarico will probably be a pretty good grassroots fundraiser. That will help national Democrats. They won't necessarily have to spend quite as much in this race. They can maybe focus their priorities elsewhere if James Tallarico does really put up impressive grassroots fundraising, much in the way that Beto O'Rourke was doing. I also think, tonight we have seen in Texas and in North Carolina the 2 really big ideological House primaries between Dan Crenshaw and his Republican opponent he looks like he's going down to defeat, and Valerie Foushee in North Carolina, Democrat facing a challenge from the left, that both of them are probably going to be she may survive, but it's pretty clear that both parties' sort of farthest wings are ascendant and are present a serious challenge for incumbents elsewhere on the map in future primaries.
Let's show the numbers again here. Go through them. 70% of the vote in, estimated by the Associated Press. This is for the Attorney General Republican primary. Chip Roy is trying to take over for Ken Paxton there, and you can see he's trailing. The Senate Democratic primary, 70% of the vote in. James Tallarico, again, His lead seems to have widened here as the numbers come in. Jasmine Crockett is trailing him with 46.6% of the vote. We are waiting for an official call here. We'll see if it comes tonight. Tallarico's folks seem to be telling his supporters, forecasting that that will happen tonight, asking them to stay put at their headquarters. And then on the Republican side in that primary for the U.S. Senate seat, Senator John Cornyn, the incumbent, been serving in the Senate for 24 years, nearly 24 years, and Attorney General Ken Paxton. They are headed toward a runoff, 73% of the vote in, and you can see none of these candidates reached 50%, so they're headed toward a runoff, which will happen May 26th. Senator John Cornyn addressing supporters, talking to reporters earlier this evening. Here's what he had to say.
Well, good evening, everyone. The statewide early results are in, and we did very well, as expected, and we were on to the runoff. I want to start by thanking my family, without whose support and love I could not do what I get an opportunity to do, representing 32 million Texans in the United States Senate. I want to thank everybody who voted for me, and the way I view it, it's an indication of their trust in the service that I've provided to this great state for many years now. To Congressman Wesley Hunt and his family, you ran a spirited race, and you have a bright future, and I wish you well. We now head into a 12-week primary runoff. Elections are about choices, and the choice in the Republican race for the U.S. Senate is crystal clear. I've worked for decades to build the Republican Party, both here in Texas and nationally. I refuse to allow a flawed, self-centered, and shameless candidate like Ken Paxton risk everything we've worked so hard to build over these many years. There is simply too much at stake in this midterm election for our state and for our country. The final 2 years of President Trump's agenda hangs in the balance. I'm proud to have supported President Trump and worked with him to help him achieve his goals in the Congress. If he's nominated, there's a high risk that Paxton would lose this Senate seat, taking 5 congressional seats down with him. And you don't have to take my word for it. In public polling in the last few months, U.S. Senate nominees are either tied with or beating Paxton if he were the nominee. Ken Paxton as the nominee would be a dead weight at the top of the ticket for Republicans running all across this great state. Over the next 12 weeks, Texas Republican primary voters will hear more about my record of delivering conservative victories in the United States Senate and learn more about Ken's indefensible personal behavior and failures in office. Just like the primary, we have a plan to win the runoff, and we are in the process of executing it. Judgment Day is coming for Ken Paxton. Thank you all. May God bless Texas, and may God continue to bless in the United States of America.
Let's take a few questions. Jim, you want to start with AP? Senator, typically a runoff can be a problem spot for an incumbent, and you've got an upstart. Do you feel like what do you feel like you need to do to motivate your voters versus Ken Paxton's voters?
Well, fortunately, I've had the experience of winning a runoff previously when I was Attorney General. I won a contested runoff for the Republican nomination then. Obviously, we need to encourage as many people as possible who voted in the primary to come back on May the 26th. Fortunately, Texas has an early voting period, which will allow anybody and everybody who wants to vote an opportunity to cast their ballot early. If they don't do it, then they can do it on May the 26th. I think there'll probably be, at last count, maybe as many as 5 races on the ballot, which will make it much more likely we'll see a robust turnout of voters then. But as I said, and as I think we've demonstrated, there's simply just too much at stake for Texas voters to stay home. And I don't expect them to stay home. I expect a robust turnout. We'll certainly be encouraging that.
Senator Cornyn, how did we get here? How is it that in your run for a 5th term, you are facing your first runoff as a Senate candidate?
How did we get here?
Yeah, what is it about Ken Paxton that's driven you to this point?
Well, I like to think, well, first of all, I got a great team. My family, I mentioned, without whose love and support I couldn't do this. But I simply could not in good conscience let someone like Ken Paxton waltz into the Senate as the Senate nominee for the Republican Party for the reasons I mentioned. I think he'll be an albatross around the neck of all of the Republican candidates, including the 5 new congressional seats that President Trump is depending on to win the majority in the House in the midterm elections, which is a challenge given the history. So we will continue to do what we've done and talk about my record of support for the president and his policies and my record of legislative accomplishments. And I would say that, as I've said before, that character is on the ballot. Ken Paxton doesn't believe that that matters. He believes that all of his misbehavior and his scandals are sort of baked in the cake, and he's won a couple of elections since much of that has come out. But there's much more that will come out in the runoff, and which will demonstrate his unfitness for office and his liability of him, the potential liability of him being the nominee in November. I won by 10 points in 2020, and I think I can help down ballot, and I can help President Trump during the remaining 2 years of his term of office after this election.
Yeah, so Senator, the president has expressed support for you and also for Ken Paxton, did not endorse anyone in this primary. Do you expect that to change now that it's gone to a runoff, and do you expect it to be you?
There's only one person on the planet who knows what President Trump's going to do, and that's him. Certainly, I talk to the president on a regular basis. He's got a great team around him of real professionals, Susie Wiles, Chris LaCivita, Tony Fabrizio, just to name a few. And he understands what's at stake. But I understand also why in a contested primary with 3 of us, he didn't want to have to choose between us and disappoint some of his own base of support. And I think he wanted to see me earn this nomination, as we are well on the path to doing, before he made any kind of decision. But when or if he makes a decision and to get involved in the race is entirely up to him.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Senator John Cornyn earlier tonight, the Republican incumbent, hoping to seek yet another term in the U.S. Senate. He is headed toward a runoff, though, with State Attorney General Ken Paxton. It's a 12-week sprint for them to May 26th, where they will go head-to-head again in hopes of becoming the GOP nominee for this contested U.S. Senate seat. We've been talking all night with Matthew Klein, who's the House and Governors editor for Cook Political Report with Amy Walter, and Jacob Rubashkin, who's the deputy editor for Inside Elections. Thank you both for being here with us. We also have Abby Livingston, who is the Washington correspondent for Puck and has been covering Texas politics as well. We're continuing here tonight on primary night on C-SPAN, kicking off campaign 2026. The battle has begun for control of Congress, and it started tonight. Matthew Klein.
That is absolutely right. We now have a pretty clear picture of maybe what this Senate race is going to look like on the Democratic side. At least it looks like James Tallarico probably will be the Democratic nominee. There, as the more vote we get, the more his lead continues to build. He's now over 6 points over Jasmine Crockett, and there's still a good 20-25% left out there. The Republican side, meanwhile, totally unsettled. John Cornyn, Ken Paxton, that's going into overtime. The race there also seems to be getting closer, sort of the opposite effect of the Democratic primary. We see John Cornyn there ahead by about 1.7 points there over Ken Paxton, but we know for a fact that is going to be a really, really ugly and really high spending Republican runoff.
Yeah, Jacob Rubashkin, we heard from these candidates. We heard from John Cornyn. We just showed our viewers what he had to say earlier tonight. We'll show them what Ken Paxton had to say. They started the runoff tonight.
Oh, yeah. They are not going to mince any words when it comes to their personal feelings about the other candidate over the next 12 weeks. John Cornyn said it was going to be Judgment Day for Ken Paxton. If that does not tell you the kind of race that he is planning to run, then I don't know what to tell you. Chris LaCivita, who is was the campaign manager for Trump in 2024. I won't say all the words because he used some for profanity. Chris is a Marine. He called out Ken Paxton and Ken Paxton's strategist Jeff Rowe on Twitter, saying that the second wave would, paraphrasing here, be even worse than the first one. LaCivita is aligned with Senator Cornyn, so things are going to get messy here beyond what they already have been, and that's saying something because this primary so far has been incredibly brutal.
Interesting, Chris LaCivita is with the John Cornyn campaign. He, of course, was with President Trump's campaign in 2024.
Yeah, no, and LaCivita has been, very public and open about the fact that he is working to support John Cornyn here. I think that ultimately we're still talking about a party that is very much under the control of Donald Trump. And so whether it's Ken Paxton or John Cornyn, both are surrounding themselves with Trump-friendly figures. Both are working very hard on their Trump connections and leveraging them. We heard John Cornyn, call out by name a number of Trump advisors. He name-checked LaCivita, he name-checked Tony Fabrizio, the pollster, he name-checked Susie Wiles, Trump's chief of staff. I don't know if he caught James Blair, who's kind of the other member of the council there that does a lot of work on the Trump endorsements, but clearly he was sparing no kind words for the people who are going to help Trump decide if he's going to endorse in this race and who he's going to back.
Matthew Klein, as we were talking about, he had an audience of one tonight. Both of them did. Mm-hmm. John Cornyn and Ken Paxton.
Yeah, when we talk about these audiences of one, it is sometimes actually quite literal. They will run ads in Mar-a-Lago, well outside of the bounds of Florida and or here in Washington, D.C., with the hope that the president will be watching enough cable news to see some of their advertisements or and lines of attack against the other candidates. Very clear that at this point, both of those men want that Trump endorsement badly. John Cornyn really needs it. If he's going to probably get over the hump here, he is the clear underdog heading into a runoff against Ken Paxton. Not entirely certain that Trump is going to want to weigh in here at all. I think Trump probably is going to stay out of this, just like he did in this current race. He didn't really have much upside there, and I don't think there's much upside for him in a runoff.
Did Senate Majority Leader John Thune stay out of this? And what will he do in this runoff? Yeah, I mean, Senate Majority Leader John Thune, his chief responsibility in terms of elections is making sure that his incumbents win again. And so he has gone all in support of John Cornyn. Senator Cornyn has received, tens of millions of dollars from groups aligned with Republican leadership here in Washington, D.C., even though he and John Thune were, of course, potential rivals in that race for leader of the Republican caucus in the Senate. But we should expect that, John Cornyn's talking about scorched earth, and it seems at this point like there's probably still going to be millions more to go, almost all, lots of it from the National Republican Senatorial Committee, of which John Thune is highly in control. Let's listen to what Ken Paxton had to tell his supporters earlier this evening.
Well, you know, John Cornyn said he was concerned about a bunch of radicals who were going to show up to vote today. It looks like you all showed up. I want to start by thanking my kids, my grandchildren for their constant love and support. I think I speak for every parent and grandparent in this room when I say this. Our children and their future are what we are fighting for every single day. For us, this is about saving America for the next generation. I want to take a moment to thank you all and every supporter across the state who has taken the time to volunteer, to vote, to get involved in this critical fight. And thank you to the Paxton Patriots for dedicating your time and your resources to support this effort and help us get our message out all across Texas.
Yeah, baby!
Together with your support, we just sent a message loud and clear to Washington. We are not going to go quietly, and we are not going to let you buy the seat.
No way.
I want to tell you the last time I felt this kind of energy in one room, I was actually at Mar-a-Lago when President Trump announced he was running again in 2024. I don't know if you remember, but it was right after the midterms and everyone was turning on the president. The establishment, the media, and most Republican elected officials in America were lining up against him. Not me. I was proud to fly to Mar-a-Lago and be one of the only elected officials in America, along with my good friend Congressman Troy Nehls, who stood with the president the night he announced his campaign. Troy and I, along with everyone else there, knew something special was happening that night. And we were right. Right now, I feel that same momentum, the same sense that history is turning. Now let's talk about what happened, what just happened. John Cornyn spent around $100 million trying to buy this seat.
Yeah, baby.
We spent around $5 million. It was confirmed today that he received the most ad support for an incumbent in a single primary in U.S. history.
Wow.
But we proved something they'll never understand in Washington. Texas is not for sale. As votes continue to be counted, it looks like we're headed to a runoff, and that's because of you. The people of Texas made your voices heard. After all the personal attacks, which there were many, and after all the lies, you listened to what John Cornyn was selling, and you weren't buying it.
Yeah.
Nearly 60% of Texas voters who have known Cornyn for over 40 years, after hearing $100 million worth of ads, chose to vote against the incumbent. That's historic.
Yes.
Tonight, change was on the ballot and change won. Texans want new leadership. They want someone with a proven record of fighting and winning for them. And that's exactly what I'm going to deliver. Because for too long, John Cornyn has turned his back on us. For too long, he attacked the border wall by calling it naive and pushed amnesty while our country was being invaded. For too long, he stabbed our president in the back by trying to derail his presidential campaigns and supporting the Democrats' lawfare against the president. And for too long, he sold us out to Democrats, even siding with Joe Biden to push the worst gun control bill in decades. Those days are coming to an end. And now, as we head into this runoff, we're going to make the choice even clearer. While John Cornyn was cutting deals on gun control and amnesty, I was suing corrupt Joe Biden over 107 times. 107 times. And we didn't just file lawsuits, we won massive victories for our freedoms, for our border security, and for our Constitution. That's the contrast. When he compromised, we fought. It's not about personal attacks, it's about what your record of delivering for the people of Texas is. And on that front, John Cornyn has failed us time and time again. I've traveled the state asking one simple question. I've done this since day one, every group I've been in front of. In his over 40 years of office, you cannot name one single accomplishment that he's done to help the state of Texas. 40 years. And without fail, everywhere I go, no one has an answer. No one can name that accomplishment. The people of Texas deserve better. That's the message we're taking into the runoff. I think you all might remember the last time a U.S. Senate race went to a runoff in Texas. It was 2012. A political outsider, not well known at the time, by the name of Ted Cruz, took on the establishment giant. No one said he could do it. And after getting second place in the initial primary, patriotic Texans showed up in the runoff. And you know what happened? Ted, some smart people in the audience. Ted Cruz performed over 22 points better and won the runoff in a resounding victory. The same thing is going to happen here. I've been in 2 statewide runoffs as Attorney General, and I've never won by less than 30 points, and I don't plan on starting now. The victory we're going to secure in this runoff will be even sweeter than the last ones. Now, John Cornyn is going to try to steal the election with another $100 million going into this Senate race. But here's what we proved tonight. While the money may be on his side, the people are on our side. And in Texas, the people always win. As we reflect on this election, I want to take a moment to thank Wesley Hunt for being in this race. Wesley served our country honorably in uniform. And I have no doubt he ran because he loves Texas and he wanted to continue serving our state. And let me say this to everyone who voted. Whether you voted for me, for Wesley, or even John, I'm going to fight to earn your support. Whether you were my strongest ally or you donated to fund the attacks against me, I want you to know that I'm going to fight every day to earn your support, because this is going to be the #1 Senate race in America targeted by the Democrats. We cannot let them take it. Our party is a big tent. We don't agree on everything, but we agree on the most important thing. We must defeat the Democrats in November. I want you on this team because this campaign is bigger than one person. It's about the future of Texas and the future of our great country, America. As Attorney General, I've won 3 elections, and I've won those general elections because I've focused on uniting our party. We still have an important runoff ahead, no doubt, but I think everyone in this room, everyone in Texas, and everyone in Washington knows where this is headed. I will be the Republican nominee, and we must stay focused. Because the Democrats have never been more radical, they've never been more unhinged. We've got James Tallarico, a far-left radical who wants to abolish ICE, says God is non-binary, I'm not even sure I know what that means, and thinks Christians are commanded to put boys in girls' sports. He will do nothing more than be a puppet for Chuck Schumer and the National Democrats. That's what we're up against. So we must stay focused, we must stay united, and we must be ready to send a second conservative senator to Washington. Ted Cruz has been a champion for Texas. He's recommended strong judges and defended our freedoms. He's fought for us every single day in the Senate. And I think it's time we send him and President Trump some reinforcements. And I'm running to do just that. I want to help confirm strong constitutional conservative judges who will defend our rights, not undermine them. I want to help make America healthy again by taking on big food and big pharma, just like I've done as Attorney General. I want to lower costs for you and your family by cutting fraud and the wasteful spending that's driving inflation. I want to stand shoulder to shoulder with our brave men and women in uniform at this critical moment in our nation's history. I want to go to the Senate to fight for you every single day. So let's finish this, Texas. We have 3 months to push forward, to grow this movement, to bring more people into this campaign before we get to the general election. Please knock on doors, make the calls, help your neighbors, your friends, your coworkers. Get involved in the movement to take this seat back from the swamp and return it to the people of Texas. This is our moment. And I cannot thank you enough for your prayers, for your hard work, for your vote, and for your belief in me. God bless you. God bless this great state of Texas, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Texas Attorney General previewing the runoff contest ahead with Senator John Cornyn, the incumbent. The two of them will square off once again in 12 weeks. May 26th is the runoff there. On the Democratic side, for this contested U.S. Senate seat, we are still waiting an official call between James Tallarico, the state representative, and Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett. With 73% of the vote in, the Associated Press has not called the race yet. Our Campaign 2026 primary night continues here this evening on C-SPAN. Spectrum News Texas continues our coverage.
Spectrum News 1.
After the break, we are talking Attorney General, a North Texas congressional district as well.
C-SPAN's Washington Journal, our live forum inviting you to discuss the latest issues in government, politics, and public policy from Washington, D.C. to across the country. Coming up Wednesday morning, Kirk Beto, editor of Hotline, will talk about tonight's midterm election primary results in Texas, North Carolina, and Arkansas. And then the Minnesota Star Tribune's Allison Kite on the House Oversight Committee hearing featuring Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and the state's Attorney General Keith Ellison. Also, Michael Rubin of the American Enterprise Institute on the latest on U.S. and Israeli combat operations against Iran, as well as the future of the Iranian regime. C-SPAN's Washington Journal. Join the conversation live at 7 Eastern Wednesday morning on C-SPAN, C-SPAN Now, our free mobile app, or online at cspan.org. In a divided media world, one place brings Americans together. According to a new Magid research report, nearly 90 million Americans turn to C-SPAN, and they're almost perfectly balanced. 28% conservative, 27% liberal or progressive, 41% moderate. Republicans watching Democrats, Democrats watching Republicans, moderates watching all sides. Because C-SPAN viewers want the facts, straight from the source. No commentary, no agenda, just democracy. Unfiltered. Every day on the C-SPAN networks. America marks 250 years, and C-SPAN is there to commemorate every moment. From the signing of the Declaration of Independence to the voices shaping our nation's future, we bring you unprecedented all-platform coverage, exploring the stories, sights, and the spirit that make up America. Join us for remarkable coast-to-coast coverage celebrating our nation's journey like no other network can, and proudly supported by our television partners. America 250, over a year of historic moments. C-SPAN, official media partner of America 250. American History TV, Saturdays on C-SPAN 2, exploring the people and events that tell the American story. As the nation celebrates the 250th anniversary of its founding, join American History TV for our series America 250.
We thank you for keeping it here with us for your election night coverage right here on Spectrum News 1.
Yeah, bottom of the hour now, and polls are now closed for the primary election outside of some interesting counties that have been experiencing some issues. But we do want to turn to the Texas Attorney General's race with our Blessing Uchuku and James Barragan to break down what has been an eventful night in that race.
Any surprises tonight, Blessing?
I feel like what we've been talking about all night was definitely for the Republicans. I mean, I felt we talked about Congressman Chip Roy was going to be a shoo-in, and so far I've been checking in on their social media and their camp. No statement yet for Chip Roy's camp. They say that they're going to release a statement tomorrow. And surprisingly, nothing from Mays Middleton. I've checked his social media, reached out to his camp, nothing yet for him of, the results that they're going to be in the runoff.
3, 2.
Well, I think we knew that the Congressman Chip Roy and Mays Middleton were probably going to be 1 and 2 based on the polling that we've seen. We just didn't expect them to be switched, and Mays Middleton was going to be at the top. I think this is a strong showing for Senator Middleton because there's a lot of big names in this race. I mean, State Senator Joan Huffman, she's been around the legislature forever. Aaron Wright's got a big endorsement from Ken Paxton, the guy who's leaving that office. And we all thought Chip Roy was going to be close to that 50%. On our show, we were talking about whether Chip Roy was going to get out of this thing flat out tonight. But we see Mays Middleton is leading him by 9 points tonight. That's a strong showing.
And that's even after some very strong campaigning and very strong ads against him.
And we actually, when I spoke with Congressman Chip Roy about the possibility of a runoff a month or 2 ago, and he did not think that there would be, and he's like, Texans should not be wasting their money. We should not be wasting tax dollars on this. They should just go out all right for that candidate, and it looks like Texas voters.
And he said this on my show when he came on. He said, there's a possibility that we could get out of the runoff, but I have to go work in Congress and be in D.C. I'm still a congressman. Sort of gave that caveat. That was sort of the first indication for me that maybe he didn't quite have it in the bag. And the other thing that you said, Blessing, earlier, which is that his party, his election night party, is in D.C. As my executive producer likes to say, you usually want to have a nice big party if you feel confident. That should have been maybe an indication for us that he wasn't as confident as we maybe would have thought.
Yeah, he actually had to be in D.C. because he is, working currently and still casting votes. But his camp was saying that they're actually here in Central Texas. They're doing their little private watch party with his camp currently. But I'm sure they're in bed right now at this hour.
Some of us might want to make the right choice.
But what you're interesting, you're talking about that we have our runoff set, but the Democratic race, that's still up in the air. Even though as we're looking at the numbers right here, State Senator Nate Johnson still very close, but I don't think it's moved the needle from the last hour when we were talking about these numbers. He's still at the cusp of that 50-49.
He's at that cusp, and then again, looking at the 2 and 3, Joe Jaworski and Anthony Box, they're duking it out to possibly see who's going to be in that runoff. I don't think that one has moved either from 27 to 24. But again, we have to remind viewers, Anthony Box, Nathan Johnson, both from the Dallas area. So those issues that we've seen in Dallas County may play a role. There's going to be all kinds of lawyers saying which ballots are going to count. They're going to go all out because they want to. For Nathan Johnson, he wants to get out of this thing clean tonight. And for Anthony Box and for Joe Jaworski, they'll want to count every single ballot that goes for them and not the ones that go for the other guys.
That's why there's still so many questions on this Democratic side, because like you said, Nathan Johnson could pass that threshold. He's very close to it, but maybe not. And if he doesn't, we still are not sure, because it's so close, who he would be in a runoff with.
Yeah, and interesting that you said that. We actually we spoke with him at his watch party earlier that wrapped up a few hours ago of how he's confident of what the results will be. Let's take a listen.
I look forward to tomorrow morning waking up with 50% or 49.8 or something that makes it sure that I cannot wait. I don't care if it's Mays Middleton or Chip Roy. I already got it figured out. We're beating them. We're beating them. We're ready.
Very confident there.
No uncertain terms.
Yeah, he believes he's going to be the man come November, maybe even come tonight, maybe tomorrow morning.
And maybe tomorrow.
Maybe, I know, right? So we'll see how this all shapes out, y'all.
Yep.
Yeah, well, thank you. Interesting races all night long, especially some of the bigger races as well. Colin Allred, U.S. Senate. Lauren Rangel in Dallas been covering that campaign for us. Lauren.
Hey guys, well, the campaign party is all over here as they are expecting to head into runoffs with neither Allred or Julia Johnson getting more than 50% of the vote. We did get to see here at the African American Museum in Dallas, Allred speaking to supporters, saying that he still feels encouraged, eager to go out there for the runoffs in May, especially since he is leading a majority of the votes. Take a listen.
I know Dallas, and Dallas knows me. I'm looking forward to this runoff.
I've never been more energized. I've never been more committed to making sure that we talk to every single voter, that we turn out every person we can, not for me, not for the Democratic Party, but for our community, our state, and our country.
Well, of course, you might know Allred as a former congressman. He actually held the seat for District 32 in 2018, all the way through 2024 when he decided to step off of it and run for U.S. Senate, which ended up not working out for him. He actually tried to run for Senate again this year, but up until pretty much the last second, he decided to drop out once Jasmine Crockett put her name in the ballot for U.S. Senator John Cornyn's seat. And so he switched over to District 33, his new district that he represents, thanks to some redistricting we saw in Texas earlier this summer. This new district would allow new voters, some new land, new turf, to back Allred or Julie Johnson. So that is something they've certainly been keeping their eyes on as we head into the runoffs, is can they get the support of these additional voters to send them over that 50% of the vote? And that is something, of course, we're going to have to see once May rolls around, who can finally break the tie, so to say. Guys.
All right, to be determined. Lauren, thank you so much. We want to continue to talk about some of these results, and even, we're starting to hear from some of the candidates. The Agriculture Commissioner, we are getting some new information on that as well, right?
Again, hot off the presses. I just got a text message from the commissioner himself. Okay. Now, we've talked about how Governor Abbott has called that race for Nate Sheets. I sent him a message earlier tonight, and he has responded to me as of 2 minutes ago, saying the race is still close to call. So he's not conceding that race just yet.
He is not conceding. And I understand he's like this long-term incumbent wanting to stick around. He's not ready to give it up so soon.
Right. I do want to talk a little bit more about this Senate race for the Republicans. Okay. It's what we've been talking about all night. But and Ted, our political analyst, he really stressed it. But I want to stress it again too. Just a big, huge night for John Cornyn. A lot of Republicans who maybe do not like him think he's too much of the old guard of the Republican Party. Said he was dead in the water potentially, especially when Congressman Wesley Hunt jumped into this race, and there was looking like that could split the vote between Paxton and Cornyn to really weaken Cornyn. But Cornyn, really a strong demonstration tonight. He's still leading Ken Paxton, which is very, very surprising. I think when it's all said and done, probably Ken Paxton will overtake him. But even then, I mean, having led for so long tonight really sends us a message of strength from the incumbent senator. And we've seen, again, those messages from his camp saying they're going to really, really take it to Ken Paxton. We're going to see a bruising runoff for the next 2 months.
It's going to be focused on the two now, because they were like kind of sparring with everybody to make sure,
and
Charles, now it's going to be focused.
Yeah, and it's what you're saying, because Cornyn, we talk about that $70 million that he spent, right? He spent some of it on Paxton, but he had to also spend it on Hunt to make sure he got to this place. I mean, all those naysayers about Cornyn tonight, you've got to really give it up to his campaign, because this is where he told us he wanted to be. He wanted to be in a runoff. Now his campaign is saying, sort of calling their shot and saying, we're really going to take it to Paxton. He's really, I think, a big winner tonight, because he had a plan, he executed it, he's going to go into that runoff. We'll see what happens into the runoff. Paxton may still win this thing overall, but a really big question mark is President Trump going to make an endorsement?
And that's what I was going to say. You spoke about him having a really big night tonight, and he did that without Trump's endorsement.
Right. So I think he's confident that he can get that endorsement, but I think Ken Paxton is also confident about that endorsement. Of course, on the Democratic side, we don't know what's going to happen. Congresswoman Crockett left her campaign event. She said she didn't think that there was going to be a decision tonight, but you look at those numbers, 53 now to 45%. The numbers are trending in Tallarico's direction with 75% almost of the vote. So you see that trend going towards Tallarico, and so we, I guess, won't I think Tallarico's team is waiting for an official call from AP before saying anything, but it certainly is trending in that direction. It doesn't look like the Congresswoman got the strength from her supporters in the places where she needed to get it, places like Harris County, where she, I think, was ahead, but not by enough. Dallas County is its own separate issue, Tarrant County as well. But you talk about big winners and people who executed their strategy. James Tallarico is one of those people. In Central Texas, he was just a hammer. I mean, some of these things were like 75 to 25 in the early vote, and that's what you got to do. You got to win big in the places that you think you're going to win big.
And I can't help but think about the whole Stephen Colbert, you know, all of that.
He came on strong late. He came on strong late.
Yeah.
The Congresswoman got the endorsement from Vice President Harris, but did that come too late? Probably.
All right, James, thanks as always.
Yeah, and our live coverage of the primary election continues all night long right here on Spectrum News 1.
Up next, we will take a closer look at some congressional races with our Lily Celeste and Adolfo Muniz. Stay with us.
C-SPAN's Washington Journal, our live forum inviting you to discuss the latest issues in government, politics, and public policy from Washington, D.C. to across the country. Coming up Wednesday morning, Kirk Beto, editor of Hotline, will talk about tonight's midterm election primary results in Texas, North Carolina, and Arkansas. And then the Minnesota Star Tribune's Allison Kite on the House Oversight Committee hearing featuring Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and the state's Attorney General Keith Ellison. Also, Michael Rubin of the American Enterprise Institute on the latest on U.S. and Israeli combat operations against Iran, as well as the future of the Iranian regime. C-SPAN's Washington Journal. Join the conversation live at 7 Eastern Wednesday morning on C-SPAN, C-SPAN Now, our free mobile app, or online at cspan.org. In a divided media world, one place brings Americans together. According to a new Magid research report, nearly 90 million Americans turn to C-SPAN, and they're almost perfectly balanced. 28% conservative, 27% liberal or progressive, 41% moderate. Republicans watching Democrats, Democrats watching Republicans, moderates watching all sides. Because C-SPAN viewers want the facts, straight from the source. No commentary, no agenda, just democracy. Unfiltered, every day on the C-SPAN networks. America marks 250 years, and C-SPAN is there to commemorate every moment. From the signing of the Declaration of Independence to the voices shaping our nation's future, we bring you unprecedented all-platform coverage, exploring the stories, sights, and the spirit that make up America. Join us for remarkable coast-to-coast coverage celebrating our nation's journey like no other network can, and proudly supported by our television partners. America 250, over a year of historic moments. C-SPAN, official media partner of America 250. American History TV, Saturdays on C-SPAN 2, exploring the people and events that tell the American story. As the nation celebrates the 250th anniversary of its founding, join American History TV for our series America 250 and discover the ideas and defining moments of the American story. This week at 11 p.m.
We welcome you back to your special coverage of election night right here on Spectrum News 1.
This hour we've gone through several races, including the Senate, Governor, Attorney General, and we are still on watch for a few others. Our Adolfo Muniz joining us in Harlingen to cover District 34. Adolfo.
Well, guys, as you can see, the party is over. Here in Harlingen, there's nothing but crickets. There's an eerie silence. The party's gone, and Eric Flores is the presumptive nominee for the Republican Party and is now going to have to square off against Democrat Vicente Gonzalez. A lot has been said throughout the day about what has brought us to this point, about Mayra Flores and the fact that at one point in her career, she was able to, energize and galvanize the support of Hispanics. There was this theory, too, back then, right, that Republicans, that Mayra Flores was kind of like the proof that Republicans were able to gain the Hispanic vote. But things have changed, and quite dramatically. Now, as we have mentioned, Eric Flores is the one that has the support of Donald Trump and a lot of Republicans. But now we want to focus on what is next. Okay, in this fight against Vicente Gonzalez, one thing that we have to consider about the Rio Grande Valley is that Democrats here in the border, they are generally conservatives or middle of the road. So a lot of these Democrats can be swayed. That is the part that Eric Flores is going to have to either win back or to keep facing the different policies that Donald Trump, President Donald Trump, has had an impact here in the Rio Grande Valley, as I have mentioned before. The time will tell exactly what is going to happen, but what I foresee is that we're going to see a very, very close fight between the both, and a lot of comments are going to be exchanged between one and the other, guys. Back to you.
All right, Adolfo, we'll see if that happens. We want to go now to our Lily Celeste standing by in Austin. She's been there for us all night covering Congressional District 18. What's the latest, Lily?
Yeah, Dr. Clark, we are here in Houston in Congressional District 18 at Christian Menefee's watch party. The signs have come down, the balloons have been popped, the doors have been closed, the night ending here with a lot of anticipation because we don't know just yet, but also a lot of hope. The only results we have do show Christian Menefee in the lead, and we anticipate more results early in the morning. We know that on Tuesday night, a lot of polling locations here in the area were open very late, voters staying in line, making sure that they can vote. But again, a lot of hope and anticipation in the air here tonight. Guys?
Place is closed down, Lily. Thank you very much. It seems like there's a lot of people packing it up and calling it a night. It's been a long night for all of us. James, what's been one of the most surprising moments, you think?
Well, I think one of the most surprising things is, again, Cornyn and the show of strength that he's had because that, you know, again, there was such criticism of the campaign that he was running. Social media, I think now is a reminder, again, to people watching on TV and maybe checking their Twitter all the time, but social media is not real life. There was a lot of criticism that his campaigns weren't big enough. They didn't have the sizes that some of these other campaigns do. Now we see, of course, that they had a strategy that they've executed, and it's gone well. He's led most of the night. That can still change, but he's going to end up the night right where he wanted to be, which is in a runoff with Ken Paxton.
And he's had a long-standing relationship here in Texas. He has some loyal followers, and we continue to see that as he, you know, seeks this fifth term. So, I mean, that's really interesting. Where do we go from here, I guess, is a question that I have as everyone gets ready for the runoff in May. What are your thoughts as we move forward?
Well, I think we have some clear runoffs as we're talking about in the U.S. Senate and the U.S. Senate race on the Republican side, but we also still have to determine what some of the other runoffs are. For example, Congressional District 33, that really heated race between former Congressman Colin Allred and Congresswoman Julie Johnson, that has not been determined. It looks like it's going to go into a runoff, and so voters will have to wait and see there. There's a couple of other runoffs in terms of the AG race on the Republican side. We don't know still what's going to happen with the Democratic Senate race, although from what I'm looking at, it does look like it's trending in Tallarico's direction. We're getting some elected officials, congressional colleagues of Jasmine Crockett now saying congratulations to James Tallarico, so it really is trending in that direction. Nothing official, but they wouldn't stick their neck out if they didn't feel confident about where this was going. Now the big question is what happens in these runoffs, you know, like we were talking about in the U.S. Senate race for Republicans. Does President Trump get involved? Do people get in his ear? You can bet that both of those campaigns will be in his ear as soon as they can. Maybe they're already in there, but there is a pitch to be made, I think, from Cornyn's camp, which has been making that pitch for many, many months if Tallarico is the candidate. And then also in other, other races like CD33, I wonder if Tallarico gets involved in stand says one way or the other, or Jasmine Crockett, who we saw appear with Colin Allred tonight. They're clearly friends. They clearly made a decision together about who would run for the U.S. Senate and who would run for Congress. So curious to see if there's any endorsements like that coming down the pike.
And speaking of endorsements, these dueling endorsements, that was very interesting tonight as well, between candidates that Abbott endorsed and those that Trump endorsed.
It looked like they split the baby, two for two for each side, so we can't come up with a definitive statement here, Nicole.
More to come, I'm sure.
More to come.
All right, James, thanks so much. Our primary election coverage continues right after this.
After this, though, we'll bring you other headlines we've been following all evening long. Stick around for that. We'll be right back.
C-SPAN's Washington Journal, our live forum inviting you to discuss the latest issues in government, politics, and public policy from Washington, D.C. to across the country. Coming up Wednesday morning, Kirk Beto, editor of Hotline, will talk about tonight's midterm election primary results in Texas, North Carolina, and Arkansas. And then the Minnesota Star-Tribune's Allison Kite on the House Oversight Committee hearing featuring Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and the state's Attorney General Keith Ellison. Also, Michael Rubin of the American Enterprise Institute on the latest on U.S. and Israeli combat operations against Iran, as well as the future of the Iranian regime. C-SPAN's Washington Journal. Join the conversation live at 7 Eastern Wednesday morning on C-SPAN, C-SPAN Now, our free mobile app, or online at cspan.org. American History TV, Saturdays on C-SPAN 2, exploring the people and events that tell the American story. As the nation celebrates the 250th anniversary of its founding, join American History TV for our series America 250 and discover the ideas and defining moments of the American story. This week at 11 p.m. Eastern, we'll tour the American Revolution Museum in Philadelphia to explore the history and global impact of the Declaration of Independence. And at 2 p.m. on our weekly look at the Civil War, author Tim McGrath analyzes President Lincoln's unexpected choice of General George Meade to lead the Union Army before the 1863 Battle of Gettysburg. Then at 7:30 p.m., historian Andrew Davenport highlights Thomas Jefferson as part of More Perfect's In Pursuit project, which analyzes the leadership qualities of America's presidents and first ladies. And at 9:30 p.m., former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy remembers Ronald Reagan on his birthday during a commemorative event at the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library in Simi Valley, California. Exploring the American story, watch American History TV, Saturdays on C-SPAN 2, and find a full schedule on your program guide or watch online anytime at cspan.org/history. In a divided media world, one place brings Americans together. According to a new Magid research report, nearly 90 million Americans turn to C-SPAN, and they're almost perfectly balanced. 28% conservative, 27% liberal or progressive, 41% moderate.
Victor Diaz here back with you. We will continue our election night coverage here on Spectrum News 1 shortly and give you the latest on tonight's primaries. Right now, let's take a look at the other top news and headlines of the day. New information on the victims of the mass shooting in downtown Austin. The death count is up to 4, and that includes the shooter. More than a dozen people were also injured in that shooting. Our Barbara Fox tells us what we're hearing from the victim's professor and friends.
If you drive by West 6th Street, the bar with the big red heart, Buford's, can't be missed. The once lively college bar remains closed, but students from the University of Texas at Austin and community members keep their hearts open, dropping flowers for the 3 victims who were killed in the mass shooting in downtown Austin, many thinking of the 13 injured, some UT students.
We are all mourning together and grieving as a group, but we're seeing tremendous compassion and love coming out of the people of Austin.
University of Texas at Austin senior, 21-year-old Savita Shan, is being remembered by one of her professors as being a superstar student. Her professor, Russ Finney, posting on X, Shan was set to graduate this May, and then she was on to start her career at a big professional service firm. She was a double major with honors, involved in student organizations, a light in the classroom. He added there are no words to express the wave of sadness rolling over the University of Texas at Austin.
This has been difficult for our community, devastating to the impacted families, and challenging to our APD family.
Devastation felt 6 hours away from Austin. Student also lost 19-year-old Ryder Harrington, his sister posting on social media a message to her brother in part. Ryder, there are no words to describe the love I have for you. I also can't even try to begin to type out my feelings. Nothing would be enough to express how special you are to me.
I believe one patient will be taken off life support.
30-year-old Jorge Peterson was taken off life support Monday. He was described as an inspiration in mixed martial arts. A Facebook friend posting this tribute. Jorge Peterson was a lively, funny, and charismatic fighter with a bright future, adding he was a 3-time Ignite Fights vet and someone who always came to put on a show. In Austin, Barbara Fox, Spectrum News.
Thank you, Barbara. Austin police and EMS responded quickly on Sunday to stop the shooter. First responders are trained for these worst-case scenarios. They undergo active shooter training at the Advanced Law Enforcement Rapid Response Training Center, or ALERT, at Texas State University. ALERT's Assistant Executive Director says that training prepared police and EMS to prevent further tragedy.
So here's a public safety system in Austin that you can tell by their performance on game day. They've taken this seriously.
And that's going to do it for this hour of Spectrum News 1. Stay with us. Our Decision 2026 coverage continues right after this break. We'll be right back.
C-SPAN's Washington Journal, our live forum inviting you to discuss the latest issues in government, politics, and public policy from Washington, D.C. to across the country. Coming up Wednesday morning, Kirk Beto, editor of Hotline, will talk about tonight's midterm election primary results in Texas, North Carolina, and Arkansas. And then the Minnesota Star-Tribune's Allison Kite on the House Oversight Committee hearing featuring Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and the state's Attorney General Keith Ellison. Also, Michael Rubin of the American Enterprise Institute on the latest on U.S. and Israeli combat operations against Iran, as well as the future of the Iranian regime. C-SPAN's Washington Journal. Join the conversation live at 7 Eastern Wednesday morning on C-SPAN, C-SPAN Now, our free mobile app, or online at cspan.org. American History TV, Saturdays on C-SPAN 2, exploring the people and events that tell the American story. As the nation celebrates the 250th anniversary of its founding, join American History TV for our series America 250 and discover the ideas and defining moments of the American story. This week at 11 p.m. Eastern, we'll tour the American Revolution Museum in Philadelphia to explore the history and global impact of the Declaration of Independence. And at 2 p.m. on our weekly look at the Civil War, author Tim McGrath analyzes President Lincoln's unexpected choice of General George Meade to lead the Union Army before the 1863 Battle of Gettysburg. Then at 7:30 p.m., historian Andrew Davenport highlights Thomas Jefferson as part of More Perfect's In Pursuit project, which analyzes the leadership qualities of America's presidents and first ladies. And at 9:30 p.m., former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy remembers Ronald Reagan on his birthday during a commemorative event at the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library in Simi Valley.
Underscores the gravity of this moment. This movement is about whether the people will hold the power in this state and in this country. We launched this underdog campaign 6 months ago in my hometown of Round Rock, Texas. And since then, tens of thousands of Texans have shown up to rally with us in every corner of the state, from Beaumont to El Paso, from Amarillo to Brownsville, and everywhere in between. We have recruited more than 28,000 volunteers who are organizing in every community across this state. And we have shattered grassroots fundraising records, all without taking a dime from corporate PACs. This is a people-powered movement to take on this broken, corrupt political system. This is truly a campaign of, by, and for the people. We are not just trying to win an election. We are trying to fundamentally change our politics. And it's working. The number of young people who showed up to vote in this election is unprecedented. The number of Texans who have never voted before but showed up in this election is unprecedented. The number of independents and Republicans who voted in this Democratic primary is unprecedented. This is proof that there is something happening in Texas. Tonight, the people of our state gave this country a little bit of hope. And a little bit of hope is a dangerous thing. I want to thank y'all. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being in this fight. God bless y'all. Thank you.
Ojalá que los míos nunca se muden. Y si hoy me emborracho, pues que me ayuden. De cuando te tuve, debí darte más besos y abrazos las veces que pude. Ojalá que los míos nunca se muden. Y si hoy me emborracho, pues que me ayuden. Ey, voy a estar con abuelo todo el día jugando.
On Wednesday, Minnesota's Governor Tim Walz and the state's Attorney General Keith Ellison testify at an oversight hearing on the alleged misuse of federal funds for social programs in Minnesota. From the House Oversight and Government Reform Committee, watch it live at 9 a.m. Eastern on C-SPAN 3, C-SPAN Now, our free mobile app, and online at cspan.org.